In a magical cave, he wanted to be the master of martial arts, but a single lifetime wasn't going to be enough. To change his fate, he clung to an old legend he had once heard. In a sacred temple, a fierce dragon guarded a golden fruit of immortality. With a focused gaze, he realizes the legend of the golden fruit was real. So he stands before the mystical tree, ready to face whatever comes his way. And there it was, shining brightly, the famous fruit of immortality. The warrior looks completely worn out, but his mission was almost over. He finally manages to defeat the divine dragon and celebrates his great victory. Even though he's all beaten up, he forces himself to walk toward the sacred tree. With the fruit in hand, he believes he can continue his quest for ultimate power. Without a second thought, the guy goes and takes a bite of the golden fruit. His name was Gilfaz Eldragon, the man everyone knew as the strongest. Many years pass, and we see a beautiful castle surrounded by a flower garden. Inside a room, a family is gathered around an old man on his last breath. This is Gilliam, the first son of the Eldragons, and he looks really down about it. The old man in the bed is Gilfaz, and he tells his son not to make such a sad face. A child says the mansion feels a bit empty, without their mother or father around. The old man then complains, saying that in the end, legends couldn't be trusted, but he's happy to have had an incredible wife and children in his life. Facing his beloved children, he says he's lived long enough in this life. With everyone around and the maids crying, the guy says he has no regrets. But inside, a voice screams that this is crazy, and that of course he has regrets. He holds his son's hand, thinking that if he only had a little more time. Tears stream down his face as he desperately wishes for more time. With his last bit of strength, he reaches out, as he hasn't yet become the master of martial arts. His son cries as Gilfaz Eldragon finally passes away. Or at least, that's what it seemed, because out of nowhere, a baby with golden eyes appears. The guy, now in a baby's body, wonders if he was sleeping, and his body feels super light. Looking at his tiny hands, he's startled to see they look like a baby's hands. With wide eyes, he can't believe those hands are really his. It finally clicks, and he understands what happened. He's become a baby. He tries to calm down, thinking it was impossible to put someone of his level through this. Lying in his crib, he's sure this isn't normal and wonders who did this. Then an idea pops into his head, and he starts to piece the situation together. He remembers the golden fruit he ate, and the dragon he defeated way back then. With that, he understands the fruit's effect wasn't immortality, but rebirth. A smile appears on his face, and he celebrates because now he can achieve his goal. Looking around, he realizes he's not alone, and there are other babies sleeping there. He knows he was reborn into the Eldragon family, and wonders why there are so many babies there. At that moment, several maids enter the room with a cart full of baby bottles. He realizes it's feeding time, and as a baby, he can do absolutely nothing. But out of nowhere, one of the maids shows up holding a goblin by the neck. The other maids are confused, wondering what a goblin is doing there. Right after, the creature is used to fill a baby bottle with a red liquid. The strange substance splatters everywhere and ends up staining our hero's crib. He's in shock from the scene, not getting what had just happened. Soon, one of the maids picks him up to give him that strange potion. The woman then forces the bottle on him, and he realizes that stuff wasn't milk. The liquid had immense power, and he thinks it's dangerous to give it to babies. He sees the other children being fed and realizes just how dangerous this is. On instinct, the boy tries to resist, but remembers he's just a baby now. Then he figures out that the liquid is ancient dragon's blood, and gets really ticked off. Now he understands why they were diluting the substance to give to the babies. With a scared look on his face, he decides he needs to spit it out as fast as he can. The other babies spit it out on instinct, but he had already swallowed a little. But he suddenly changes his mind and realizes this could be an opportunity. If he absorbs the power of the blood, he might even surpass his past life. And with that in mind, he starts drinking the entire contents of the bottle at once. Not knowing why they're doing this, he decides he's going to take advantage of the situation. A great red energy begins to manifest in his body. With his eyes glowing, he shows that they shouldn't underestimate him at all. With a determined look, He warns them not to underestimate Gilfa's Eldragon. In a flash of light, he shows his full will to absorb that power. The maid holding him is shocked by the baby's crazy reaction. He absorbs it all to reach the pinnacle of martial arts he's always dreamed of. In his mind, he can see the image of an ancient dragon flying through the skies. Right after, he sees two dragons fighting as the energy is released. He's surprised because the power is being absorbed with great ease. In the midst of a power explosion, he concludes the situation is perfect for him. Back in his crib, he celebrates having managed to control all that power. He notices the other babies also survived because of their instincts. After all the effort, he feels very tired and ends up falling asleep. 7 years go by, and we hear someone counting very high numbers in the distance. We see a boy lifting a giant rock as he does his training. With a powerful kick, he easily sends the huge rock flying high into the air. Then he jumps and shatters the rock with just a single, precise punch. This boy is Zeke Eldragon, the former Gilfa's, and he admires his new body. In a forest, it's explained that all living beings have a source power, and the dragon's blood that Zeke and the others drank had immense power. Because of that, all the babies gained bodies much stronger than normal. Zeke was the only one to absorb all the power, and the changes surprised even him. But even with all that power, he only managed to reach the 1-star level. The star situation is terrible, and he should have reached at least 4 by now. The body is like a universe with stars, and the more stars, the stronger you get. In his past life, Gilfas had reached 10 stars, and was the only one with that kind of power. 7 years have passed, and now he lives as the illegitimate son of the family head. His mother has passed on, and his father has never come to visit him, not even once. Thinking about it, he wonders how much time has passed, maybe about 1,000 years. Being reborn 1,000 years later was a surprise, and the world had become a test of survival. And the dragon's judgment ritual, where babies drink the red liquid, is proof of that. Only the babies who survive receive training as warriors of the Eldragon family. But looking at the maid in the house, he realizes something is wrong. He asks about the other babies, but the maid says she can't answer. The boy complains that he's been without a teacher for 7 years, and that there are only maids there. For now, the body is more important, and he can train just fine on his own. He then asks for information about the other children, but she refuses again. He insists it's just a family matter, but the answer is still the same. Annoyed, the boy asks if that's all she knows how to say to him. With a frightened face, the maid repeats that she cannot answer his question. He asks if his treatment isn't a bit harsh, but she ignores him. He figures out the maid is a 3-star fighter and decides to go to the forest. Zeke is bothered by the lack of conversation, even after living together for 7 years. The maid simply ignores him, and he gets even more annoyed with the situation. He goes into the forest to continue his training and strengthen his body even more. The boy pulls a plant from the ground and observes it for a moment. Without a second thought, he eats the poisonous plant and makes a face at the bad taste. He complains about the taste but knows that it's also part of his training. With a serious look, he thinks that he needs to be patient to move forward. He feels a gaze following him and wishes it would finally stop. He calls out to whoever is watching him to come out and talk. Hiding among the bushes, he stays alert for any suspicious movement in the forest. A purple energy starts to appear in the forest, and he prepares for danger. Hidden among the leaves, he sees a strange creature and tries to identify it. He sees a giant boar with a purple aura and realizes it's a rage boar. He notices a black mist that didn't exist 1,000 years ago and gets curious about it. The rage boar slowly approaches and stares at him with its glowing eyes. The boy stands up and comes face to face with the creature, getting ready for a fight. The animal charges straight at him, ready to attack with its tusks. With a confident smile, Zeke prepares to face the enormous wild boar. He easily dodges the attack and positions himself to counter the creature. With a glowing fist, he prepares to hit the boar with all his strength. He lands a direct hit on the animal, defeating it with a single, powerful, and precise blow. Looking at his hand, he realizes that even with 1 star, his power is immense. He carries the boar on his back and concludes that the quality of the stars is important. Tired of being ignored, he decides it might be time to go on a journey. Hiding, a mysterious guy is impressed with the boy defeating the boar all by himself. Since his mother passed away early and his father doesn't care, Zeke didn't have a proper upbringing. The man finds the situation interesting, as the boy is an illegitimate son. With a smile, he disappears into the forest, leaving only a trail of light. Back home, Zeke prepares for his journey and packs his things. He senses the presence of 4 people and wonders what fighters want there. Hiding, he overhears the conversation and notices the country air is really clean. The boy notices they don't seem like bad guys, so it probably isn't a trap. He opens the door and asks what they want, and the guys notice the family symbol. One of the men steps forward and prepares to speak to the boy. The leader introduces himself and says they've come to take him to an important exam. Zeke is surprised and doesn't understand why he has to take an exam out of the blue. With a panicked expression, he can't believe what he's hearing. He yells that he wasn't taught anything and therefore isn't prepared for a test. In a new uniform, Zeke is thoughtful and didn't expect this turn of events. He never imagined he would return to the main house of the Eldragon family. He was taken by the guys, but not to live in the main family house. The golden dragon symbol represents the dragon's nest, a fighting school. Everyone in the Eldragon family dreams of getting into the nest and studies until they're 7 years old. The boy complains because he wasn't taught anything and doesn't know what to expect from the exam. But the exam was mandatory, which is why he was brought from the border to participate. He complains because he was planning to run away, and now all his plans have been ruined. Crouching in the courtyard, he watches the other candidates and feels a bit out of place. A blue-haired boy approaches and asks if he's okay and if he needs help. He introduces himself as Rangis and says he saw him looking worried about something. Zeke is surprised by the sudden approach and watches the boy carefully. He realizes the boy is shy but very observant, and that impresses him. He stands up and apologizes for his strange reaction to seeing the boy approach. Our hero introduces himself as Zeke and says his name was Rangis, right? He explains that he was confused about the exam, and Rangis says the test is always the same. Zeke admits he knows nothing about the test, and Rangis is shocked by the revelation. An older boy approaches and calls Rangis a weakling in a mocking tone. The two turn to see who's talking and are surprised by the approach. This is Retin, and he asks why a weakling like Rangis is at the exam. Rangis stammers and says he's there for the Dragon's Nest exam, like everyone else. Retin points his finger and laughs, saying Rangis doesn't have a chance in heck of getting in. He makes fun of his bluish hair and calls him a pseudo-dragon. The boy explains that the Eldragon family has a very clear hierarchy. At the lowest level are the dragon hatchlings, and right above them are the regular dragons. In the third position are the adult dragons, and finally, the ancient dragons. The ancient dragons are the family's elite and hold the leadership positions. Those who can't get into the dragon's nest fall to the lowest category. Rangis's father couldn't pass the exam, and that's why he's considered a weakling. Rangis clenches his fists and says he wants to prove his worth, even as a pseudo-dragon. Zeke steps in, says there's no way to know the exam's outcome before trying. Retin gets irritated by the interruption and rudely asks who the nosy kid is. Our hero casually asks if the bigger kid has a problem with him. Mockingly, Retin points a finger in Zeke's face and says he looks weak too. The blue-haired boy gets worried and senses things are getting tense, but he remembers Zeke's ominous aura and knows he's much stronger than Retin. A sinister aura forms around our hero, and Rangis senses the threat in the air. Zeke asks how Retin dares to say they're beneath someone so weak. The tension in the air is cut when the instructor arrives and gets everyone's attention. He introduces himself as the test examiner and announces that the evaluation is about to begin. Retin backs away, annoyed, and promises he won't forget Zeke's face anytime soon. Rangis breathes a sigh of relief and says his friend didn't need to get so worked up. Zeke replies that anyone would get annoyed if they were called weak by a weakling. He then questions if the admission test is really mandatory for everyone, and he suggests that he could just drop out of the exam and leave without participating. Ranjis is perplexed and shocked at the idea of someone wanting to quit the test. The boy smiles and says that if Zeke quits, he won't risk getting hurt. The golden-eyed youth says it would be impossible to quit with his power level, but Ranjis tries to cheer him up, telling him to hurry and get to the test location. The examiner explains that the test is very simple. You just have to scratch the stone to pass. He says the candidates will only have 3 attempts to scratch the rock. The boy is surprised and comments that the test seems much easier than he thought. He thought he'd have to fight monsters or something dangerous after the blood ritual. Looking at the stone, he can't help but think the test is a bit lame. With a serious expression, the examiner shouts that the test can finally begin. A boy with a scared look on his face prepares and charges toward the stone with his sword. He hits the stone with all his might, hoping to cause some damage. The blue-haired kid turns his head and closes his eyes, refusing to see the result of the strike. The sword shatters into 1,000 pieces, and a red liquid immediately splatters everywhere. Zeke is horrified by the scene, and the other candidates also seem terrified. The examiner notes the failure and coldly asks if the boy wants to try again. The examiners smile and order the mess to be cleaned up, considering it a forfeit. With that, the boy is dragged away, and the instructor calls the next candidate to the stone. The blue-haired boy trembles with fear while our hero watches the scene, annoyed. With a confused expression, he focuses his gaze on the rock and tries to understand what it is. He notices the target is a regeneration stone that reflects brute force attacks. The young man hears from his friend that the material is crazy but can be scratched using power. With that, he figures out that energy control matters more than fighting skill. At that moment, a slight smile appears on his face as he understands the focus of the exam. Looking at the crowd, the boy notes that very few candidates will be able to pass this test, and so the test continues with another student crying in pain after failing badly. Right after, another guy leaves badly injured after trying to hit the rock with his weapon. The examiner just coldly jots down the results as the failed youths leave. It's our hero's turn, and his fearful classmate asks if there's any way to quit, but the golden-eyed boy walks calmly, telling his friend not to worry. The blue-haired boy stays behind in silence, watching his friend walk away with concern. Walking through the arena, the young man hears the screams of yet another student who messed up. At this, the inspector's eyes widen as he notices a strange detail about the new candidate. Zeke exudes a powerful aura and decides he won't use any fancy family weapons. The man asks why he's unarmed, and the boy replies that his fists are enough. The other students start laughing and gossiping, saying his arms are going to break. The fearful boy hears the comments and panics, imagining his friend getting messed up. He clenches his clothes in frustration, blaming himself for not holding his friend back more forcefully. Without caring about the noise, the instructor just makes a note on his clipboard and says to begin. The fighter touches the stone, analyzing the material, and realizes he has a lot to learn, but putting that aside, he readies his right fist with a fiery energy. In the stands, the blue-haired newcomer screams Zeke's name in desperation, trying to stop the blow. However, our hero moves forward without fear, with an excited smile and eyes glowing with energy. He then decides to unleash all his power, using the first form of a secret technique. An explosive punch hits the rock hard, creating a shockwave that cracks the ground around it. The collision generates a burst of golden light, crushing the surface as if it were paper. The impact unleashes a crazy gust of wind, and the fearful boy has to shield himself, impressed. Even the experienced examiner feels the wind and holds onto his clipboard to keep it from flying away. In the middle of the stirred-up crowd, another mysterious student smiles, thinking it was cool. When the smoke clears, everyone sees the destroyed stone, proving the blow was strong. The young fighter laughs at the situation while looking at his own injured arm and thinking about training. The entire stands fall into complete silence, and everyone stares at the boy in shock. That same bully from before breaks into a cold sweat upon seeing the raw power of the one he had mocked. At that, A blonde girl in the crowd cracks a smile, finding the newcomer interesting. As for the blue-haired classmate, he looks like he's about to faint from the shock of what he saw. Our hero stands there, smiling proudly, as the rest of the courtyard finally goes wild. The examiner is shocked to see the stone vanish, and thinks it would require a lot of power. At this, the man reflects on the boy's lineage and tries to remember where he saw the technique. With his arm torn up, our hero approaches and asks how his results were. Without hesitation, the instructor announces his pass in a loud voice, and the young man smiles. The man then hands a green vial to the winner, who observes the item closely, but the inspector just smiles, asking him to clear the arena for the next ones. Walking down the stands, the boy grumbles that everyone is in such a hurry. At this, his blue-haired classmate grabs his hand excitedly, praising his friend's strength. Remembering the vial, the fighter shows the green liquid to his friend, wanting to know what it is. The fearful boy explains that it's just a standard healing potion, and our hero thinks. Analyzing the small bottle, he notes that it's not poison and guesses it's a spiritual remedy. These remedies are created using very hard to find materials and pure woods. They are potions made with mystical herbs and beast cores that heal and give power. But since they are very rare items, the young man doesn't waste time and downs the vial in one go. Instantly, a green aura covers his injured arm, healing the torn skin. Shocked, he realizes the family's drink is much better than the ones sold before. The blue-haired boy doesn't understand the surprise and says that healing a wound is no big deal. He says his magical energy didn't increase and that his friend's strength was way cooler. Holding the empty vial, the fighter acknowledges that the potion carries human wisdom. While the two chat excitedly, that bully glares at our hero with intense anger. The test continues, and several other candidates end up failing badly and leaving injured. Resting his face on his hand, the golden-eyed boy gets bored with the long wait. Trembling from head to toe, the little boy walks to the center, and our hero wonders why. Trying to help, the hero offers words of support, but it only makes the boy more nervous. Completely confused, our hero doesn't understand his classmate's lack of confidence. Standing in front of the rock, the blue-haired boy holds a giant, trembling sword. As soon as the evaluator gives the green light, the young man yells and attacks the stone with his weapon. But the sword doesn't even scratch the target, causing the boy to fall on his butt on his first try. Without giving up, he gets up quickly and concentrates more power into his second attack. But the result is the same, and the poor candidate ends up sliding face first into the dust. Sitting on the dirty ground, he's out of breath and can't believe the stone's resilience. In the stands, the bully and his friends laugh, telling the failure to just give up. Hearing the insults, that mysterious young man smiles and asks what they said. He reminds the bullies of a conversation, making the group of jerks nervous. The inspector cuts off the chatter and announces that the boy still has one last chance. Kneeling in the dirt, the young man tries to find strength but seems hopeless. At that exact moment, a figure approaches, stopping beside him and asking what he's doing. It was our hero, who crosses his arms and asks why his friend chose such a heavy sword. The blue-haired boy doesn't get the hint, and the hero says that picking a bad weapon is just dumb. Watching it all, the mysterious student smiles, agreeing that the big sword wouldn't do anything. The big bully laughs hard, calling the boy stupid because his father only taught him that. At this, the other lackeys agree, mocking that changing weapons won't help. Our hero ignores the insults and asks the examiner if he can switch weapons in the middle. With a positive response, the hero tells his blue-haired classmate that he can give it a try. Then, with a confident look, he encourages his friend, asking if he's going to give up. The poor boy lowers his head sadly, remembering all his failures, but squeezing his own leg hard, the boy decides he won't surrender. He decides to try using the spear lying on the ground, and the hero looks at him with pride. The young man reflects on his past, remembering that his father never got into the dragon's nest. At this, he remembers when he was little and was bullied, being called a fake dragon. Even so, his father never held a grudge and always raised him with a lot of love. Holding the spear firmly, the student decides to prove that his training was worth it. The blue-haired fighter knows he would have failed again with the sword and trusts his friend. However, the boy is confused, not knowing how to use the new weapon, and our hero points forward. The hero tells his classmate to focus on the target and thrust the spear with all his might. He reinforces that the fearful boy just needs to deliver a straight blow to break the rock. A simple strike with a weapon he's never used shouldn't do anything, but the young man trusts in his new classmate's strength and focuses all his attention on the spear. With that, the boy decides to believe in himself and prepares his body for the attack. At that moment, he feels a giant energy flow through his body like never before. The boy lets out a fierce cry and hits the stone head on, creating an explosion. The big bully keeps laughing and mocking that a simple attack wouldn't do anything. But the blue-haired boy ignores the laughter and feels the spear become part of his body. With the force flowing, the tip of the weapon deforms the material and begins to pierce the rock. The final impact is devastating, and the entire target shakes, generating a gust of wind. All the bullies who were mocking before widen their eyes in total shock. Even the serious examiners are surprised to notice that the stone has been pierced. Our hero claps excitedly, and the blue-haired boy stares at his hands in disbelief. Without wasting time, the inspector notes the excellent result on his clipboard. Hearing the examiner's voice approve his test, the young fighter is paralyzed. With tears in his eyes, he cries with joy, and our hero puts an arm around his partner's shoulder. The boy celebrates that he finally passed and gives his friend a big hug. Seeing the emotional scene, the group of failures tries to pretend it was just pure luck. Ignoring the gossip, the test inspector shouts loudly that the evaluation is over. He puts away his notes and announces that the school's entrance ceremony will begin. Our hero is a bit lost and asks the blue-haired boy if that was it. His friend starts sweating and comments in a trembling voice about what they're about to face. The instructors clear a path and bow as an important figure approaches. A red-haired man with glowing eyes exudes a dark and frightening aura. The hero thinks the guy is really gloomy, and his classmate freaks out, saying it's the leader. Looking at that intimidating figure, our hero whispers that a block of ice would be better. And then his classmate panics and begs with all his might for his friend to shut up. But the golden-eyed boy keeps staring at the chief, noticing his power level. That man emits a brilliant energy, followed by very strong warriors. The boy realizes that the family's strength lies in the number of powerful fighters. This sinister dude is Balza, the current master in an 8-star level fighter. 1,000 years ago, there weren't even 12 people in the world with that much power. Sitting in the stands, the blue-haired student gets nervous and says that he's his father. Without saying anything, the master walks to the front and the instructors call for silence. The man stops in the middle of the courtyard with a dark aura swirling around him like fire. In a deep voice, he orders all the young ones to strive to become the dragon. Hearing these cold words, our hero gets a serious look, not liking the guy. The presence of the 8-star warrior is so strong that the air becomes thick and heavy. All the students in the stands feel the crazy impact and break into a cold sweat, unable to move. The hero is amazed that an adult would use this level of pressure against children just to show off. With a furrowed brow, he realizes he's never seen someone with so much hatred for no reason. After speaking his single sentence, the leader turns his back and starts to leave. The main examiner starts clapping as if the guy had just recited a poem, and he shouts loudly, praising that cold speech, calling the big boss a beloved leader. But the students are all frozen while the master just announces he's leaving. Suck up instructor tries to pretend everything is fine and tells everyone to do their best. But our hero observes from a distance and comments to his friend that he couldn't take it anymore. Completely frozen, the students look at each other in silence, trying to understand what happened. Next to his new companion, the blue-haired boy just sighs in relief. At this, the same annoying instructor gets everyone's attention and announces the dorms. The curious student doesn't understand, and his fearful classmate explains they will be divided into 4 wings. Depending on their results, the Utes will go to the north, south, east, or west wings. And then our heroes and his new partner's names are called, and the boy waves excitedly. After the exam, our hero finally arrives at his new home, a very fancy palace. Walking through the corridors of the place, the boy grumbles that things have changed a lot. Finally finding his room, he thinks that his classmate must already be there. The boy grabs the doorknob excitedly with a slight smile on his face. Then opening the door, he immediately apologizes for being late and says they'll be sleeping together. But suddenly, the smile vanishes from his face, and his expression turns to pure confusion. Looking inside the room, he can't believe it and finally reveals who is waiting for him. He can't help but laugh, recognizing his new partner from the exam at the table. His classmate agrees and comments that he was feeling a bit anxious in a new place. Entering the room, the hero throws himself carelessly onto the bed, wanting to know more, but his blue-haired friend laughs awkwardly at his companion's distracted face. Excited, our hero gives a shameless thumbs up, admitting he didn't hear any of the announcement. His blue-haired classmate advises that they should sleep early because training starts tomorrow. At this, the hero looks at the window, sighing, since his plan was to escape from that house. And the next day, the chaos begins with a student being hit by a rock. Our hero recalls the exam, thinking about the stones and that valuable green remedy. Then, sitting on the bed, he reflects that staying here might end up being very useful. With that, a whole month passes in that giant castle full of training. In the courtyard, we see the boys sweating a lot, and the instructor demands the breathing technique. The man yells that they need to master it, leaving his blue-haired classmate exhausted. Observing everything closely, the senior inspector analyzes the children's performance. He notes that some have already mastered the technique, highlighting a blonde girl with a strong aura. At that moment, the evaluator's eyes widen, completely shocked by another student. Our hero balances gigantic rocks with absurd ease, and without breaking a sweat. The man finds it very strange, because the boy had no teachers and shouldn't know how. Taking a deep breath, the hero realizes their technique is just a version from the past. He understands that these skills only serve to absorb energy from the environment. As such, wealthy families guard these methods as secrets to stay on top. But the young man finds this version too basic and decides he doesn't need something so simple. So he decides to use the true secret technique of the Dragon King, which is better. The boy smiles excitedly, realizing the family dumbed down the technique just so everyone could use it. Returning to his training, he glances to the side and observes the blonde girl. After much effort, the whole class gathers in a dining hall to finally eat. However, most of the students are so tired they can barely touch their food. But our hero doesn't care about the fatigue and devours his entire plate hungrily. With his mouth full, he tells his partner that no one gets strong by skipping meals. His classmate is shocked by so much energy, and our hero jokes that the others are weak. Excited, the hungry young man pulls his friend's plate, saying he'll eat his share. Chewing nonstop, he notes that at least some students there train for real. At this, the same blonde girl from the courtyard appears behind him, smiling and praising the newcomer. The hero asks with complete innocence who she is, and his friend spits out his drink. Startled, desperate, his classmate whispers that she is the master's daughter and a candidate for leadership. The boy trembles with fear, warning that they shouldn't talk to someone so important. But our hero keeps a bored expression and couldn't care less about his friend's panic. With a firm gaze, the blonde girl asks if he really is the family's illegitimate son. She crosses her arms, wanting to understand how he managed to destroy the stone with his hands. The girl insists on the question while the hero just cuts his meat and tells his classmate to eat. The mood gets a bit awkward, with his friends shocked and the blonde girl surprised at being ignored. But instead of getting angry, she cracks a smile, finding his attitude interesting. Sitting casually at the table, she offers him a position to become her servant. She confidently states that she can protect the young man, since illegitimate sons need help. With that, she proposes an alliance, where the hero would use his strength to help her. The blonde girl offers protection with a smile, but the hero keeps eating and refuses the offer. The girl is confused, and her blue-haired classmate starts to sweat from the attitude. At this, the blonde girl approaches with a serious look, wanting to know the boy's goal. She stares deep into the newcomer's eyes, asking if he wants to be the leader. Our hero notices a powerful aura around the girl, finding it impressive for her age. But the golden-eyed boy sighs, bored, and says he doesn't care about that. Angrily, the girl slams the table, and the hero stabs his knife hard into the wood. The impact of the small blade creates a large crack on the surface of the place. Suddenly, a colossal fire aura appears behind the boy, who smiles and gives a warning. With a bright and scary look, the young fighter claims that he is the strongest. The pressure is so crazy that the girl stands up in shock, with sparks coming off her body, breaking into a cold sweat. The golden-eyed blonde is surprised to realize she was overwhelmed. The blue-haired classmate tries to calm the situation while the hero goes back to chewing his bread. Very nervous, the master's daughter points to her chest, demanding a duel for him to obey. With his cheeks full of food, our hero is confused, leaving his friend desperate. Sometime later, students run through the corridors, saying a fight is about to happen. The extras gossip in amazement that the family's prodigy is going to fight a stranger. Arriving at the huge sand arena, the blonde girl is already waiting as the duo approaches. The fearful boy trembles all over, warning that the situation has gotten way too serious. Our hero doesn't care and finds it strange that his friend speaks so formally to someone their age. Desperate, the boy explains that his opponent is a genius who masters deadly lightning. With a blank expression, the hero confesses that he didn't pay attention to any of the explanation. Hearing such ignorance, his companion puts his hands on his head, completely devastated. Almost crying, the student begs his friend to be careful and give up on the idea. But the young fighter flashes an excited smile, commenting that not knowing makes everything cool. His blue-haired partner cries nervously, and our hero just says he never runs from a fight. Observing the dust in the field, the boy notices that his opponent is already ready. Standing imposingly, the blonde girl sticks her large sword into the ground and calls to him. With a firm stance, the girl impatiently yells, calling for the newcomer to get in there. The hero gives a confident smile and tells his classmate that he's ready to go. At this, his friend runs away, begging once more for the fighter not to meet his end there. Walking calmly across the sand, our hero asks the reason for the girl's strong will. Leaning on her weapon, the blonde girl replies that she needs to make the boy bow to her. With a very bored expression, the boy asks what her life has to do with him. The master's daughter looks dumbfounded, unable to believe the boy knows nothing. Then, she raises her hand and explains that there are 5 main candidates for the throne. The young woman imagines the silhouettes of her siblings, stating that they are all strong. Because of this, she needs to gather as much power as possible to defeat her older siblings. Our hero has a cloud of confusion in his head, finding this politics stuff boring. Holding the hilt of her sword, the blonde girl ends the conversation, saying she needs support. At this, the girl stomps hard on the dirt ground, kicking up dust. Our hero just calmly watches her action without showing any concern. Then his opponent leaps high, holding her sword and declaring she will defeat the newcomer. She attacks with all her might, breaking the ground, but the hero dodges the blow by taking a step back. The golden-eyed boy is impressed, seeing the blade pass close to his face. Without losing rhythm, the fighter spins her body, trying to land another blow. In the audience, the students are in total shock at her speed, swinging the weapon. Our hero keeps smiling as he dodges a brutal sequence of fast cuts. Other students praise the girl's energy control, noting the family's power. However, despite the compliments, the blonde girl grinds her teeth in frustration, not understanding. The girl tries several consecutive cuts, but the hero dodges all of them, striking poses. The warrior attacks again, and the newcomer jumps over the blade, making her angry. Watching from afar, his blue-haired partner is open-mouthed at the agility. The young fighter analyzes the movements, noticing it's a new and fast martial art. Annoyed by her opponent's distraction, The master's daughter tells him to shut up. The hero replies that he is paying attention while concentrating energy in his fist. With crazy speed, he appears right under the blonde girl's guard, preparing a punch. In the blink of an eye, the boy hits his opponent's body, creating a strong impact. The girl feels the full force of the attack in her chest. Shocked by the counter, she is dragged across the sand, trying to balance, while the audience can't believe it. The winner stands there calmly, and the students wonder who the newcomer is. Kneeling, the blonde girl wonders angrily why she misses everything when she's the fastest. The newcomer raises his index finger and states with a bored face that she is weak. Furious, she yells that he also has a low level, but the hero just shrugs. He calmly explains that you just have to observe your opponent's breathing and eyes. The young man claims that by reading the tension in the muscles, it's easy to predict any attack. Smiling in a cocky way, the newcomer concludes the lesson by saying the rest is just using experience. His opponent thinks that's a joke and charges at him, launching another furious blow. The sharp blade grazes the hero's face, who throws his head back. Placing his hands on the ground, our hero does an incredible backflip, dodging the attack. In the middle of the acrobatics, the young man's fist reappears next to the warrior to prove his point. The new, powerful punch generates a colossal wave of wind, exploding the sandy ground. The hero stops with his arm extended, confirming that the counter attack hit the girl. The audience screams in shock, believing the feared blonde girl has lost the fight. His blue-haired partner celebrates excitedly, but our hero warns that the fight isn't over. Suddenly, a boot steps firmly on the arena floor, starting to clear the dust. The fighter smiles, noticing that his opponent used her energy to withstand the punch. With a bloody face, the warrior uses her sword as a crutch, trying to endure the pain. The hero tells his friend to back away quickly, because things are about to heat up. Looking at the blonde girl's feet, our hero notices a crazy aura leaking out, proving she's gotten stronger. The blonde girl wipes the blood from her face, as an electric energy glows on her body. In the stands, the students are amazed, commenting that it's the mark of 2 stars. This high level allows a fighter to release the body's raw power outward. The warrior thanks the newcomer, saying she only achieved this because of his punch. With a sharp and brilliant gaze, the girl focuses all her attention on the battle. At this, the opponent charges with her sword at a crazy speed, guaranteeing she will win. Our hero cracks a smile, finding it all amusing and complimenting her new speed, but he quickly jumps, dodging a large spinning cut that shoots out lightning. However, upon landing, the young fighter notices a small cut appearing on his face. Wiping away the small wound, the boy is confused because he was sure he dodged it. The glowing warrior smiles confidently, saying that this is the ability she awakened. Then she concentrates more power into her weapon, stating that she now has the strength of 2 stars. With great fury, the master's daughter announces she will show him the family's lightning technique. The newcomer faces the large, glowing sword, excited to see a new art. With his eyes shining in a huge smile, our hero concludes that fighting is the best thing ever. His opponent releases a very strong flash of light, launching the ultimate move of her technique. The boy runs fast, dodging the lightning bolts, amazed by the control the girl has. Even while running away, the boy keeps the smile on his face, finding the power absurd. The fighter attacks the sand relentlessly, creating electrical explosions, while noticing his joy. The impact of the sword shatters the ground, creating a web of electricity and pressuring the boy. Spinning upside down, the boy notes that the level of the attacks has become more dangerous. Sliding across the arena, the fighter concludes that moving up a level makes a crazy difference. Safely in the stands, his blue-haired partner sweats, fearing for his friend's life. Our hero notices that her cuts are ordinary, but the electric aura on the blade creates power. The girl warrior keeps increasing her speed, and the newcomer becomes intrigued. The boy is sure he could launch a counter, attack, and end the duel quickly, but he leans his body back, dodging another bolt and wanting to see her limit. Seeing the newcomer's calmness, the girl gets angry, stating that he's too relaxed. Manipulating the magical lightning, the blonde girl attacks again, promising to wipe that smile off his face. Before the electricity can cause damage, the hero stomps on the ground hard, jumping away. But his opponent quickly predicts the escape, leaping into the air using a thunder technique. The newcomer is a bit startled to see the warrior shoot toward him like a bullet. The powerful blow finally lands on the battlefield with terrible brutality. Completely in shock from the impact, his blue-haired friend tries to jump over the wall. But as soon as the dust settles, our hero emerges, walking on the rebel, slightly injured. Without giving the boy time to rest, the blonde girl fires another bright lightning bolt. With great reflexes, the boy kicks a broken rock from the arena to act as a wall. His fearful classmate invades the arena, crying and begging the girl to stop the fight. However, the blonde warrior refuses the request, claiming that pausing a good fight would be an offense. His companion cries, asking the newcomer to give up because he's already badly injured. The blonde girl offers the boy a chance to give up and serve her, stopping the fight. But the warrior notices her opponent's pride and decides to finish it with all her power. At this, she raises her large blade to the sky, invoking the lightning sword technique. With great fury, the girl unleashes the first secret art, launching the celestial thunder. A colossal pillar of energy hits the arena head-on, causing crazy destruction. The hero ends up being swallowed by the bright light as he takes the full force of the attack. Desperate in the stands, his blue-haired friend screams his partner's name. In the middle of the smoke, our hero falls to the ground, completely paralyzed by the lightning. Tired, his opponent plants her blade in the destroyed earth, apologizing for the force. The blonde girl closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, declaring that the combat is finally over. But suddenly, an absurd burst of electrical energy erupts behind the young woman. Totally in shock, the master's daughter looks back, unable to understand what that was. The newcomer stands up, covered in lightning, thinking it's cool to discover the name of that aura. With a cocky little laugh, the boy faces his opponent, saying the secret is simple. However, he crosses his arms and shamelessly yells that he has no idea either. Hearing this utter madness, the blonde girl gets a blank look, trying to process it. The hero explains that he just took the attacks on purpose and suddenly learned how to use it. He details that he used a Dragon King breathing technique while taking the hits. The warrior listens intently as he says, the breathing technique reacted to her lightning. At this, the energy began to accumulate in his body, allowing him to control everything. With a smile, the young man deduces that his opponent's family must have a special body. The girl observes her weapon as the newcomer states that the ability is in her blood. The boy is amazed by the discovery and thanks the girl for the training. Concentrating a lot of electricity in his hand, the fighter announces that the best part has arrived. Thanks to her blows, the hero reveals that he also managed to reach 2 stars. With a terrifying golden gaze, our hero makes it clear that the battle isn't over. Furious with her rival's evolution, the warrior charges forward with a new powerful cut, but the young fighter isn't fazed by the blonde's fury and cracks a confident smile. The energies collide in the center of the arena, generating a frightening explosion of lightning. Appearing in the middle of the light, the newcomer charges forward with everything, using his new enhanced body. He realizes the energy improved his muscles and made him so fast that his senses are going haywire. Feeling the extreme change, the boy comments that he'll need some time to get used to it. His blue-haired friend sweats in the audience, barely able to follow the movements. The girl attacks relentlessly, but the hero dodges every cut with absurd ease. Very frustrated with the humiliation, the young woman yells, accusing her opponent of messing around. With a friendly little laugh, our hero denies the accusation and says he's taking it seriously. He dives from the sky, landing a brutal punch on the sword, proving he sees her as a threat. The impact pushes the warrior back, forcing her to drag her boots on the ground. Stretching his arms, the boy decides it's the perfect time to end the combat. The blonde girl is confused as the newcomer thinks for a bit and decides to name the move something. While trying to keep up with the fight, the blonde girl gets lost in thought about the technique. In the blink of an eye, the hero cuts through the distraction, and his opponent's eyes widen as he disappears. Fully focused, The warrior mentally prepares herself to counter the special attack, but the fighter appears under her arm, landing a blow called Thunder Peak. The punch explodes right in the girl's stomach, paralyzing her body in the middle of the arena. Without wasting time, the test inspector lets out a shout, declaring the end of the match. The boy says it was a really good fight, laughing with his hands on his hips. Fallen to her knees on the ground, the young warrior is out of breath, feeling pain throughout her body. Trembling with pure humiliation, the master's daughter grinds her teeth, stating something. Sweating profusely, she refuses to accept defeat because her mission is to beat her siblings. The blonde girl imagines the image of a dragon while remembering her siblings' superiority. However, she is startled when the newcomer crouches in front of her and says the showdown was good. The boy smiles, extending a hand to the girl, confessing that the duel was really cool. With a joyful expression on his face, he says it would be boring if it was the only time. Hearing these calm and sincere words, his opponent's cheeks blush. She falls sitting on the sand, out of breath, while her new rival helps her up to start over. Very excited, our hero guarantees with a big smile on his face that he already wants to fight again. Holding his hand, the girl cries, admitting that he is very strong and she lost. Hours later, in a dark dimension, the castle's examiners explore a rift. Some students in dark robes come face to face with an invasion of monsters. Using arms full of bones, the sinister monsters charge at the small group. In the midst of the darkness, an imposing warrior reveals his great power with an aura. A red shadow takes the form of a giant dragon, and the pressure crushes the air. At this, he delivers a strike with his heavy sword, hitting the beasts with impact. Shouting in anger, the warrior unleashes a deadly blast called the First Strike of Destruction. The power hits the enemies, tearing through time and space, disintegrating the spikes. A super intense glow cuts through even the arena stones, bursting every terrifying monster. After this show of destruction, the fighter sheathes his blade, ignoring the bodies. Terrified, a squad of inspectors passes right by the master, fearing his strength. Walking through the cracked portal, the powerful red-haired combatant displays his fury. As soon as the thick smoke clears, the boss with a vacant look listens to the report. Startled by the response, the guard shares a rumor about the young female candidate. Hearing this great news, the leader's footsteps echo through the vast hall. Swinging his royal cloak, he crosses his arms, awaiting the details about his daughter. With his head bowed, the messenger excitedly reports on the prodigy's great potential. But the dark leader becomes furious with the talk, wanting to know the girl's usefulness. Nervous, the poor instructor hesitates a bit and confesses that the fighter lost the match. Hearing the word lost, the master turns his back, demanding to know the winner's level. Hesitantly, the guard reveals the image of a young fighter, confirming the fact. The shadow of the golden-eyed boy flashes in the leader's thoughts, calling to him. The great leader remembers when our hero's mother was expelled from the family. She was a beautiful peasant who worked as a maid and won the master's love. The guard breaks into a cold sweat, remembering that the woman passed on during childbirth. Thus, he questions how a boy who grew up alone learned such strong techniques. Turning his back again, the supreme leader decides it's time to start the first test. Desperate, the inspector tries to warn that it's too soon and the students aren't strong enough. Using the image of several young people, the guard claims that the children wouldn't survive. The leader replies very coldly that misfortune doesn't forgive, and only the strong survive out there. Showing a deadly look, the warrior states that if the children don't pass, they deserve to disappear. Completely intimidated by the master's coldness, the guard falls silent, and the chief orders him. Hearing the name, the inspector is startled, because the woman in question is very tough. With his cape fluttering, the leader walks to the center, ordering Freya to supervise. Very curious, the master thinks about the boy's achievements and decides to see for himself. The next day, our hero and the other students train with excitement in the arena. His blue-haired classmate punches the air, excited and sweaty, trying his best to keep up. Beside him, the young hero trains in a crazy way, lifting rocks and using his art. In the past, the 15th master created a super cool art to strengthen the family's bodies. Holding 3 huge stones, the fighter is confused to hear his partner's demand. Our hero sighs and says he has already learned the leader's lesson, and his friend almost has a fit, completely calm. The boy points out that his partner's energy flow is wrong. After a lot of sweat, the hero finally destroys a large rock with ease. The boy notices his success and turns his head, ordering his blue-haired friend to turn around. His training partner starts to glow brightly, revealing he has awakened a star. The 2 boys smile with happiness, celebrating, and the hero guarantees it was the right way. Angry at his partner's doubt, the hero clenches his teeth, stating that his friend has mastered it. His blue-haired classmate cries with emotion, saying that no one besides his father had ever helped him. Very grateful for his strong friend's support, the boy cries, saying he thought the art was useless. Our hero shakes his head, praising him, and saying that the punch is actually brilliant. The old system had 4 very good levels of attack, plus a secret form. The warrior is curious because the last blow is so powerful it can destroy a dragon. Even though he's excited about the new technique's level, our hero resumes his own training. With a huge smile, he points out that everyone has their own time and rhythm. His blue-haired classmate is moved and, with tears in his eyes, asks the hero to train him. The boy scratches his face, finding his partner's request a bit bold, while noticing something. But the friends remain excited, coordinating their training and ensuring they will become strong. The duo looks on in shock as they notice the blonde warrior joining them in training. Embarrassed by the new classmate, our hero puffs out his chest, stating that she can stay. The girl blushes, feeling shy, and asks if she could also train. Her blue-haired partner chokes, finding it absurd that she would ask such a thing. Nervous about the conversation's atmosphere, the blonde girl admits she never imagined our hero to be so superior. The blonde-haired girl admits with shame that her pride was crushed by him. At this, she musters up the courage to ask the newcomer to train her to surpass her siblings. Our hero remains silent and thoughtful, and his blue-haired friend looks at the girl, surprised. With a sad look, the fighter thinks he will refuse because training an enemy is strange. The young man thinks about them being candidates, and his classmate remembers she is the chief's daughter. The boy says he doesn't care but asks if her body has already healed from the last fight. The girl shows a healing potion and explains she has already used one, so there's no problem. His blue-haired friend whispers that the potion used in the exam wasn't as strong as this one. He adds that since she's Leica, she must have used a much better potion. The young warrior insists on her request, wanting to know if he will make time for her. With a giant smile, our hero accepts right away, saying he would never refuse. The 2 are confused when the boy calls them young ones, since they are the same age. The boy asks if she's sure about training with the one who defeated her, and the blonde girl agrees. With a clenched fist, the young woman states she will do whatever it takes to get strong and become the chief. Our hero then asks the reason for such an obsession with becoming the clan leader. The girl reveals that if she doesn't become the leader, her fate is a political marriage. Upon hearing this harsh reality, the boy's face darkens, and he becomes very angry with the situation. She explains that the Ultragon family blood is special and can be used in various ways. His blue-haired friend gets scared and suggests they run away, but the hero gets irritated. With his fist in flames, the young man yells that he will destroy all these family customs. At that moment, a powerful voice shouts, ordering everyone to get in position in the arena. The trio is confused by the interruption, and the boy complains about the terrible timing. Then, a woman with long red hair approaches, walking toward them. One of the instructors announces that from that day on, they will have a new teacher. The red-haired woman approaches the blonde girl and asks if her name is Leica, surprising the girl. With a focused gaze, the blonde-haired girl is shocked by the new instructor. At this, Leica lets out a scream and jumps back, startled by the woman's approach. The red-haired woman blinks, praising the girl's reflexes and the quality of her energy. The 2 boys are shocked for not sensing her presence and wonder who she is. The other instructors also comment in awe that their new colleague is very fast. The woman then introduces herself as Lady Frigga, a member of the Black Dragon Squad. After that, Frigga turns to our hero and asks if he is Lord Zeke, and he confirms. She is intrigued that he isn't surprised, but the boy says it's not shocking. The instructor narrows her eyes, analyzing the young fighter with pure curiosity. With a confident smile, our hero comments that she has a cool fighting technique. Frigga thinks to herself that now she understands why the family head is interested. Our hero also analyzes the woman, thinking her stealth technique is cool, but his art is better. He notices her energy is concentrated in her legs and wonders what martial art it is. With her feet firmly on the ground, the new instructor prepares to start her first class. Frigga announces herself to the class, and all the students are in shock to see the famous Frigga. The inspector then reveals that she is a 6-star powerhouse, and everyone must learn from her. With this news, the students are shocked and wonder why someone so important has appeared. The red-haired woman replies that, of course, she will teach them, but then adds but with a confident smile, the instructor announces she will only teach those who pass her test. The class is desperate at the news of a surprise test being thrown at them. At this, she shows a crystal and says the test is to survive for a month on a mountain. The boys are scared just hearing the name, but our hero finds the name nostalgic. This place is a region full of venomous creatures and dangerous plants everywhere. Even touching a single blade of grass can be fatal for an ordinary person. The boy remembers training there in his past life and wonders if it's too soon. Frigga explains that if the crystal breaks or is lost, they fail instantly. A student asks what happens if they fail, and she replies that they will be expelled. The instructor explains that the poison can be controlled with a special family technique, but Laika raises her hand and questions the teacher about the mountain's monsters. The woman coldly replies that they must defeat the monsters to avoid starving. Terrified, the students wonder if their martial arts can handle this. She then smiles and says they will have 5 days to train in one of the weapon arts. With a way to fight the monsters, survival should be easy, but there's a catch. With an intimidating look, the redhead warns that she won't be responsible for them. A boy asks if she will help in case of danger, but the answer is an explosion. Frigga says the weak are eliminated, and if they don't pass, they must accept their end. All the students are terrified by her words, and some begin to cry. Our hero wonders if the family has changed and remembers a much kinder past. Clapping her hands, the instructor announces that she has talked enough and will distribute the manuals. The students start grabbing the books, and his blue-haired friend is unsure which one to pick. Our hero then advises his classmate to choose the spear, since he used one before. His friend thanks him for the help, while Laika thinks about taking the sword, but the hero stops her. Pointing his finger, the boy confidently says that his blonde classmate should choose fencing. The girl is confused by the advice, and the young man explains that it will help her. The girl decides to trust his advice, and our hero smiles, satisfied with the choice. After everyone has taken their manuals, the instructor announces they have 5 days to train. With a sinister smile on her face, the teacher warns that if they don't train, they will meet their end. The students hold their books tightly, feeling the weight of responsibility and fear. The red-haired woman suddenly stops and says she remembered one more important thing. She reveals that the older students will also be there to steal the newcomers' crystals. The upperclassmen are shown, and the teacher explains that the mountain is big, so they might not even meet. Waving a handkerchief, she says goodbye and wishes them good luck, as the upperclassmen will be hunting them. His blue-haired friend panics, yelling that besides the monsters, they'll also be attacked. Laika worries because the upperclassmen are 2-star or higher, and most will meet their end. Our hero agrees with her and shouts to everyone that if they can't do it alone, they should form groups. He explains that forming teams is not forbidden, and it's better to have more people for hunting. With a cute smile, the boy says that, of course, he will enjoy the challenge alone. The blonde girl is unsure if he can do it, but the young man already calls everyone to eat. Then 5 days pass, and the sun rises over the mountain, showing that the test has arrived. Already in their uniforms, the students look nervous, and the blonde girl comments that the weather is nice. Another group of students appears, and one of them agrees with the girl, saying the day is perfect. In front of everyone, the red-haired instructor prepares and, with a serious look, asks if they can begin. Just then, the blue-haired boy nervously remarks that the time for the test has finally come, and the blonde girl agrees. Terrified, the young man wonders if it's really okay for a guy like him to travel alongside her. He feels insecure, remembering he's just a commoner with no stars, but then he hears a familiar voice. Surprised, the spear-wielding boy turns around and breaks into a huge smile upon seeing his two old friends. The blue-haired girl is completely starstruck, saying she can't believe she'll be in a group with a noble. Beside her, the other blonde boy maintains a very calm posture and simply agrees with his friend. But the blonde warrior firmly states that she doesn't care about bloodlines, only about abilities. Hearing their leader's words, the young ones grip their weapons with determination, ready to give it their all. Full of energy, the blue-haired partner promises to fight hard and not be a burden to the team. The three friends form a great team, while the blonde girl trusts in everyone's potential. At that moment, the hero approaches with a smile and confirms that he'll be taking this entire test alone. The girl panics, thinking his calmness is absurd, and swears she's shaking with nerves. A bit confused, the protagonist tries to understand the reason for their fear, since there are many strong students there. The three youths stare at their classmate in shock, thinking he's a huge exception to the normal rule. Looking at the group, the blonde girl asks if the hero also thinks the boys are strong, and he confirms it. The boy praises the leader's judgment, stating that she gathered the best students in the entire class. With a finger raised, the fighter guarantees that with good offense and defense, their test will be easy. Suddenly, the redhead woman appears in style and notices that the students have formed their teams. The instructor praises their tactic, since not everyone has mastered their weapons, and announces that the event is about to begin. Holding the shiny object, the professor reminds them that their mission is to survive for 1 month on the mountain. She points out that they just need to have the little magic crystal in their hands on the final day to pass the trial. However, the redhead leaves a somber warning, explaining that all the crystals in the test are exactly the same. With a cold look, our hero gets the message and realizes that stealing is totally fair game. The woman points her finger and says that right after they go in, the upperclassmen will begin the hunt. In the shadows, the older students lurk and laugh, thinking that taking things from the rookies will be very easy. Hearing this, the small squad gulps, feeling the immense pressure of the challenge approaching. Without wasting any time, the beautiful woman swings her arm forcefully and shouts, ordering the test to begin. In that instant, a huge crowd of kids runs desperately into the great forest. Running ahead, the blonde girl demands that her partner survive, and the hero wishes them good luck. The young leader calls her squad, and the small group moves forward together, ready to face the danger. But our protagonist decides to stay put near the professor, simply waving goodbye to his friends. The instructor looks at him, confused, warning him that he should go too, and the boy agrees, laughing at the situation. The boy apologizes, saying he got distracted, and the woman notices that he doesn't feel any fear. Walking in a relaxed manner, the hero says his goodbyes, and the professor finds his attitude very strange. Soon, night falls over the mountains, and the atmosphere at the camp grows colder and more tense. One of the guards crosses his arms and comments to the redhead that this challenge was too harsh for them. The man explains that few children have awakened stars, and they have no combat experience. The proctor sighs, wondering who will pass the test, but the leader tells him to stop worrying. She assures him that the venomous creatures in the area are weak, not exceeding a 2-star level. With a confident smile, the woman vows that the class will be fine, and the guard calms down at her words. The redhead woman smiles in a very sinister way, thinking she'll release that dangerous something later. The proctor hears the professor muttering and asks what she said, but the woman smiles, hiding her idea. Just then, the redhead shouts an order, and the group of upperclassmen students rushes into the great forest. Watching the dust settle, the instructor gives a malicious smile, wondering how many will survive. In the middle of the dark woods, two upperclassmen run excitedly, eager to hunt the little freshman, hidden in the bushes. An older girl aims her crossbow, noticing a target right in front of her. She smiles confidently upon seeing our protagonist walking alone and completely unprotected. Another upperclassman holding a large hammer appears, laughing and thinking the freshman's attitude is just foolish. With a predator's gaze, the archer aims carefully and prepares to strike without any mercy. Without losing a single second, the upperclassman fires a super fast arrow straight at her target. The projectile cuts through the wind, passing through branches and flying straight towards the young hero's face. But to the upperclassman's total despair, a hand appears, catching the arrow in mid-air with extreme firmness. With a giant smile on his face, our protagonist excitedly states that he was waiting for them. The three older students are completely in shock, unable to understand what the boy just said. Before they can even think, the boy dashes forward, closing the distance and terrifying the small group. Showing a wild expression, the young fighter invites them all to play together there in the woods. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, a poisonous frog suddenly leaps out to attack the blue-haired boy. Realizing the immense danger, his friend draws her sword and decides to act fast, moving with determination. With a flawless move, the young warrior slices the disgusting monster in two in the blink of an eye. But she doesn't notice another creature attacking from the trees, landing right on her back. At that moment, the shield-bearing companion appears in front, defending against the creature's fierce impact. Immediately after, the boy attacks, spinning his body and using his sword to strike back with great force. The blow lands squarely, sending the creature to the ground, defeated, while the boy breathes a sigh of relief. Nearby, the blue-haired partner uses his spear to pierce another animal, making his friend very proud. The trio regroups near the carcasses, and the swordswoman highlights their great teamwork. Turning their heads, the group is amazed to see the blonde leader standing casually in front of a pile of monsters. The group praises the warrior, and she smiles shyly, reminding them that it's all easy because she's a two-star fighter. The leader then notices her colleagues' progress, as the boy with the shield and the swordswoman have awakened their first star. But the spear-wielding young man hangs his head sadly because he hasn't yet achieved the same feat. Seeing their colleagues' anguish, his friends offer support, telling him he'll surely get strong very soon. The team leader also approaches, praising his immense courage in dealing with the venomous enemies. She remembers the good training he did with the hero and tells him to be patient, which moves the blue-haired boy deeply. Feeling the mood gradually change, the blonde fighter looks at the sky, noting that it's better to head back to base. The sun begins to set slowly, coloring the entire dangerous mountain with a beautiful, bright orange hue. While walking through the dense darkness of the forest, the youths hear a strange noise coming from the bushes. Everyone immediately stops walking, and the small team stares into the dark woods with great apprehension. The blonde girl's expression changes, her face hardening with anger as she asks what that intruder is doing in their territory. Soon, a boot emerges from the woods, breaking the tense silence with a voice full of irony. The three young ones are startled, instantly recognizing who is spying on them in the great forest. A much older boy appears, smiling maliciously, knowing that his clever disguise has been discovered. The blue-haired girl asks if he's from the upper class and came to take their crystals, and he agrees with a laugh. The upperclassman proudly displays his two-star aura and comments that he didn't expect it to be like as base. Firmly, the blonde leader points her greatsword and warns him that he'll never be able to win alone. But with a malicious look, the boy gives a smirk and asks who said he was there alone. In that instant, three more older students emerge from the shadows, leaving the small squad terrified. The blonde warrior breaks into a cold sweat, realizing it will be very difficult to fight while protecting her three companions. Just then, one of the adversaries firmly grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to launch a powerful attack. Angrily drawing his weapon, The upperclassman yells for the little kids to just surrender quietly. However, the leader leaps with agility and attacks with her heavy sword, causing a great impact in the air. Showing all her grit, the blonde girl unleashes a strong energy and charges forward, shouting to protect her team. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl crosses swords with another upperclassman and tells her friends to hang in there. Nearby, the boy with the shield defends against a strong spear attack, using all his body's strength. The spear-wielding boy is also under a lot of pressure, trying to withstand the harsh blows with great difficulty. The enemy attacks mercilessly with a sword and yells for the rookie to hand over his crystal right now. In a flashback, the frightened colleague wonders what the method is for defeating stronger fighters. Sitting on the ground, the boy explains that he hasn't awakened his star yet and is very afraid of being attacked. The protagonist clenches his fists excitedly and just tells him to give up, leaving his partner shocked. Looking at the landscape, the boy explains that without stars, it's impossible to beat someone at a much higher level. Confused by the explanation, the blue-haired colleague listens intently, trying to understand that logic. The hero raises his fingers, reminding him that the dangers on the mountain are at most a 2-star level. With a nice smile, the fighter guarantees there's a simple way, and his friend asks what the secret would be. The young man is told the technique is to simply exploit an opening, as that can turn the tide against enemies. Amazed, the boy asks how he would find this opening, and his companion replies that he must endure. With a sharp gaze, the protagonist advises that his partner must endure taking hits until the rival makes a mistake. The boy is startled, and his friend points out that being very weak makes it impossible to create your own advantage. Gripping his clothes tightly, the blue-haired colleague breaks into a cold sweat and asks if he can really endure all that pain. The fighter warns him very seriously that enduring is a must, or else victory will be a pointless dream. Hearing the harsh words, the young man finally understands the weight of the advice and accepts the difficult reality. Pointing his finger, the hero assures him that against regular people, his friend can hold his own and asks him to calm down. The companion lowers his head, very discouraged, and our protagonist notices that he has no confidence. Annoyed, the fighter shouts, telling his colleague to believe in himself more so he can become much stronger. With his finger pointed forward, the experienced friend decides to pass on one last essential piece of advice to the boy. Showing a nice smile, the hero excitedly tells his colleague to just not overthink it during the battle. He explains that there's no need to calculate anything, but rather to just be patient until the enemy completely lowers their guard. At that, the boy imagines himself charging forward and driving his spear forcefully into the enemy's opening. The protagonist pokes his partner's chest, confirming that this is the right way to defeat someone strong. Back in the present, the enemy brutally attacks the shield, calling our poor rookie very stubborn. Being pushed back, the spear-wielding boy remembers the advice and focuses on just surviving the blows. Even while trembling and dripping with sweat, the freshman clenches his teeth, maintaining a fierce and very brave expression. Annoyed, the upperclassman leaps, delivering a violent overhead attack, while the rookie blocks it firmly. The enemy attacks furiously, falling from the sky and telling the rookie to give up once and for all. But the blue-haired boy grips his spear tightly, showing a look full of determination. At that moment, a strong blue light shines intensely in the middle of the dangerous battle. Using all his strength, the boy fires a blast of pure energy straight ahead. The precise attack hits the rival's opening, sending the upperclassman flying in an instant. Completely in shock, the older boy spits, finding that absolutely impossible. Panting, the young fighter stands tall, facing his fallen and defeated adversary on the ground. At that moment, the chest of his uniform glows, revealing the mark of a newly earned star. On the other side, the blonde warrior smiles, noticing that her great friend managed to win. Her enemy shouts in anger, not accepting defeat to someone at the same level as him. With that, the leader leaps and crushes her rival with a golden strike of immense destructive power. She remembers the hero's advice about using axe techniques with her heavy sword. The brutal impact finishes the adversary, leaving the upperclassman completely out of commission. Nearby, another upperclassman panics, seeing his total defeat approaching. The swordswoman attacks swiftly with her weapon, ending the confrontation once and for all. With the area clear, the group's leader runs over, leaving her knocked-out enemy behind. Arriving near her friends, the blonde girl asks if they are all okay after the tough ordeal. The spear-wielding boy blushes, very surprised to see the beautiful smile of his great leader. The entire small team celebrates their victory with great joy, forgetting their earlier fear. The leader congratulates her blue-haired colleague on his new star, and he thanks her, crying with emotion. She smiles in relief, noticing that all her friends have now become much stronger. Looking at the sky, the leader trusts in their strength and wonders how our hero is doing. In another very dark part of the forest, an atmosphere of terror completely dominates the area. One of the upperclassmen runs desperately, trying to save his own life from a great threat. An older girl cries in panic, begging the monster not to come near her. Amidst the fallen bodies, our protagonist walks as the group flees in terror. Crying hard, the female student runs, calling for help and wondering what kind of creature that is. Without any mercy, the boy grabs one of the rivals by the foot, as if he were just a doll. With a terrifying smile, the fighter holds a large snake, leaving the upperclassman in shock. Laughing loudly, the boy asks if there's anyone left to play with him there. The students run, thinking the freshman is crazy, and wonder why they've become the prey in the test. Just then, one of the guys trips badly on the ground, remembering that they were supposed to be the predators. The boy laughs nervously as he sees the little monster approach, saying he's tired of tag. Showing glowing eyes, the young man extends his hand and tells the upperclassman to get up and fight. The older boy faces that dark aura and panics, feeling pure fear. Trembling from head to toe, the upperclassman lets out a sharp scream, completely overcome by terror. The fear is so great that the rival faints on the spot, and the hero lets out a frustrated sigh. Annoyed, the boy complains about their cowardice, since they were so eager to hunt the rookies before. Then, the protagonist looks to the side, saying that a mysterious someone should be approaching. Walking through the woods, the boy laughs excitedly, announcing that he'll continue his brutal game. Using branches and leaves, one of the inspectors completely conceals his presence, spying from a distance. Hidden in the dark, the man watches in horror, unable to believe what his own eyes were seeing. Sensing his presence being noticed, the proctor is even more startled by the boy's absurd potential. Fearing the worst, the guard reflects, breaking into a cold sweat, and concludes that he needs to report this immediately. The next day at the camp, the redhead woman receives her proctor, asking for the latest news. He responds directly, revealing that many 7-year-old students are already out of commission. Surprised by the high elimination rate, she wants to know about the older students, and the guard says they are on the run. The man's report leaves his colleague and the other instructors at the camp even more terrified. The inspector isn't ashamed to tell the truth, but the guards tremble at the shocking news. With her arms crossed, the leader demands to know what kind of monster the upperclassmen are running from. The instruction for the area was to only have weak things, but the proctor points out that they're fleeing from siege. In a dark forest, the scene returns to the protagonist running excitedly after the upperclassmen. Everyone at the base is stunned, wondering if it's not absurd for the hunters to become the prey. Worried, the man states that the hero's attitude is unprecedented, but fears the master's reaction. His aura completely ablaze, the boy frightens the proctor, who swears he's seeing an absolute monster. The redhead agrees that the boy is a prodigy of strength, but remembers how strange he seemed at the beginning. Tapping her chin, the instructor realizes the irony of the boy, who pretended to be relaxed just to attack. She notes that he was the true predator, letting his prey play while the weather was still good. Without further ado, a loud sound of chains cuts through the silence, surprising everyone who hears it. The instructor gives a malicious smile, because her terrifying delivery was finally there. Feeling a strong chill, the proctor raises his voice worriedly, fearing the woman's huge mistake. The area leader then comforts her colleague, firmly assuring him that the great monster has been properly adjusted. She explains that the creature was configured to injure those who exude great power, as if they were of that class. Choking on the report, her colleague discovers that the huge monster was the real final test for that boy. A tremendous cage hiding that mystery highlights everyone's terror, while the redhead simply ignores it. Looking back, the camp leader gives the final order, authorizing the great gate to be opened. Returning to the feared mountain forest, the dawn illuminates the youths who are still walking. But the boy in the group stops, feeling the ground vibrate as he looks down in astonishment. His shield-bearing colleague confirms it, breaking into a cold sweat, fearing it's just another upperclassman in pursuit. The blue-haired boy disagrees, pointing forward and saying he believes it's another huge monster hidden in the jungle. Soon it begins to rain amidst the fog, drenching the boys and increasing their great fear. With an immense roar and ferocious steps, a huge stone creature emerges, knocking down the entire forest in its path. Greatly concerned, the blonde girl yells for her team to run fast, because the thing was massive. Suddenly, the team is thrown far away in an instant by a thunderous punch, causing a lot of destruction. Coughing hard from the impact, the young woman points in fear, warning that the monster is already coming for them. On the other side, the spear-wielding boy holds his weapon, sweating bullets, thinking a golem of that level would be unbeatable. Revealing its rocky and very frightening face, the great creature exudes an immense, fierce, reddish light. Walking alone and bored in the forest, our young hero reflects, thinking the event would be easy. Sitting casually on a huge pile of defeated upperclassmen and monsters, the dark-haired freshman lets out a sigh. Looking at the fallen kids, the boy rests his chin on his hand, frustrated because the great test was far too easy. Showing a super beautiful landscape, a new morning illuminates the entire enormous, dangerous mountain. Noticing a stranger monster, the protagonist jumps down from his mountain of defeated foes. Looking to the side, he notes that little monsters of this class haven't appeared in over 1,000 years. The young man gets curious, wondering why it would appear right there, since it was something for the professors to handle. He concludes that the instructors released the little monster on purpose, wondering what they wanted with it. With a huge smile on his face, the protagonist gets excited, thinking the event has finally gotten fun. All fired up, he dashes forward at high speed, wanting to fight the 3-star-class beast. In the meantime, his swordswoman friend attacks the giant stone monster with all her great fury. The impact of the sword hits the stone beast, but the monster doesn't even move a millimeter back. The shield-bearing partner backs away in terror, not understanding how the girl didn't even leave a scratch on the beast. Advancing without any fear, the boy uses all his strength, hitting his shield with great anger. Seeing that it caused no damage, the blonde leader moves away, realizing that this level was super dangerous. Taking some distance, the warrior unleashes a new, super fast magic attack she calls lightning. The blow hits the creature, causing only a crack, and the leader notes she can only damage its shell. Barely breaking a sweat, the leader gets a cold chill, realizing that creature is just shy of a 2-star class. Standing still, the young blue-haired girl despairs, asking her blonde companion in fear what they should do. The sword girl decides to act as a decoy, telling the trio to run, but her friend doesn't want to abandon her partner. Gripping her weapon tightly, the girl calmly explains that if they stay, they'll only get in the way of her strategy. But before they could finish their conversation, the huge creature focuses on its target, letting out a thick smoke from its mouth. Sweating profusely, the leader admits to her friend that none of them would be able to put a decent scratch on the beast. Clenching his fists with all his immense determination, the boy with the shield steps in front of his partner. Startled by his action, she asks her friend what he's doing and doesn't understand his strange stubbornness. The two companions announce together that they won't run and will help the leader with whatever they need to do. Facing the immense golem, the three of them look forward, willing to face this tough challenge all together. Very happy with their good attitude, the blonde girl gives a small smile, accepting that they'll fight together. Preparing to advance, The young man with the shield shouts with determination as they get into their positions. The blonde girl draws in energy, concentrating it all in her sword as she glares with a deadly look, ready to fight. With enormous brutality, she launches a gigantic magic attack, wanting to split the golem in two. However, the monster takes the super strike without feeling a single scratch, leaving the group of rookies in shock. Defending his companions, the boy with the shield endures a heavy frontal attack, holding on tight. Trembling from the harsh impact, he feels his arms weakening but tries not to retreat a single centimeter. Quickly, the swordswoman and the blue-haired boy attack the monster, wanting to help amidst the onslaught. While they distract the big creature, the leader jumps very high, ready to deliver her next big blow. Concentrating an enormous power in her sword, the blonde girl shouts with a tremendous golden determination. Then, the leader's attack comes down, fiercely driving a sword into it and unleashing an overwhelming power. A huge boom echoes throughout the dense forest, destroying many of the large trees nearby. The others watch in fear at the enormous explosion, hoping it was the final blow. Exhausted from the huge effort, the girl breathes with extreme difficulty, almost falling to her knees. The blue-haired boy worries about his friend with the shield, but he soon appears, supported by the girl beside him. With everyone okay, the group breathes a sigh of relief, wanting to return to base, but a terrible noise approaches. Menacingly, the creature's hand descends in a devastating punch, while the blue-haired boy defends with his spear. The golem grabs the blonde girl with crushing force, making her gasp for air as the blue-haired boy shouts. In great pain, the leader closes her eyes, admitting her big mistake for having lowered her guard. Shocked, her blue-haired friend runs to help, saying she can't believe the golem withstood the blow. Desperate, the spear-wielding young man runs forward, shouting for the huge monster to let his partner go. In the blink of an eye, the huge stone beast throws the blonde girl far away, launching her body against a tree. All her friends scream the blonde's name in terror, thinking that was the end for their brave leader. From the brutality of the throw, her body breaks an entire tree trunk, causing a great gust of wind. The leader falls injured, and everyone runs towards her while the golem continues to pound the ground. The huge monster roars deafeningly, using its immense body to smash the ground. Hurriedly, the team rescues their leader and runs with her, injured, wondering where that beast came from. In the midst of the immense confusion, a very excited and laughing voice echoes, catching everyone's attention. Their eyes widening, the team partners shout, perplexed and relieved, upon hearing their friend's name. Our protagonist lands in a very cute pose, jokingly asking what that rock was. Looking up, the hero recalls that he felt something bad earlier when he saw that huge lightning flash. Thrilled by the glow, he recognized the energy technique and ran desperately towards the battle. During his run, he worriedly wondered how long the team could hold out against a 3-star. Determined to get there, the hero clenched his fists, focusing all his power to use the skill he had learned. Concentrating the force in his hands, the boy dug his fingers into the ground, wanting to test his explosive magic. In a brutal impulse, the magic destroyed the earth and launched the fighter, breaking everything in his path. Flying low, the protagonist let out an insane roar, leaving an absurd trail of destruction behind him. Breaking countless trees with just his own body, the beast cut through the air like a true rocket. Smiling, the boy pats his own head proudly, thinking the technique suited his body perfectly. The magic of the dragon arts he read about was seen only as very simple and pure movements. The boy admires the strength he's gained, excitedly stating that his body has become a perfect weapon for attacks. But focusing his attention, the fighter returns to the danger, realizing he had no time to lose. Bleeding quite a bit, the blonde leader looks at him, sighing with relief and surprise, along with her blue-haired friend. With a huge smile on his face, the protagonist strikes a cool pose, checking if everyone was okay. Anxiously, the blue-haired girl points to the stone golem, warning the hero of the immense danger he was in. Finding the giant beast amusing, the warrior jokes and comments that he's never seen a living pile of rocks. Ignoring his presence, the huge monster continues its attack, punching the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Analyzing the monster's heavy shell, the hero understands that simple attacks wouldn't be able to pierce it. With a dangerous smile, the fighter states that winning easily would be super boring and advances on the golem. Watching her friend run, the leader breathes warily and remarks that he was always very reckless. Getting close, the warrior faces off with the giant beast, which brings both of its large hands down on him with full force. Looking up, the hero puffs out his chest, realizing that the golem's strength was indeed something terrifying. With a swift leap, the monster punches the ground, trying to crush him with immense force and speed. Smashing the ground, the massive punch kicks up huge chunks of earth, creating a large crater. With his eyes glowing brightly, the boy gives an insane smile, yelling for all his friends to fall back. The blonde leader runs, supported by everyone, agreeing with the dangerous request, seeing that he was going to fight seriously. Landing on the ground right after the punch, the protagonist shows a determined smile and doesn't back down. Displaying a flaming aura, the hero goes on the offensive, attacking the fierce, rocky monster. Dashing forward, the young man prepares himself, stating that he would test the inner toughness of that huge beast. Nearing the creature, the fighter does a jump, flipping backward with enormous power ready in his leg. The boy's leg hits the beast, creating a flash of massive power, as he declares it the first dragon art. A great explosion of light erupts, tearing the golem in half as the hero relentlessly focuses his attack. Stopping on the ground, grinning from ear to ear, the boy celebrates, noticing that his crazy plan worked. With the forest glowing in the background from the great energy released, the warrior finds it all marvelous. Just then, time rewinds to the redhead instructor shouting and confirming with the proctors what the test rule was. Laughing hard, the professor claims they will redo the test because they were the ones who got taken from by a single rookie. Resuming a serious posture, the instructor turns and sighs, telling the boy to wipe that smug look off his face. In front of two large closed doors, the pair stops next to the guards and awaits the moment of their grand entrance. With her hands on her hips, she again asks him to focus, as they were about to face the master himself. At that moment, the hero calmly recalls the immense terror this man caused his many adversaries. Terrified by the master's violent past, she warns that she doesn't want to see her best student become a victim. Soon, the handle turns with a creak, and our boy puffs out his chest, ready to face the man. They come face to face with two family proctors, protecting the other door with care and great determination. Holding the swords at their waists, the guards hear the redhead woman's footsteps asking for authorization to pass. Entering the grand hall, the woman opens her mouth, apologizing for the interruption as the hero walks in. The huge room is filled with magic books, while the protagonist reflects on his attitude in front of the leader. Showing his huge angry face, the lord sits in a large golden chair with a pen in his hand. The hero bows slightly, showing great respect for that human monster in all his immense glory. Bored, the freshman remains very neutral, saying he no longer cares for those questions full of beating around the bush. Surprised and ticked off by the kid's enormous audacity and lack of respect, the chief's pen trembles with irritation. Relaxed in his casual way, the hero claims that since they only said to survive, he saw no restrictions. Desperate, the instructor cries, gulping, as she turns to give him a major scolding. Horrified by his lack of manners, the professor throws her arms down and shouts, questioning what he was thinking. Hidden in the shadow, the Lord's malevolent essence begins to leak out, showing an infernal image. Unable to withstand the weight of this crazy energy, the redhead woman doubles over, feeling her own stomach churn. Showing he is unfazed by that oppressive monstrosity, the young man just calmly looks around the place. Huffing with irritation, the little fighter asks the leader not to make threats, because it's an annoying attitude for a strong guy. Completely shocked by this extreme bravery, the master's stern face freezes, his expression widening even more. With their knees on the floor, the pair faces the master as the boy asks if the whole lecture was just about that. Taking all the focus, the freshman doesn't tremble, questioning the big revelation about fighting with those guys. Extremely nervous, the white-haired lord unloads, wanting to know the boy's reasons for becoming such a prodigy. With an immense silence filling the room, our young man turns to the side, calmly thinking about his reason. Excited about the answer to be given, the hero just raises his voice, laughing and saying he was just strong for no reason. Their eyes falling silent at this extremely absurd revelation, the pair finally reflects without fear. Accepting this huge nonsense, the leader admits he was very wrong, offering our boy a fine reward. Distraught, the instructor screams out in pure desperation, asking the master what on earth was happening. Looking at the beautiful morning light, he explains everything about that prize and the beautiful books within. The gleaming items attract attention, as that place holds very precious things from all over the world. An inspector warns that the Eldragon family's things were very secret, and that no one could see or take them. The boy pays no attention, asking to take everything, and leaving the beautiful redhead red with so much anger. But ignoring all his craziness, the chief wags his fingers towards the exit and tells them to go already. Taking quick steps, the redhead grabs the boy and pulls, wanting to get him away from this long talk. Forcing his arm slightly, she says she's flattered and takes the poor guy away before the scolding. In the meantime, the boy digs in his heels while being dragged and hears the leader make a nice invitation. Staring with a frightening expression, the boy says that with these annoying rules, he won't get good at this. A flash of light fills the entire room, leaving the leader stunned as he thinks about his bold words. In the background, hallucinations seem to fly like red dragons, wanting to play with the golden beast. Slamming the door quickly, the instructor cuts off the strange atmosphere, saying the tests are over, showing the glow in the landscape. The castle was absurdly huge for just one man who wanted peace. Tapping her nails near the room's door, she yells, asking what the boy's idea was with that. Mustering enormous courage, he doesn't react to all the shouting, just remembering how boring it was. He agrees with the talk, saying there was no reason to be too affectionate, since he was an absent father. With a hand on her chest, she raises her fingers, curious about the sheer audacity of his words. Scenes of the castle appear, showing the entire huge and shiny place. Trying to understand that boy. Puffing out his chest, the boy responds, stating there's no great mystery there in his life. The instructor lets out a long sigh, maintaining her calm and beautiful pose without saying much. Reflecting on the absurd power the young man must wield, the professor recalls the stories that surrounded them. Completely silent, she internally questions the limit to which the family would let things continue this way. Tapping her own boots, she walks, promising to look up that freshman's file as soon as she could. Later, she guides the boy, asking what he will choose from all that grand magical treasure. Arriving in the room, he sees how wonderful the place is, noting that it had a very awesome collection. Placing his thumb near his neck, the boy replies that he has his eye on a bunch of magic books. Curious about the knowledge he lost over time, he points his hand and grumbles, missing his old fights. His friends arrive, smiling broadly, and the blonde girl jokes with him, asking if her partner was okay standing there. Jumping excitedly, the blue-haired boy raises his fists, cheerfully stating that he loved the test's gift. Seeing everyone arrive, the young man agrees, not believing the entire base was there at the big door. A guard instructs and explains that the rules of the place were strict, but nothing too harsh on the group. Catching his attention, his partner points to the hero, saying she'd prefer the other reward he won. With a cute laugh, the warrior states he wants the sacred manuscripts to understand all the mystery in the air. He analyzes how the place can help with everything, pointing out there's a lot of good stuff in the entire huge building. Showing all her confidence in him, the girl laughs, believing in the young man who helped her in great danger before. A guard returns to give the prizes guidelines, telling them to watch the clocks and not stay all day. Dashing off, the entire team agrees, ready to see the surprises and the magical secrets. A friend teaches them to focus on reading and the whole plan so they would have maximum time without any mess. Arriving with a sigh, our hero assesses the many shelves filled with countless great tales. Eyeing the shining stars, a blue-haired Haired colleague points out the decorations, admiring the beautiful event. Looking at the huge ceiling, the boy is impressed with the grandeur of the whole shining place. Smiling broadly, the hero comments that he wants to see if there's any useful knowledge around. Walking through the immense corridors, he confesses that this great library could be very surprising. Completely in shock, the protagonist screams, frightened, wanting to understand what that madness was. Sitting on the floor, the young man can't believe the immense number of floating books falling in front of him. Hiding behind a book, the freshman despairs at seeing so much magical information he didn't understand. Lying on the floor, the boy reflects on the long period of 1,000 years and how that world merged with another. Crawling on the floor, the hero reaches out his hand, focusing his total attention on a specific red book. The reading shows a large reddish dimensional rift that appeared, opening the way to chaos. The tale explains that bizarre monsters roam there, making people use special powers. With that, the noble Eldragon family began to fight these creatures alongside local warriors. The great bonds of battle formed the four powerful founders of that enormous current dynasty. Remembering the past, he notes that the boar monster and his colleague's electric aura came from the other world. Lying on his stomach, the freshman rests his face, relaxed, paying attention to what really mattered there. The book displays a shining image of magic, showing it to be a great technology from outside that world. Distraught, the young man shouts loudly, demanding to know where the book that teaches how to use that power was. Startled by the magic, the boy looks behind him, receiving a mysterious warning asking for complete silence. Staring down the dark corridor, he tries to understand how that floating voice had no presence. Crossing his arms, the hero deduces it's just a voice technique, since he didn't feel any other aura. At that moment, the boy hears a noise and sees a large, shining book flying in his direction. Terrified, the freshman cowers on the floor, seeing a crazy storm of books flying all over the room. Amazed by the power, the young man smiles widely, noticing the threads of energy moving things magically. Flying after the book, the protagonist shouts excitedly, demanding that the owner of the power show themselves. Hidden on the large balcony above, a mysterious man controls the golden energies in complete silence. Understanding nothing, the hero is quickly tied up by the luminous strings, falling onto the wooden floor. Spinning in the air, the poor guy screams as he's thrown out, since the place was closing. Passing through the large door, the boy flies like a puppet being thrown out of the library. Bouncing on the stones, the freshman slides across the floor, complaining about having met another annoying magic. Furious, the young man points his finger, cursing the wind, while his friends run over, worried by the scene. Hiding his embarrassment, he laughs nervously, blaming his excitement, and asks if they found anything good. Excited, his blue-haired friend holds a book on the spear of the clouds, thinking he learned an awesome technique. With a cute smile, the blue-haired girl shows off her manual for the sword of the gentle wind flowers. The blonde warrior proudly shows his two grimoires, focused on the style of the great shield dragon. Laughing in relief, the protagonist is happy to see that everyone was using easy techniques from his past. Turning his body, the young man extends his hand, wanting to know what his blonde colleague's combat choice was. She shows the heavy sword book, saying it was revised by the great 15th leader. With a serious face, the boy reflects on this guy's name, remembering the arts of the dragon's breath. Recalling the library, he thinks about how many old manuals had nice recent improvements. Staring into the void, the boy deduces it's the work of that old master, finding the whole plot fascinating. Giving a confident smile, the freshman just says that it was all really very interesting. Looking at the huge castle, the boy confesses he found everything boring at first, but is greatly looking forward to the future. 5 years pass quickly, showing the grand castle courtyard shining under the bright sunlight. With firm steps, someone approaches, walking through the courtyard and making a sound of surprise upon seeing something. The blonde girl asks where the hero went, and soon hears from a guard that everyone went to the training area. Sighing tiredly, the now older girl thanks him for the information, already imagining the mess that was going on. Arriving at the large dirt field, she sees the protagonist surrounded by his 3 friends, ready to fight. Maintaining a very confident posture, our young prodigy faces his fine squad with a fixed gaze. Meanwhile, in a huge, chic room with large, shining windows, a serious meeting was underway. Looking at some papers on the table, a voice questions if that would really be the emergence of a special rift. Standing in front of the huge table, the soldier confirms the suspicion, assuring there were no doubts about the event. The blue-haired commander explains there's an 80% chance of there being magic water inside. Resting his face on his hand, the Lord complains about the situation as the rift appeared in a very annoying location. The story shows that whoever drinks this liquid becomes a mage capable of using new, overpowered spells. With such power revealed, great brutal wars for territories with these rare sources soon began. Military strength began to be measured by magic, and unfortunately, the hero's family had no sources. Raising the luminous goblet, the story dictates that the only way to get the water was by conquering rifts. Facing his troops, the chief knows that his few mages are elite warriors trained in combat. Returning to the office, the chief notes the tension as the new hall appeared in a dense forest right on the border. Called the Dragon's Forest, that huge green field encroached on the territory of another base. Led by bigwigs in suits, the fierce Cerberus family owned the other side, calling the place Bountiful Hound. Opening the large map, the officer comments that the portal was in their area, but its size brought problems. Pointing to the drawing, he warns that the domain formed by the rift would easily invade enemy soil. Calmly showing the paper, the general agrees with the Lord, knowing that the idiot hounds would notice. Even with limited options, due to it being a bizarre rift, the pair knew they would need to fight for control. Crumpling the paper forcefully, the leader questions if they should act stealthily before their rivals notice. Completely serious, the soldier nods, accepting the Lord's order to summon everyone for a great, brutal test. Returning to the lively training, the little blonde crosses her arms, admiring how her colleagues were giving it their all. Standing with a great master's pose, the hero maintains his sharp gaze, feeling the strong energy. Without mercy, the trio launches their ultimate attacks, covering the boy with very destructive magics. Focusing his vision, the genius boy's eyes shine, ready to show what his pure effort was capable of. Moving his arms at a crazy speed, the freshman deflects and shatters each blow using only his fists. Smiling dangerously close to the blade, the protagonist praises their fine posture before giving a scolding. Facing the blue-haired boy, the young man says he was putting in too much force and ended up killing the spear's great fluidity. Looking at his sword-wielding colleague, the hero points out that focusing too much on speed destroyed all her balance. Turning his face to the boy with the shield, the prodigy confesses that his raw defense was actually good. Beckoning them with his hands, the freshman complains about the blonde colleague's lack of offense and tells them all to come again. Watching from afar, the instructor is thrilled with the incredible scene, finding it all an insanely crazy sight. In disbelief, the woman thinks it's crazy that the boy is tanking those beautiful spells without using a single drop of aura. With an absurd block using his arm, the protagonist shouts that this was all the purest and most beautiful training. Flexing, the boy shows off his very ripped physique, proving that the training had made him as hard as a rock. The blonde girl puts a hand on her head, complaining that the boy should stop fighting while they're talking. The two students stop their attacks, panting and impressed with the absurd defense without using aura. Getting very serious, the girl warns that the prodigy isn't human, remembering his monster nickname. Launching the trio far away with a single blow, the hero asks if the young woman came to train or to pass on a message. Crossing her arms, the warrior warns that soon they will face students from the other areas. Hearing this, the blue-haired boy and his colleagues' eyes widen in fear, knowing that day would inevitably come. Raising her hands, the little blonde confesses she doesn't know many details about their next test. Curious, the protagonist points his finger, wanting to know where she gets so much information. The woman explains that she just has to observe the professors, but the boy says he never paid much attention to that. Sighing, the warrior tells him to be very careful, reminding him of a certain dangerous rival from the West Wing. Walking slowly, the genius boy thinks about this other strong candidate for leader besides the two of them. With a very excited smile, the freshman just mutters that he finds it all very interesting and waits eagerly. A few days pass, and the grand castle courtyard soon fills with various students gathered in the area. In the middle of the crowd, the boys break into a cold sweat, whispering fearfully about the real reason they were all there. Leaning against the old stone walls, some upperclassmen just await the big announcement in pure silence. Observing his surroundings, the prodigy notices that they gathered all the years, and the blonde girl confirms his great suspicion. Just then, a loud noise catches everyone's attention, making the warriors look towards the main entrance. With firm steps, a beautiful woman with pink hair appears, telling everyone to shut their mouths. Feeling the commander's strong presence, the kids obey instantly, swallowing hard with so much fear. Satisfied with the peace, the Cape Chief announces that in exactly 3 days, a big event would begin there. Maintaining her pose, the superior reveals that they will face the strong students from the other bases in the area. With a wide smile, the protagonist gets very excited about the idea, while his colleague trembles with fear. Pointing her hand forward, the commander dictates the rules, demanding full force in the upcoming duels. In the crowd, the cadets break into a cold sweat, commenting that fights like this only happened in their big final exam. Without giving many details, the pink-haired woman just promises a very special mission for the grand winners. His golden eyes shining, the young prodigy is interested right away, imagining it's something very valuable. The woman explains that it will be a grand tournament with 7 strong representatives chosen from each area. Questioning the choice, the leader soon warns that the fighters will come from all the classes present in the courtyard. Hearing the rule, one of the upperclassmen gets indignant, thinking it's absurd to put little kids in this tournament. With a big ego, the guy claims that the rookies are nothing but a bunch of useless kids, being too weak to fight. Turning her back, the pink-haired woman waves her hand, not caring about the words, and tells everyone to decide on the team quickly. Catching their attention, the upperclassman imposes an order, saying that the older students will take all those spots. Stomping her foot, the little blonde steps forward, blocking the guy's plan by ensuring she has the right to fight. With a mocking smile, the older boy recognizes the noble, finding her great stubbornness very amusing. Keeping her calm, the warrior corrects the loudmouth, reminding him that what mattered there was only strength. Stomping on the dirt ground, a beautiful energy shines, quickly covering the young fighter's entire body. Displaying the magic, the little blonde reveals 3 radiant stars on her chest, smiling in a very intimidating way. The upperclassman is shocked by the freshman's strong power, while the hero accepts the choice based on strength. Pressuring her rival, the girl asks if he was that strong, making the bully retreat, sweating bullets. Trying to get away, the coward warns that she was an exception, as the other rookies were still too weak. Furious, the upperclassman points his finger, cursing the boy, but the hero just repeats that he's too noisy. Keeping his cool, the young man explains that the upperclassmen think the freshmen are trash and proposes an insane idea. With a maniacal smile and a fiery aura, the hero suggests that everyone fight until only the 7 strongest remain. Frightened, the upperclassman refuses the idea, finding it too violent, but the prodigy quickly ignores the complaints. Gesturing, the freshman suggests holding an open preliminary for any student who wants to fight in the tournament. With a confident smile, the little blonde agrees with the idea, challenging the courage of the older students. Crossing his arms, the rival leader accepts the challenge, even though he thinks it's all a big waste of time. Looking back excitedly, the protagonist calls his friends, wanting them to enter the dispute too. Calling each one by name, the hero summons the trio, who are completely shocked by the great madness. Trembling with fear, the blue boy questions if they're going to fight against the older students, and the young man confirms everything. Not understanding their fear, the freshman remembers their intense training, while the girl feels a strong pressure. Just then, the noble blonde tries to call more people, but the rookies break into a cold sweat, knowing they don't stand a chance. Sighing, the prodigy is disappointed by their lack of courage, as facing strong opponents teaches so much. Resting his face on his hand, the genius boy decides to just observe the true power of the upperclassmen on the field. Quite annoyed, the older leader grinds his teeth, ready to show the true strength of a senior. Holding a huge sword on his back, a big guy scoffs at the stubborn attitude of the weak children. Laughing a lot, the older students agree to go easy, while the hero's group sweats bullets from the commotion. Holding his spear, the blue-haired boy confesses he's terrified to fight against strong third-year guys. With a serene smile, the freshman reminds them that they all trained like crazy for the last 5 years with him. Pointing his finger with confidence, the boy encourages the group, asking them to believe in themselves more. Feeling the motivation hit hard, the trio grips their large weapons tightly, accepting the dangerous challenge. Losing his patience, the big guy advances with his heavy sword, promising to put everyone in their proper place. Watching from the sidelines, the other students are shocked and confused by all the madness happening there. Quickly, the blue-haired boy defeats the bully with ease and wonders if that guy was really that strong. Crossing his arms, very satisfied, the young warrior praises the incredible performance of his worthy team. Observing the fight, the hero praises the spear-wielding boy, noting how good he got at deflecting rival blows. Looking to the side, the protagonist cheers for his colleague's incredible technique of rapid flower cuts. Focusing on the blonde boy, the prodigy admires his great fluidity in switching from heavy defense to offense. With the field full of fallen bodies, the freshman states that the fine combat only increased the group's confidence. Spinning her long, shining blade, the noble blonde attacks the upperclassmen, proving she has become very strong. Seeing that complete massacre in the arena, the crowd that was just watching is left speechless in disbelief. Putting her giant sword on her shoulder, the beautiful girl stomps on the ground, masterfully ending the duel. Breaking into a cold sweat, the leader of the older group panics, not accepting defeat to little kids like that. Walking slowly, the hero stops in front of the coward and warns him that he's still greatly deluded. Unleashing power, the freshman raises his arm, warning that pure age and high rank mean nothing. Putting a finger to his lips, the genius young man imposes silence, stating that the weakest always falls in a real war. Refusing the harsh lesson, the bully shouts, pointing his finger and guaranteeing that total power comes from the stars. With a dangerous, killer smile, the boy runs a finger across his neck, reminding him that anyone can be taken down. Staring at the pure terror in the coward's eyes, the prodigy states that the great beauty of fighting is always winning. Completely furious, the guy throws his honor in the trash and threatens to attack with everything to avoid becoming a joke. Tired of so much talk, the boy calls his rival to the duel, wanting to see what he knows about martial arts. Extending his hand with a very intimidating look, the prodigy tells the coward to show the fruits of his hard training. Grinding his teeth with pure rage, the older boy can't take the humiliation and immediately goes on the attack. With a great leap, the upperclassman tells him not to be underestimated, preparing a shining punch with a strength technique. Dodging the punch with great ease, the genius boy counters the blow, taking the rival down with just one impact. Launching the big guy far away, the freshman maintains his intact pose, creating a gust of wind in the arena. With a nice, excited smile, the warrior gives a thumbs up, praising the losing guy's good training. Looking from afar, we see the bully kneeling on the ground, totally humiliated, while the victor remains standing. Crossing her arms, the noble blonde agrees with the scene, finding it funny that he praised the guy after taking him down. Meanwhile, at the other training base, the courtyard is covered with defeated cadets groaning in great pain. Spinning a green blade in his hands, someone sighs deeply at how easy it was to take the guys down. Sitting on the back of a loser, the leader of the West Wing complains that everyone there is weak and useless. Turning his face, the snobbish young man rests on the defeated, while one of his soldiers approaches the area. Standing with her hands behind her back, the green-haired woman announces that the entire selection for that base was complete. Introducing the chosen ones, the story focuses on the firm gaze of one of the rookies qualified for the tournament. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, the leader notices something good and sees that the first-year cadet had 3 stars. With an excited smile, the chief praises the boy's great skill, promising to welcome him to his team. Breaking into a cold sweat, the cadet bows, thanking him emotionally for being recognized by his master so soon. With a cocky pose, the blue-haired boy lifts his face while his partner dictates that their base will never lose. Talking about the reward, the woman states that completing this very special mission would change everyone's course. Rising gloriously, the warrior leads his troop, aiming to take the top seat of that castle. With a gaze full of ambition, the lackey gives a malicious smile, greatly desiring prestige in his leader's wake. Focused on her work, the advisor approaches the chief, wanting to reveal some new and very interesting information. Whispering in his ear, the woman reveals that the noble blonde will be part of the official selection for the East Base. Annoyed by the gossip, the boy scratches his head, complaining about that annoying brat who always crosses his path. Leaving everything behind, the boy walks through the courtyard, guaranteeing that his side would crush the noble's talent. With a very excited smile, the faithful servant agrees with his words, already aiming to complete the special task. Spinning his blade in an exotic way, the blue-haired boy vows to prove his enormous talent to his entire family. With a malicious face, the selfish leader ends the conversation, vowing to take the highest throne once and for all. Inside a giant coliseum, a huge crowd of students gathers for the start of the long-awaited tournament. In the stands, the upperclassmen from the East Wing look down on the first years with a major air of superiority. Surprised by the number of people, the blue-haired boy comments that all the halls have gathered a lot of students there. With that, the young man says that the number of people is already quite reduced, which leaves the blonde girl confused. He then remembers that those who drop out are called pseudo-dragons, just as his father taught him. Seeing her friend's serious expression, the noble blonde girl notices that he is acting exactly like his father used to. But to cheer up the group, the girl says that they were chosen as representatives and should be proud. Suddenly, an upperclassman approaches and asks the protagonist why he is being so quiet and still. Crossing his arms, the hero explains that he was being quiet to gauge the power of all the students there. The upperclassman is very impressed and praises the young man for being able to do something so incredible. Kneeling before the genius, the former rival admits that things have changed a lot since their big fight. Excited, the upperclassmen run through the courtyard, assuring that their entire group has changed its old way of thinking. After the battle, the former leader understood that he is also part of that group, becoming a great ally. Shouting excitedly, the upperclassman now has great respect for the strongest, becoming a huge fan of the hero. Seeing the whole scene, the boy finds it all very strange but sees no problem with his rival's change of heart. Analyzing the overall power level, he notices that aside from his group, everyone else there is at the 3-star level. But suddenly, his glowing eye focuses on someone special, revealing that there are much stronger people there. The prodigy then notices a very confident guy, who seems to be one step ahead of the other students. Besides him, another purple-haired guy also shows a special power with his very snobbish gaze. At this, the leader of the West Wing is curious to see what special techniques will be used in this tournament. Seeing so many powerful opponents, the blue-haired young man puts a hand on his head, feeling the immense pressure. Out of nowhere, a tall, blonde woman jumps on the girl's back, excitedly shouting her full name. With the sudden noise, the protagonist turns his head to the side, curious about all the commotion. Squeezing her friend's face, the older girl asks if she's okay and if anyone has been bothering her. At this, one of the blonde girl's friends asks who that strange woman is who suddenly appeared. The girl then introduces her cousin, named Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the head of the great noble family. Upon hearing the girl's last name, the trio of first years are left with their jaws dropped, knowing she's from a major family. Then the cousin asks who those kids are, and the girl replies that they are all her companions. The woman thinks that's great but questions if they are truly real friends of her noble cousin. Releasing a powerful aura, the noblewoman doubts they have the ability to be partners with the future leader. Interjecting into the conversation, the protagonist assures her that everything will become clear once they start to fight. Seeing the young man, the woman asks who he is, and the blonde girl introduces him as a candidate just like her. The woman then recognizes the boy as the outcast son from the rumors, leaving his friends in shock. With a mocking tone, the woman says she didn't imagine a simple outcast would still be around. Annoyed by her attitude, the girl complains that her cousin can't treat the other candidates that way. The noblewoman then says they aren't even at a 3-star level, but the hero warns her not to underestimate them. With her eyes glowing in anger, the woman insults him again, calling him an outcast with the blood of a family head. Staring at the young man with intense anger, the woman asks if he's really trying to give her advice. But keeping his cool, the young genius simply says it was just a warning, leaving the woman furious. Before the fight can start, another student approaches, waving his hand to try to calm both sides down. The representative from the North Wing appears, asking them not to cause trouble for the other teams there. At this, the blue-haired boy is shocked while the hero just turns his head with a very irritated look. The noble blonde girl tells the guy not to interfere, but he warns that the big battle is about to begin. In the stands, the students from the North Wing comment on the commotion happening down below. Suddenly, one of the army captains turns to the crowd, preparing to start the event. With a fiery aura, the captain shouts for attention, making all the students turn at once. With a focused gaze, the trio of first years prepares to hear the instructions for the grand tournament. At that moment, the blonde girl and her cousin also turn towards the center of the arena, attentive to the announcement. Side by side, the hero and the representative from the North smile, eager for the great competition to begin. Then, the captain of the Golden Dragon Troop introduces himself to everyone as the great instructor of that place. Standing in the middle of the arena, the captain officially declares that the great battle will now begin. He then explains that the competition will be an elimination tournament between the 4 annexes in 1-on-1 duels. The annex that defeats 4 opponents first will be the grand winner, and the fighting order cannot be changed. Finishing the rules, the captain warns that the order of the fighters is an important part of the strategy. In addition, those chosen in the tournament will receive a special mission, and the hero immediately smiles with interest. Whoever completes the task will make a great contribution to the noble family of the Empire's royal dragon. And that contribution is a huge step for any candidate to become the new head of the noble family. Now, to decide the matchups, the captain asks each representative to take a stone from inside the box. Being called first, the representative from the West Wing walks confidently to the center of the arena. Approaching the captain, the white-haired young man puts his hand in the box to grab one of the stones. With the stone in his hand, the young man stares at the item that will decide his team's future in the tournament. After he takes his stone, the captain tells the snobbish young man to return to his place in the arena. Seeing the young man up close, the noble blonde girl is a bit startled as she recognizes the student's face. Returning to his team, the West Wing's leader gives a malicious smile, full of confidence and ill intent. The hero then asks if she knows him, and the girl confirms that he is the successor she had mentioned. The young man's name is Vanille Fafnald El Dragon, one of the candidates for the position of head of the great family. With a confident smile, the protagonist comments that the West Wing has many strong warriors in general. Even though the others have trained well, he can feel the significant power difference from that team. Observing the rival team, the former upperclassman is surprised to see a face he hasn't seen in a long time. He then remembers the hero from the entrance exam and is very impressed by his hard training. Standing with an air of superiority, the West Wing team intimidates all the other students in the Coliseum. Quite furious, the upperclassman can't believe that Guy managed to get a spot on the West Wing team. The other students also recognize the boy and wonder why a dropout is there. Seeing the crowd's negative reaction, the blue-haired boy's friend asks if he's okay with this whole situation. Trembling nervously, the boy says he's fine but continues to stare at the rival group with great fear. Soon after, the representative from the North Wing is called, and the confident young man announces that it's his team's turn. Next, the captain calls the representative from the South Wing to pick his stone and decide his fate. With a snobbish look, the boy from the South takes his stone, and the captain calls the last team from the East Wing. The blonde girl nudges the hero and tells him they're calling him, but the boy is very confused and doesn't understand. She then says it's obvious the strongest would go, but he thinks the focus should be on the newer members. But the blonde girl reminds him they are the same age and pushes him forward, making him go without complaining. Outraged, the girl's cousin shouts, asking why the outcast is going instead of the noble candidate. The blonde girl explains that he is the strongest, but the older one doesn't accept it because he's not at a 3-star level. The woman then reminds her that this is a battle of succession, and the girl asks her to just trust them. With a confident smile, the young noblewoman assures her that all the members of her team are very strong. Ignoring the argument, the captain asks the representatives to put their power into the stones. The young genius holds the stone in his hand and prepares to channel his great energy into the object. All the other representatives do the same, and the stones begin to glow with very different colors. The guy from the West Wing holds his red stone with a snobbish look, already thinking of himself as the grand champion. Just like the others, the hero's stone also begins to glow with a strong, intense blue light. With that, the captain announces that the first battle will be between the East and North annexes of the Colosseum. The second great battle will be fought between the powerful teams from the West and South Wings of the Academy. Looking to the side, the hero's team observes the fighters from the North Wing, who look quite imposing. One of the older fighters stares at the rival group with a very intimidating look of pure hatred and contempt. Scared, the blue-haired boy asks if that guy is also a student, and the blonde girl confirms it with him. Very nervous, the girl can't believe she's going to face her cousin in the very first big battle. On the other side, the older girl warns that this is a good chance for her cousin to wake up to reality. Pointing at the girl, the woman guarantees she will crush the entire team, so she remembers her place. Releasing a great aura of lightning, the young woman accepts her cousin's challenge and heads into battle. Excited for the match, the hero greets his rival, saying he's looking forward to the great combat. Facing each other in the middle of the arena, the two representatives can't wait to finally be able to fight. Annoyed, the West Wing leader sits down and grabs his sword with a look of pure boredom and contempt. Meanwhile, the South Wing team watches the whole situation with a curious and slightly apprehensive look. The captain then officially announces the first battle between the East and North annexes of the Academy. With weapons in hand, the hero's team prepares for the first round of the Grand Selection Tournament. Clenching his fists, the former rival shouts that he will definitely secure a victory for his beloved team. But the blonde girl worries if he'll be okay, as the boy seems too nervous to fight. With the fighters in position, the captain asks if both sides are ready for the combat to begin. The former rival and his opponent face off in the middle of the arena, ready for a great exchange of blows. The captain then lowers his arm and gives the signal for the official start of the first battle of the tournament. With a loud war cry, the young man charges forward, preparing his first punch with great force. Crossing his arms, the prodigy watches the fight, very curious about the outcome of that first duel, but the boy quickly boasts that his victories are always absolute, which really irritates his friend. The hero turns his face back to the fight, trying to ignore his teammates' annoyed reaction. He then explains that, in terms of skill, the rival fighter isn't much different from his teammate. The girl agrees with the analysis but remembers that this is the first time they are fighting in front of everyone. Furthermore, the great pressure of representing the team could end up hindering their teammates' performance. With a confident smile, the genius knows that there is an exception to this rule of pressure and nervousness. The blonde girl's cousin and the representative from the north seem completely confident and without a hint of fear. He then notices that the two are already close to reaching the powerful and rare 4-star level. In addition, the blonde girl's cousin uses similar techniques, which will be a good experience for the girl. Suddenly, the fighter from the east wing falls to the ground, defeated, and the captain announces the north team's victory. In shock, the next fighter begins to tremble with fear, but the blonde girl tries to calm her teammate down. A short time later, the second confrontation also ends with a victory for the North Wing in the grand tournament. Devastated, the two losers apologize to their leader for getting carried away in the arena. Hurt and crying, the two feel bad about the loss, but the captain tells them not to worry. With an encouraging smile, the hero reminds them that this is a place for them to test their strength in combat. This lesson will serve as experience for their future on a real battlefield. But since the team has already lost twice, the next confrontation becomes even more important. Seeing his friend's nervousness, the boy tries to motivate him, but the blue-haired kid asks him not to make things worse. With his sword glowing, the upperclassman from the North Wing prepares for combat with an intimidating aura. The warrior's gaze leaves the blue-haired boy completely terrified of his next big opponent. Crying and trembling, the boy complains that he has never faced upperclassmen as scary as that one. Despite his fear, the boy prepares to fight while his leader takes a deep sigh at the situation. To calm the young man down, the hero asks what weapon his big, strong opponent is using. Looking at his rival, the boy notices that he uses a sword to fight, which makes him much calmer. With a confident smile, the prodigy tells him not to think about anything and to just focus on his rival's weapon. If the opponent lunges, he should parry. If he slashes upward, he should retreat. And if he attacks downward, he should advance. He just needs to concentrate on dealing with the opponent's weapon, just as he always did in training. With his eyes glowing, the blue-haired boy enters a state of total focus, preparing for the fight. Watching his friend, the hero notes that he still needs help to center himself, but has great focus. He then wonders how much this battle will make his teammate grow as a fighter. In the stands, the students from the North Wing mock the boy, thinking he has no chance against the upperclassmen. But with a serious and focused look, the boy prepares to show all his great potential in the arena. With both fighters in position, the captain gives the signal for the start of the third battle of the tournament. The upperclassman advances with his 3-leaf sword, using a quick and direct attack on the boy. With his eyes sharply focused, the young man prepares to counter the powerful blow from his great opponent. Dodging the attack, the boy manages to narrowly evade the blade, which hits the arena floor. Furious about the dodge, the upperclassman yells that he won't escape and prepares his next big attack. Using his twin fangs technique, the fighter advances with a double attack on his rival. Watching the fight, the blue-haired boy's friend gets worried, because the rival is getting too close to her teammate. But with a smile on his face, the hero tells her not to worry and to just watch the boy's eyes. With his eyes glowing blue, the boy is more focused than ever and ready for combat. Masterfully dodging the attacks, the young man evades every blow from his great adversary. Annoyed, the upperclassman uses his leaf storm dance to attack the boy from all sides. But with his eyes glowing white, the young man prepares to use his powerful spear technique. With clouds and water flowing around him, the young man prepares for his great counter-attack. Shocked by the boy's power, the upperclassman is left speechless upon seeing his rival's incredible technique. With his spear of water and clouds, the young man prepares to end the fight with a single, precise blow. Using his raging current strike, the young man charges full speed at his great opponent. The upperclassman is knocked flat on his back after taking the powerful, direct attack from his opponent. At this, the referee announces the end of the confrontation, declaring a great victory for the East Wing team. With his spear in hand, the blue-haired boy stands still, observing his strong adversary fallen in the huge arena. Letting out a breath, the boy finally relaxes and feels very grateful to have won that fight. Watching the scene, the hero breaks into a big smile, seeing his teammates' wonderful success. Then the whole team gathers with confident looks, ready to turn the tables once and for all. Starting with that fine first victory, the group managed to gain momentum and continue winning their fights. With her sword in hand, the blue-haired warrior also secures a victory in the 4th round of the event. Right after, the blonde boy with the shield shines in the arena and defeats his rival in the 5th combat. Arriving at the 6th match, the blonde swordswoman smiles, eager to finally be able to cross swords again. On the other side of the arena is her older cousin, who stares at her with a very serious and focused look. The upperclassman finds her team's losses strange, but the young blonde girl reminds her that she had already warned them about her strength. Sighing, the older woman admits that she really did underestimate her relative's companions. However, she soon releases a golden aura, warning that this isn't the main problem in this situation. Hearing that her individual power is what really matters, the young woman starts to break into a cold sweat. Angrily, the cousin points her finger and questions if the newcomer understands her current risky position. With a confident smile, the blonde girl affirms that she understands all of this very well and prepares to fight. At that instant, the prodigy observes his great friend with a very serene look, knowing her potential. Stomping her foot on the ground, the warrior firmly declares that she hasn't given up on becoming the great leader. Pointing her blade forward, the girl confidently declares that she can defeat her relative in combat. Unfazed, the older fighter just gives a sharp look, accepting the newcomer's great challenge. In the blink of an eye, the opponent charges forward, tearing across the arena like a true bolt of golden energy. In the stands, the other students are shocked, commenting that the woman simply vanished from sight. Appearing right above the young woman, her relative raises her enormous sword, asking her to show her full strength. A thunderous clash occurs as the blonde girl raises her weapon to block the rival's attack. Even with her feet sinking into the ground from the brutal weight of the blow, the rookie warrior holds her ground. But soon the upperclassman puts even more power into her arm and throws her opponent back with great force. Observing everything, the hero notes that the older fighter managed to gain the advantage very quickly. With his hand on his chin, the team leader assesses how his friend will deal with a technique just like her own. Getting into position, the experienced cousin prepares a powerful piercing strike, fully charged with lightning. The blonde girl tries to defend herself, using the middle of her blade, but ends up being dragged backward by the force. Seeing her struggle, the young woman's friends panic, hoping she doesn't get seriously hurt. Sliding across the arena, the swordswoman realizes her injuries were minor and tries to catch her breath. Panting from exhaustion, the warrior clutches her chest with a scared look, feeling the immense pressure of the fight. The boys on the team also break into a cold sweat seeing their teammate being completely dominated in just a few seconds. Gritting her teeth, the young blonde girl tightens her grip on her weapon, preparing to continue the duel. Full of confidence, the cousin scoffs, noting that the girl continues to swing her weapon without thinking under pressure. Overcome with rage, the girl lets out a great cry of fury and charges forward using her lightning technique. However, the older woman counters with extreme ease, activating a counter attack called Dispersed Thunder. The clash of abilities creates a huge and destructive explosion of pure electrical energy throughout the arena. Suffering from the impact, the young blonde girl screams in pain as she is hit by the strong lightning from the attack. Observing the dust, the older cousin realizes that the newcomer's effort was all for nothing. Standing tall, the woman laments that the girl's bad habits haven't changed at all and have prevented her from improving. Even injured and very tired, the warrior leans on her sword, stating that the fight isn't over. With a cold look, her relative tells her to give up, because with so little skill, victory is unrealistic. She then brings up her uncle, who should have brought the young woman to the North Wing from the very beginning. Without pity, the upperclassman points her large blade at the newcomer, showing her total superiority. Refusing to be defeated, the blonde girl gets up and holds her weapon with a look full of determination. Noticing her rival's stubbornness, The older woman sighs and decides to end this once and for all. At that moment, the young warrior's eyes widen as she notices her opponent's enormous energy. With her sword glowing, the cousin charges forward, telling the newcomer to use this moment to reflect in a desperate act. The smaller swordswoman tries to block the terrible blow coming her way, but the experienced relative doesn't back down and puts even more brutality and lightning into her swift attack. The powerful impact hits the girl head-on, throwing her backward as if she were nothing at all. A wave of energy tears through the arena, and the young woman suffers from the pure destructive force of that attack. Being thrown through the air, the blonde girl grits her teeth, trying to endure the immense pain in her body. Taking advantage of the opening, the woman takes a huge leap, preparing to finish her opponent right there. Trembling with sheer desperation, the blue-haired girl fears what might happen to her friend. With a calm smile, the team leader reassures the team, saying the warrior will surpass her limits. Furious, the cousin orders her to surrender while launching her ultimate sword technique against the girl. But the newcomer refuses to go down and raises her weapon to activate her second secret technique. A divine pillar of thunder crashes into the arena, creating a blinding light that covers the entire combat area. In the stands, all the students are in shock, wondering if that violent fight is over. When the smoke clears, the upperclassman stands still with a confused expression, trying to understand the blow. Looking ahead, she realizes that her young opponent is still standing firm in the fight. Even with her body covered in injuries, the blonde girl smiles for having managed to withstand her relative's attack. Utterly perplexed, the woman wonders how the girl survived a blow that should have been a finishing one. Turning her back to her friends, the swordswoman admits that her past self would have already been down. Observing his teammate, the prodigy gives a proud smile, knowing how hard she worked to change. Full of energy, the girl announces that she has spent a lot of time training and declares that the fight starts now. A memory shows the team leader asking if his partner was nervous about fighting today. Looking a bit down, she says that her cousin was the one who taught her the basics of her current style. The upperclassman always gave good advice when she had doubts and acted like a true mentor. Understanding the situation, the dark-haired boy puts his hand on his chin, paying attention to her great hesitation. Sadly, the girl confesses that she could never beat her relative, and that it weighs heavily on her mind. Fearing her opponent's growth, the blonde girl admits she said too much, and doesn't know if she has a chance to win. Clenching his fists, the protagonist decides to intervene to end his teammate's insecurity. Holding his friend's shoulders, the young man smiles, asking her to focus only on the training they had. He demands that the warrior remember the effort and all the sweat she shed over the past few years. Scenes show the tough training they did, lifting giant rocks and taking hard hits. Remembering the past, the girl is thrown to the ground after receiving a strong attack during her training. With a very annoyed face, the young woman listens to her friend ask if the training routine was that bad. With his hand on his chin, the hero points out that her worst flaw is losing her combat awareness when she gets too emotional, pointing his finger. He explains that the training was meant to help her stay calm, but the blonde girl complains about the hard hits. Giving a wink, the dark-haired boy jokes that it was all part of his charm, leaving the girl a bit annoyed. He then assures her that the results are already showing, and now she can see everything much more calmly. The warrior places a hand on her chest, listening as he says she'll understand everything when she can see her rival's moves. With her eyes shining intensely, the young warrior finally understands what her master meant. With a huge smile, the leader guarantees with absolute certainty that this new combat awareness will change everything. More relieved, the girl listens to him brag about giving great lessons as the strongest fighter there is. With a slight smile on her face, the blonde girl thanks him for the support, saying she feels much calmer now. The leader smiles excitedly, saying that the rival using the same old technique will be an excellent opportunity. Pointing his finger very confidently, the prodigy gives his final instruction for the battle. He tells the girl to carefully watch her relative's technique, just like they always did in training. Observing the older woman from a distance, the girl focuses on learning her moves to become even more powerful. Wiping the blood from her own face, the newcomer reveals she spent the entire fight paying attention to the moves. In a fighting stance, the girl reveals she endured all of that just to finally be able to see the attacks. The older fighter is completely confused, unable to understand what the girl's statement means. In a single leap, the warrior charges full speed toward her great adversary with enormous speed. The girl's divine sword soon glows intensely as it cuts through the air, preparing a powerful magic attack. The upperclassman's eyes widen in shock as she realizes her opponent has significantly slowed down her own rhythm. The woman raises her weapon just in time and manages to defend against the strong electric blow, starting a direct clash. Breaking into a cold sweat, the upperclassman is shocked, not understanding how the girl managed that move. With a strong aura and an intense gaze, the newcomer activates her thunder needle, firing lightning in all directions. Caught completely by surprise, the woman takes the frontal attack and is pushed back with great force. With a big spin, the blonde girl leaps over her relative, who can't understand this sudden change. Taking advantage of her position from above, the warrior attacks with a strong flash, making her relative suffer from the blow. With a beautiful smile, the newcomer explains that she can now see the perfect rhythm and will use it to her advantage. Clutching her chest, the woman argues that it's impossible for someone to copy a technique so quickly. From the stands, the female students are jaw-dropped, cheering loudly for their friend's beautiful change in attitude. Satisfied, the hero smiles, thinking it's great to fight against similar techniques, while his blonde teammate tries to understand the improvement. Pointing excitedly, the prodigy explains that the girl mastered the technique in the middle of the duel. Her companions listen to the explanation that before, the girl would get flustered and could only see her own weapon, but now she has finally matured and has the complete calm to observe the steps of any strong opponent. Because of this keen observation, noticing her own style in her rival, the girl has reached a very high power level. Very angry, the relative charges forward, refusing to lose to a skill copied at the last minute like that. Gritting her teeth, the young woman focuses all her new power into her arms and goes in for another confrontation. The clash of blows creates a brilliant impact, kicking up dust, using the swift thunder ability. Shaken by the immense concentrated power, the veteran fighter ends up being thrown back in the arena. In midair, the woman's eyes nearly pop out, not believing she is being surpassed by the beginner. Advancing with her glowing sword, the newcomer shouts that she focused a lot on her physical conditioning. With an almost insane lightning-filled gaze, the girl announces she will use her own main technique. She then brings her blade down with full force, creating a colossal explosion of magical power in the arena. Hit head-on, the older cousin lets out a loud scream, feeling the full force of the blow. The force of the attack is so great that it ends up destroying a large part of the massive arena floor. Panting from exhaustion, the blonde warrior tries to catch her breath after expending her energy. In the midst of the smoke, the upperclassman tries to stay on her feet while letting out a weak, tired laugh. With a gentle smile and covered in injuries, the woman praises her relative's great growth. Immediately after, the warrior loses consciousness and collapses to the ground, marking the end of the confrontation. And with that, the referee announces the fine victory for the East Wing, leaving the young newcomer quite relieved. In the stands, the other students and instructors are very surprised by the outcome of that fight. One of the judges even starts to clap, praising the beautiful level of the battle they had just fought. Then the hero's entire team runs to help their friend, celebrating that the ordeal is finally over. Very happy, the blonde girl celebrates her success, remembering that the next one to fight will be the leader himself. The blue-haired girl comments that the next opponent is very famous, and everyone looks on with great curiosity. She says that the young man is known as the greatest genius his family has had in a long time. Looking to the side, the hero gives a small, excited smile, noting that the guy seems to be very skilled. the blonde girl warns that the adversary is on a completely different level from the other fighters in the tournament. On the other side of the arena, the well-dressed genius holds his sword with a very elegant posture. At this, the referee announces that the East team has already won, but the duels will continue until the end of the list. Hearing this unusual new rule, the hero and his blue-haired partner are left completely dumbfounded. One of their friends complains that this is very strange, since the score only required 4 victories. Narrowing his eyes, the prodigy realizes that there is something very suspicious happening in the tournament. Staring at the battlefield, the young man wonders what the true objective behind this rule is. But his rival on the other side of the field just gives a slight wink with a very confident smile. Ignoring the bureaucracy, the boy just takes a step forward, not caring much about the details. With a big smile, the hero states that the only thing that matters is the chance to fight in the arena. Seeing the newcomer's excitement, the well-dressed warrior maintains his expression of mockery and superiority. The rival comments that his team has already lost, but he's very excited to be able to go head-to-head with the hero. Walking to the middle of the field, the leader asks if the guy was that eager for the combat. Confirming this, the well-dressed boy says it's curious that he's leading the team with such strong people in it. Pointing his finger snobbishly, the genius boy says this situation has left him quite intrigued. Despite the provocations about his power level, the dark-haired boy remains completely calm and serene. Holding the hilt of his sword, the rival states that it's impossible for a weak newcomer to lead upperclassmen. Because of all this doubt, the well-dressed boy really wants to test the newcomer's real skills. Understanding his rival's intentions, the leader smiles, saying that the two of them seem to think alike. The hero also compliments his adversary's strength, since the guy is called the great genius of the century. With an almost threatening and glowing gaze, the prodigy confesses that he can hardly wait to test him. Imposingly drawing his sharp sword, the genius rival guarantees that he's much more focused now. And with the fighters in position, the judge lowers his arm to declare the start of the great battle. With a loud cry, the genius quickly advances on the hero, ready to deliver the first blow. Surprised by the speed, the protagonist praises his rival's fine footwork, admiring his technique. At that moment, the well-dressed boy readies his stance, revealing that he uses the style of 1,000 blades in combat. Using his blade of light, the prodigy charges forward, cutting through the air and crossing the field in the blink of an eye. But the leader's eyes suddenly widen as he notices that the presence of his opponent's sword has completely vanished. Though surprised, the hero reacts in time, moving his body to dodge the rival's dangerous attack. With a fine reflex, the leader manages to escape the clean cut at the exact second the weapons cross. Caught by surprise, the well-dressed boy is completely shocked to see that the newcomer managed to avoid the blow. At this, the genius backs away and realizes that his strong opponent dodged the attack with great ease. Smirking, the rival admits he was absolutely certain that his beautiful cut would land squarely. Excited, the hero gives a confident laugh, praising the strength of the blow and asking the genius to send more. The swordsman then accepts the challenge, preparing his wave blade technique, which creates trails of water. Very excited, the dark-haired boy smiles, realizing that the trajectory of that sword's tip is impossible to read. But the rival creates a strong, furious torrent on the ground, forcing the protagonist to take a huge leap upward. Paused in the air, the leader admits it was a good move and says he didn't want to get caught so early in the battle. With a challenging smile, the hero draws his own sword, warning that he also knows how to use the blade of light. Descending like a lightning bolt, the dark-haired boy attacks with full force, forcing the well-dressed boy to jump back and retreat. Facing his strong rival, the prodigy reflects and admits that the path of that sword was very bizarre. He realizes that the leader is very unpredictable, but still manages to maintain great power and speed. At this, the well-dressed boy advances again, noticing that his opponent reads his breathing perfectly. The genius recognizes that the newcomer only reached this fine level through very hard and tough training. Landing with great style in the large arena, The hero flashes a nice smile, enjoying the whole fight. As their blades clash, the rich boy realizes how difficult it is to land a clean hit on the newcomer. Curious, the rival praises his opponent's strength and jokes, asking if he wants to train together in the future. But he quickly says they can sort that out after the battle, launching a very strong vertical slash. With his right eye glowing intensely, the leader clenches his fist and prepares for his own fine counter-attack. Taking advantage of the big opening, the newcomer lands a powerful punch right in the chest of his well-dressed rival. Sliding backward, the opponent wipes away sweat, shocked by the impact and doubting that the hero is at a 2-star level. Looking at his bruised fist, the dark-haired boy hears his rival praise his incredible ability to adapt. Holding his sword, the young man asks, very curiously, if the leader has finally finished his analysis. With that, the protagonist agrees, saying he has seen enough of his adversary's great techniques. Taking a great leap, the prodigy attacks from the air, using the exact same water strike from moments ago, but this time, the hero advances without any fear, heading straight into his great rival's downward slash. His eyes widening in shock, the genius cuts on the air, realizing he hit a mere afterimage. Appearing quickly at his adversary's side, the leader shows off his absurd and enormous speed. The hero then flies past the rich boy, taking advantage of the fact that he is extremely eager for victory. Standing with his back turned, the prodigy gives a small smile as blood trickles from a cut on his chest. Kneeling, the newcomer places a hand on his clothes, hearing his rival admire the nice scratch he suffered there. Unfazed, the protagonist lifts his head with a wild smile, announcing that the fun has really begun. Staring at each other from a distance in the gigantic arena, the two young warriors prepare to continue this clash. With a bloodied hand on the ground, the woman groans in pain as she tries to regain her senses. Lying in the arena, the older cousin opens her eyes, completely confused, not knowing where she is. At this, the instructors run to help the upperclassman, who sits up on the ground, assuring them she's fine. Holding her bruised chest, the fighter looks down, finally accepting her tough defeat. Looking at her relative fallen on the ground, the young warrior has an expression of great guilt, but the older warrior just gives a beautiful, sincere smile to her combat opponent. Crying, the blonde girl apologizes for the injury, and her cousin says that her team is the one that's sorry. Then the entire rival team bows in respect, acknowledging that the newcomer was far superior there. Smiling, the cousin motivates her teammates, asking them to train hard and win next time. Excited, the team agrees with the order, while the upperclassman asks about the other match of the event. Pointing to the side, a boy says in shock that an incredible battle is still happening. Her eyes widening in pure shock, the woman can't believe what she's seeing in the arena. A huge and brilliant slash of energy tears across the battlefield, frightening the entire large crowd. Crouching, the well-dressed genius holds his blade, while summoning 5 swords of pure energy. Breaking into a cold sweat, the woman deduces that the arrogant boy is using all his strength in the combat. With a wild smile, the hero prepares himself as his powerful adversary charges forward with everything he has. Watching the fight from afar, the cousin understands the reason for it, since the leader is the strongest guy there. Admiring the scene, the upperclassman observes her relative, who focuses all her attention on the team leader. Using the style of 1,000 blades, the prodigy cuts the air, creating an impressive, brilliant trail. The swordsman attacks from top to bottom, activating his strong, secret technique of the 5 shadows. Taking the impact with his arms, the dark-haired leader just smiles, withstanding his rival's enormous force. Pressing his weapon, the genius breaks a sweat, startled to see that the newcomer doesn't even seem tired. At this, the protagonist pushes his enemy back, revealing that his big secret is just hard training. Sliding backward from the impact, the well-dressed boy finally realizes his opponent's strength. Charging more energy, the prodigy swears he will start training his body from this day on. A true storm of brilliant blows covers the arena, showing the immense speed of the fight. Dodging everything, the hero calmly analyzes the strength and the great reach of his enemy's weapon. Covered in light, the genius displays his aura, while the leader notes the young man's enormous potential. Excited, the dark-haired boy advances, confirming that there is a beautiful difference between the eras of that world. In the past, physical blows were the total focus, while magic served only as good support. But nowadays, the essence of battle has changed, focusing much more on channeling and mastering pure magic. With that, the rival fires several brilliant cutting waves toward the agile protagonist. Running across the battlefield, the leader dodges the blasts of light with absurd ease. Laughing heartily, the boy confesses he was too distracted to notice that big detail. Preparing a powerful punch full of energy, the protagonist finds all that evolution incredible. The genius defends the blow with his blade, but panics upon seeing his opponent's monstrous strength. With an almost maniacal look, the leader faces the rich boy, showing that he hasn't given it his all yet. In the audience, the blue-haired boy is scared, saying that 2 hours have already passed since the fight began. Very attentive, the blonde warrior disagrees with her friend, predicting that the clash is near its end. Panting the well-dressed boy lowers his sword, noticing that his opponent has finally finished his evaluation. At this, the rival lowers his sword, all sweaty, and confesses that this fighting time was truly magnificent. Extending his hand, the well-dressed boy says he will show his full respect for the lessons he learned there. Very excited, the hero raises his bruised fist, promising to show a new technique as a great gift. With that, the protagonist quickly draws his own sword, glowing with a very intense golden aura. Seeing this, the rich boy gives a big smile, admitting that he now understands why he couldn't win. But he quickly announces that he will fight until the end, releasing the incredible secret, Art of the Thousand Blades style. At that moment, the great leader takes a huge leap upward, escaping from that giant field of pure energy. Paused in the air, the dark-haired boy prepares his glowing punch, activating his dragon, slaying combat art. Then a monstrous rain of flaming fists falls from the sky, heading straight for the opponent in the arena. The absurd impact shatters the stone floor, and the strong shockwave throws the other students far away. The blasts of light continue to fall non-stop, while the crowd runs desperately, fleeing the danger. Withstanding the pressure, the swordsman tries to stay on his feet, facing that giant energy fist falling toward him. At this, a colossal explosion of light takes over the entire arena, kicking up dust and destroying everything there. Protected behind a shield, the students are terrified and shocked by such destructive power. Shocked by the scene, the blonde girl tries to look through the smoke, asking who the grand winner was. With that, the match referee enters the arena, announcing very seriously that the great contest is over. In the midst of that enormous cloud of dust, we see the blade of the rival's sword lying broken on the ground. Thrown to the ground, the well-dressed boy smiles, exhausted, admitting that the newcomer possesses a totally absurd strength. Standing with his arms crossed, the hero listens as the instructor declares the East Wing as the grand winner of the duel. In the stands, all the students break into a total panic, unable to believe that the great genius lost the battle. Staring at the debris, the referee announces that the next fight will begin as soon as the arena is fully repaired. At this, the hero's friends arrive with their eyes shining, praising his incredible victory against the rich kid. Breaking into a cold sweat, the blonde teammate gives a nervous smile, noting that the boy just broke the arena again. Upset by the scolding, the protagonist changes the subject, remembering that now it's time for the next battle of the event. We then see the next candidate for leader sitting arrogantly, waiting for his moment to fight. Observing from afar, the dark-haired boy analyzes the situation, noting that the West Wing seems to have the strongest fighters, but he also notices a purple-haired girl holding a staff, who seems to be a very dangerous opponent. Excited about the tournament, the hero flashes an animated smile, curious to see how this contest will end. However, contrary to the newcomer's expectations, his entire team is completely terrified by the fight in the arena. Staring at the battlefield, the group of friends' eyes widen in pure shock at the result of the clash. It turns out the arrogant rich kid defeated the mage girl in a humiliating way, leaving her knocked out there on the ground. Exuding a crushing aura, the fighter displays a terrifying gaze, showing all his immense hidden power. After that, the protagonist is greatly startled to realize that the stones of the arena are floating on their own. His friend explains that the place was made with a rare magic stone capable of restoring itself using only pure magic. Very impressed, the boy finds it incredible that the school would spend such an expensive material on a building of that size. Meanwhile, the judge looks down, very suspicious, finding all of this very strange. The referee questions whether that young man really has enough strength to defeat his rival so easily. But putting that aside, the man declares the rich kid's victory, announcing that the finals will be in 1 hour. With that, the students in the audience begin to wait anxiously for the last great combat of this exciting event. As the dust settles, the defeated girl is carried away by her friends to receive urgent medical care. The protagonist and his blonde partner look very serious, noticing that there was something very wrong with that quick fight. The leader realizes that there wasn't such a big power difference between those two mages in the arena. Recalling the clash, the hero notes that the girl was just retreating in a very strange and slow way. He then notices that the poor girl's energy flow was incredibly slow and completely abnormal. It was for this very bizarre reason that the arrogant rich kid won so easily. Staring at the match referee, the boy soon deduces that the man also noticed this ugly trick in the contest. Meanwhile, the students remain in shock, commenting on how the warrior was completely humiliated in the arena. One of the girls finds it all very weird, but her friend supposes that the power of the wretch must be that immense. Very excited, the boys agree, saying that the well-dressed hair must be a monster of a fighter. But in the middle of the conversation, the blue-haired young man lowers his head with a look of great sadness and tension. Breaking into a cold sweat, the kid praises the winner, remembering that the entire West Wing team exudes an absurd power. Completely scared, the poor guy confesses that all those opponents proved to be relentless warriors. With that, he apologizes profusely to his team for speaking such cowardly words before the grand final. Giving a smile, the red-haired girl agrees, confessing it's very frustrating not to be able to measure up to those rich kids. Hearing that, the boy next to them tries to support them, admitting that he also gets beaten up in training. But the young man soon clenches his fist in anger, vowing that he has no intention of losing there. Showing a beautiful, fiery gaze, the student encourages the team, swearing that they will also achieve victory. Looking at his companions, the leader smiles very proudly, noticing the strong mental growth of his team. However, the dark-haired boy turns his head, focusing on his companion, noticing that the blonde girl didn't catch the trick with the magic. Understanding the blonde girl's tension, the young man decides not to mention the trick now, since he has no good proof. At this, the blue-haired boy approaches his teammate, asking if the strong blonde girl is feeling well. In a very shaky voice, the warrior walks away, saying she needs to cool her head in a quiet place. Walking all alone through the school's beautiful courtyard, the blonde girl thinks again about the outcome of that fight. Sitting on the edge of a large water fountain, the fighter has a crisis upon seeing the rich kid's absurd power. Dipping her hand in the clean water, the tense warrior swears that not even the greatest prodigies would win easily. But the villain managed to overcome that adversary in front of everyone without even breaking a sweat. Haunted by bad memories, the young woman remembers being completely overpowered by that enemy during her childhood. Since that sad day, the young woman trained hard for her revenge, but today she just feels like complete trash. The fighter then tries to focus on the tournament bracket, remembering that the hero is the one who will fight the monster. Clenching her hand on her own leg, the blonde girl confesses that she felt great relief in avoiding that tense combat. Slapping the water hard, the warrior shows great anger, hating that she felt such a ridiculous sense of peace. Completely frustrated, the student looks up with a wrathful gaze, knowing that running away in fear is the same as admitting the worst kind of defeat. At that exact moment, a very malicious voice approaches from behind the blonde girl, completely shattering her peace. Staring at the young woman, the arrogant rival shows a small smile, mocking the dramatic look on his old friend's face. But the brave young woman faces the bad guy, telling him very rudely that she has nothing to say to him. Laughing freely, the rich kid pesters the poor girl, guaranteeing that when he becomes a great leader, he will marry her. Foaming with rage, the heiress loses her temper, telling the villain to shut up as she assumes the strong role of the new leader. Showing pure mockery, the adversary laughs, stating that the poor, annoying girl has no real chance of defeating him. Turning his hands to the side, the villain calmly asks if the warrior watched the last big beatdown of the tournament. Getting very close to the girl, the cruel rival smiles maliciously, stating that she already knows she can never win. At this, the villain stares at the girl, demanding that she just give up at once and submit to him. Holding his own clothes, the well-dressed boy guarantees that he might even treat the girl with great care. But the blonde girl pushes the guy's hand away with great anger, telling that complete idiot to shut his mouth. Turning her back, the warrior walks away, leaving the villain complaining that she's not cute at all. At that moment, the rich kid flashes a diabolical smile, announcing that the poor girl is already finished. Looking to the side, the villain tells his lackey to take care of the rest, and the henchman accepts the mission. The henchman then questions him about the hero, and the boss assures him that he won't be a big problem. However, the lackey remembers that the newcomer defeated the sword genius, suggesting they attack him first. The rich kid agrees, noting that the protagonist has very sharp instincts for falling into traps. Thinking it over, the villain deduces that the leader usually takes some strong attacks on purpose. Then the bad guy smiles, stating that they can set a trap during the big match. Immediately, the green-haired henchman smiles, asking what happens if the hero wins anyway. Touching the fountain's water, the arrogant one swears he would never lose to the newcomer, even without cheating. And so, the two cheaters remain very confident, having pure certainty of a great victory. Returning to the arena, the rookie fighter breaks into a cold sweat, knowing that his East team is the weakest group. He trembles greatly, noticing that the Great West Wing team has a completely elite lineup. Totally desperate, the poor guy clasps his hands, doubting they have any chance of winning. But at that moment, a very strong punch hits the boy squarely, startling everyone in the stands. It turns out the hero gave his partner a knock on the head, calling him a complete idiot. Rubbing his bruised head, the young man hears the leader question where that fine spirit went. Pointing his finger, the dark-haired boy gives his teammate a stern talk, demanding to know why he wants to fight now. Very motivated, the protagonist teaches that they must fight to win, regardless of the adversary. Hearing the beautiful words, the kid is amazed, clenching his fists with renewed will. Excited, the leader asks his friend to trust his own training, making the boy thank him greatly. With that, the hero takes the opportunity to give one last great tip, telling the fighter to relax his shoulders. He explains that tensing the body spreads the strong energy, instead of focusing it all on a single point. Tapping his teammate's chest a few times, the leader asks the boy to relax his muscles for the contest. Full of a lot of energy, the partner feels invincible, and the dark-haired boy tells him to go get the victory. As the young man runs to the arena, the blonde girl approaches, finding all that vast knowledge strange. Curious, the girl asks the big reason why he knows martial styles he never even studied there. With a confident smile, the young man closes his eyes, saying that's a very silly question of hers. Sweating profusely, the warrior faces her partner, paying close attention to the answer that's about to come. Pointing to himself, the conceited one claims he knows everything because he's amazing, leaving the young woman dumbfounded. Finally, the boy enters the middle of the large arena, facing his rival with great focus. He carefully observes the blonde boy, noting that this is the strongest guy who fought in the first phase. With a face full of fury, the hero's partner swears to himself that he will not lose again. On the other side, the adversary just scoffs, showing enormous boredom and a total lack of interest. The enemy calls the boy an arrogant loser, but the young man shouts that he has changed a lot since then. With an almost maniacal look, the rival fighter cracks a smile, finding that grand promise comical. At that moment, the judge lowers his hand, declaring the official start of the first battle. Firmly holding his glowing dagger, the adversary warns the boy not to be so foolish in battle. But the villain's eyes suddenly widen, getting a big shock from the opponent's incredible speed. At this, the rival attacks, swinging his weapon, swearing it's impossible for someone to change levels in just a few hours. With great anger, the blonde boy unleashes his mantis slash, sending a strong green energy at his partner. Taking the strong impact, the brave student crosses his arms, using all his energy to defend himself. Amused, the enemy praises the kid's defense and then asks if he can block the next blow. Then a storm of green attacks hits the boy squarely, making him scream loudly in pure pain. Laughing very cruelly, the adversary scoffs, demanding to see that grand change the poor boy promised. Even injured, the partner holds firm, admitting the villain's great strength and swearing not to take a beating without fighting back. With all the courage in the world, the kid charges forward, throwing a punch while the opponent calls him a fool. Showing off his agility, the blonde boy easily dodges the attack, guaranteeing he would never be hit by that. Realizing he can't reach the enemy, the boy remembers his leader's great advice, telling him to relax. In the memory, the hero explained that this fist art focuses all the body's strength into a single, strong point. Landing on the ground in his boots, the arrogant villain stares at his strong adversary in total silence. At this, the young student takes a long sigh, relieving the tension in his body and going for broke. Annoyed by his posture, the rich kid charges with great fury, calling his brave opponent a piece of trash. But maintaining an enviable calm, the protagonist's friend stands motionless, just waiting for the right moment. Furious, the enemy unleashes his powerful B-flash, piercing the boy's body with his sharp weapon. Taking the terrible blow to the chest, the kid gives a sly smile, announcing that he has finally caught his rival. Completely in shock, the light-haired villain panics, not believing his adversary's absurd audacity. Holding the dagger's blade, the boy summons a fist of pure golden fire, preparing his counter-attack. Letting out a huge cry of pure will, the brave student unleashes the punch using the powerful art of force. The gigantic ball of energy hits the rich kid's face squarely, creating a beautiful explosion of pure light. From the brutality of the great impact, the villain's body is launched far away, flying across the entire giant arena. At this, the other rich kids in the audience's eyes widen in shock, as the referee declares the end of the match. Observing the epic scene, the black-haired great leader and the blonde girl flash a beautiful smile of great pride. Being very firm, the judge in the black cape finally opens his mouth to announce the name of the grand champion. Enveloped in a huge cloud of dust, the coward's defeated body stops on the ground, destroying part of the wall. Knocked out and with his mouth open, the rich kid lies in the rebel, hearing the east wing take the well-earned victory. Sweating a lot from exhaustion, the strong young man has a very perplexed look, almost doubting what he just did. Then a great emotion fills the brave boy's chest, making his face turn bright red with pure joy. Very excited, the champion raises his fist in the air, celebrating his team's first and epic victory. Opening his eyes with great difficulty, the opponent tries to babble something, denying this harsh defeat. Sitting in the rebel, the coward trembles greatly, asking miserably if he really lost the fight. Holding his broken arm, the blonde boy looks back, begging for help from the great members of his strong wing. Kneeling before the arrogant boss, the poor guy starts to apologize for his immense weakness. But without even blinking, the cruel villain uses his dagger and sends his defeated partner flying far away. Observing all the unprovoked aggression, a pink-haired girl breaks into a cold sweat, scared by so much malice. Facing his lackeys, the fearsome leader orders them to crush their enemies in the next clash with a malicious look. Terrified of their crazy leader, the other fighters in the group shout, affirming that they will do this good service. The protagonist's friend shouts his teammate's name, giving great support for the next big battle. At this, the red-haired warrior appears very confident, while the villain stares at her with a superior look. To the side, the match observes seriously, announcing the second great fight of the day. Then, without wasting any more time, the fighter advances with her glowing sword, and the referee authorizes the start. With a focused look, the girl invokes her art of the red fire sword. Showing all her will, she then unleashes her powerful spark cut, creating a gigantic trail of pure yellow energy. On the other side, the adversary prepares to defend, holding his spear very firmly. With a spin of his spear, the young man blocks the blow, creating a huge explosion of pure energy on the spot. But the enemy's blue energy seems to be much stronger, easily overpowering the young woman's attack. The young man then reveals his art of the Great Chaos Spear, showing his very serious expression. Using his furious piercing attack, the opponent throws the girl into the air with great ease. In great pain, the young woman falls to the ground, coughing a lot and holding her chest after taking the big hit. But the enemy gives no respite, preparing for a new attack while the girl remains kneeling. In the audience, a blue-haired boy wonders why the fighter is going so far. At this, a large red stain forms on the arena floor, shocking everyone watching. Another blonde teammate becomes furious seeing the scene, while the partner next to him looks panicked. He tries to rush into the arena, but is held back by his partner, who warns they will lose if he enters. Seeing the brutal scene, the judge with his arms crossed declares the end of the match with great seriousness. He soon announces the victory for the West Wing as the opponent steps on the defeated girl on the ground. Desperate, the friend runs to help his fallen teammate, asking if the girl is okay now. From a distance, the protagonist watches everything with his arms crossed and a look of pure fury and anger. With a stern face, the leader tells the girl to hang in there, swearing he will resolve the situation. Then, all the friends from the East Wing gather to help their injured companion in total desperation. The dark-haired boy questions if that wasn't an over, the top move by the adversary, looking very concerned. Very angry, the winner of the first fight yells at the enemy, demanding a good explanation. He questions the reason for so much brutality, but the opponent just stares at him with great contempt. Looking back, the winner of the match asks what the big problem is with a very cynical look. He then explains that he did whatever it took to win, since that was a real combat. But the young man and his blue-haired teammate shout back, stating that it was a huge exaggeration. With a cruel smile, the enemy calls them both knave, saying there is no mercy in a real fight. At this, the leader of the rival wing appears behind the fighter, who swears to always crush all opponents. The blonde girl then asks if this order came from the boss, but the young man just tells them to forfeit the fight. He also says the referee didn't stop the fight, so he just crushed the girl's fighting spirit. With great anger, the blonde girl stares at her friend's adversary with a look of pure hatred and contempt. At this, a person starts walking toward them, complaining about all the noise they were making. The enemy then advises the team to worry, because they will all suffer the same fate soon. But the protagonist takes a step forward, agreeing with what the guy from the West Wing just said. At this, another adversary appears, offering the hero's team a chance to forfeit and leave the tournament. With a very arrogant smile, the swordsman points his weapon at the next fighter from the East Wing. He then calls the blue-haired boy to the arena, who seems very surprised by the challenge. The adversary scoffs, telling the boy not to say his name and asks if he's going to forfeit soon. With a cruel smile, the swordsman threatens to do the same thing he did to the girl, or even something worse. He then finishes the taunt by calling the blue-haired boy a big and beautiful weakling. Seeing the scene, the blonde girl gets very angry, but her partner assures her that everything is fine, and he will fight. Clenching his fists very tightly, the young man says he will not run away from this battle, no matter what. And in front of his teammates, the young man faces his rival with great courage, preparing for the clash. Pointing his finger with determination, the student swears he will surpass his enemy right here, today. The opponent just scoffs with boredom, questioning what that poor guy just said to him. As the injured girl is carried out of the arena, the other students watch the beginning of the next fight. Standing in the middle of the arena, the boy holds his spear firmly but seems a bit nervous. Breaking into a cold sweat, and with a worried look, the young man faces his adversary very tensely. But suddenly he hears the leader's voice in his mind, wondering how that's possible right now. Looking at the audience, startled, The boy hears his partner tell him not to worry about it. The hero explains that he just recreated an experience from years ago and remembers when he was a child, completely lost. The blue-haired boy doesn't know how to react to this great madness. The protagonist then reveals that he used the spell to give him a single, important piece of advice. Curious about the tip, the young man pays close attention as the leader quotes a good old saying. The phrase says that the clouds move calmly and the water flows completely freely in the world. The young student is very confused by the word, clouds. Not understanding the meaning of that saying, the dark-haired boy then repeats the phrase more calmly with a very confident smile, his arms crossed. He finishes by telling his partner to think about it whenever he is in any kind of trouble. At this, the referee gets the boy's attention, who apologizes for taking so long to start the fight. With a new look, the young man holds his spear more firmly, ready for his great battle. The judge then finally announces the second match of the day between the East Wing and the West Wing. With the referee's authorization, the two fighters face each other in the middle of the arena, ready for combat. The boy then uses his technique of the water and cloud spear, launching his piercing attack. Seeing the blow, the enemy is startled, but quickly readies his sword to defend effectively. With a slash of purple energy, the swordsman deflects his rival's attack with great ease. He then calls the boy weak and unleashes his technique of the venomous snake attack sword. The piercing blow hits the young man squarely, making him feel a very strong pain in his body. The enemy scoffs, saying the boy talked a big game, but did almost nothing when it was time to fight. Preparing to defend, the blue-haired boy realizes that his rival is going to attack again. The adversary once again uses his snake attack sword technique with great speed, but the young man's eyes suddenly widen, getting a big shock from a strange detail in the air. The opponent uses his shrimp crawl trail, making his attack curve. Being hit from the side, the young man screams in pain as a cut opens on his stomach instantly. He then realizes that the blow curved in the air, and that's why he couldn't defend in time. Laughing loudly, the enemy demands a reaction and tells the boy to try to counter-attack if he's able. Even injured, the young man fills with courage and swears he will be able to fight on equal terms. Using his technique, the young man unleashes the flowing clouds and running water to defend himself now. With a very malicious smile, the rival plans to end the fight in a very humiliating way, but the purple energy attack hits the young man with absurd and very fast force in the chest. With that, the poor guy is launched far away, screaming as the enemy tells him to fly away from there. At this, a large explosion happens where the poor young man just took a hard fall. In the audience, the blonde girl and the other friends are in shock at the beating their teammate is taking in the duel. Coughing heavily, the fighter tries to lean on his spear to avoid passing out there on the arena floor. He realizes that all of his movements are now being used against him by the villain. Laughing at the situation, the young man states that his specialty is precisely using counter-attacks. With great difficulty, the hero tries to get up, but the opponent guarantees he is far superior to him. Then the coward grabs the boy's hair, saying that a fake dragon's son is just trash. He continues the insults, calling the young man a weakling, just like his own father in the past. But with tears in his eyes, the little warrior demands that the enemy not insult his family like that. At this, the rich kid delivers a violent blow, making the poor guy slam his face hard on the floor. Fallen and humiliated, the young man bleeds a lot while his adversary continues to mock him nonstop. With a kick, the villain states that an imposter would never beat a real person like him. At that moment, the young man feels terrible, thinking that in the end, he is still a total weakling. He cries in silence, feeling like a complete fraud in front of the entire audience present. Suddenly, he remembers a calm day fishing with his father in the river of his distant village. Very happy, the little boy says he loves fishing and hears that he's just like his old dad. The man explains that he loves to look at the clouds and the water while waiting for the fish to bite the bait. He teaches that the clouds pass calmly and the water flows, making human problems disappear quickly. With a gentle pat on the head, the father peacefully watches the horizon with his beloved little son. Returning to reality, the injured fighter smiles, remembering that he must just flow now in the fight. Meanwhile, the referee observes the scene in silence, waiting for the outcome of that beatdown in the combat. But the villain grabs the boy's clothes, shouting that this will be the definitive end of the line for him. With his fist glowing, the rich kid swears that his opponent will end up just like his father in the end. He tells the young man to crawl on the ground like the trash he is, while staring at him with great fury. At this, the vision of nature returns to the young man's mind, showing the gentle flow of the great blue river, with a fluid movement. The hero's arm deflects the punch in a very impressive and calm way. He uses the energy of water to move lightly, surprising his attacker in the middle of the arena. Completely in shock, the adversary screams, not understanding how he missed that fatal blow. At that moment, the boy moves away with agility, leaving his rival talking to himself there in the center. Observing everything with a smirk, the judge seems very interested in the young man's change. Finally, the young man stands up with a glowing aura and a look of pure, renewed determination. Completely shocked, the sword villain breaks a cold sweat, shouting that this is completely impossible to happen. At that, the blue-haired youth grips his spear, revealing he has reached an incredible 3-star level. Trembling with anger, the rich kid grips the handle of his weapon, swearing he won't accept a fake fighting on equal ground with him. Shouting with all the fury in the world, the coward charges forward, preparing his powerful sword style. Without wasting time, the opponent launches a giant slash of purple energy toward the hero with malicious intent. But the injured warrior just watches everything, maintaining a very focused and totally calm look in the face of danger. Using great agility, the fighter dodges the purple strike, easily leaving only a blur behind. Seeing this, the villain is shocked, wondering how that weak kid managed to predict his attack. Totally desperate, the rich kid jumps high, launching a brutal new strike from above with all his might. However, the young student slides across the arena, escaping the enemy's charge with a very smooth move. At that moment, the attacker's eyes widen in total panic, completely confused about what was going on. In the stands, the blonde girl calls her partner's name, while the group leader agrees with his arms crossed. The team boss explains that the spear fighter has finally taken a huge step toward his true essence. Very confused, the girl asks for more details, and the protagonist recalls the constant flow of clouds and water. He teaches that water changes shape and absorbs enemy strength, while the youth dodges another strike in the arena. Smiling, the great hero praises his partner, stating that he mastered this technique beautifully in this combat. Impressed, the partner notes that the boy evolved very fast, even without fully realizing it all out there. Exuding a glowing aura, the warrior student shows immense concentration during the clash. On the other side, the opponent trembles with rage, glaring at the ground and cursing heavily at that bad situation. Losing his mind, the villain attacks, swinging his sword everywhere and telling his opponent to stay far away. Being very fast, the spear boy ducks, dodging the purple strikes with surprising ease. At that, the youth uses the handle of his weapon to block the attack, easily knocking the enemy's sword high into the air. Creating a massive explosion of water, the boy counters the offensive, completely breaking the rich kid's guard. Seeing the opening, the black-haired leader smiles widely, explaining that water isn't always this calm. In that instant, the energy flow in the arena suddenly changes, gaining a much more destructive brute force. Gathering all the liquid energy into his spear, the hero prepares an extremely powerful counterattack now. Facing danger up close, the coward screams in despair, unable to understand the opponent's new strength. Taking a firm step forward, the young warrior raises a massive wave on the floor of the great fighting arena. Completely surrounded by the waters, the villain tries to protect himself as the violent current rushes against him. With a fierce look, the blue-haired boy dictates that no one will ever be able to resist his flow. Unleashing a massive water dragon, the fighter hits the villain's chest, launching him high into the air with everything he has. Taking the brutal hit, the rich kid takes heavy damage, and his eyes roll back, totally knocked out by the force. At that, the opponent's body crashes to the ground, breaking the entire floor as the evaluator declares the end of the fight. The referee declares the East team as the winner, making the injured boy blink his eyes, very confused by it all. Barely believing the result, the kid hears his great friend running and shouting his name from afar. Very surprised, the rookie warrior hears his blonde partner cheering, saying that the battle was pretty incredible. Then all his classmates run to hug the boy, celebrating the victory and his new level of strength there. Realizing what happened, the winner lets out a huge yell of pure emotion, wondering if he really defeated the enemy. Crying with pure joy, the youth is praised by the girls, still amazed that he beat that bad guy. At that, he remembers all the times he was humiliated by that same arrogant rich kid in his past. Totally confused, the spear youth wonders aloud if he really managed to win the fight. Tears of emotion stream down the boy's face as he hears someone calling him from across the arena. Then his great friends run up to him, asking super excitedly about that impressive strike. His partner praises the incredible water dragon, but the poor guy is in shock, not knowing what he was talking about. In that instant, the great group leader approaches, explaining the official name of that powerful technique. Smiling, the dark-haired boy praises his teammate, revealing that he reached a super advanced level all on his own. But soon the hero breaks a cold sweat, playing it off well, and saying he just read about it in an old training hall. While the group celebrates, the protagonist remembers that he created that art himself in his old past life. With this, he deduces that the students of the following generations recorded everything in books to keep the secret. Looking on with great pride, the team boss smiles happily, seeing the enormous talent blossoming in his partner. At that, the black-caped evaluator gets the group's attention, telling them to stop chatting in the arena. Gaining extra motivation, the other two team warriors bump fists, swearing to do their absolute best. However, their great rivals from the West Wing get furious, completely renewing their intense fighting spirit. Unfortunately, in the fourth big fight, the beautiful blue-haired girl ends up being defeated by a very close margin. Watching everything from afar, a green-haired fighter observes the competition with a very focused look. Soon in the fifth duel, the shield friend manages to secure a hard-fought victory, coming out completely battered. Being supported by the spear hero, the brave winner smiles in relief for managing to turn that game around. The blonde then comforts her sad partner, reminding her that the tournament is won by whoever scores 4 points. Holding up 3 fingers, the warrior guarantees that they only need 1 more victory to win the competition. At that exact moment, the great black-haired leader approaches, calling the blonde girl with a very serious voice. Making the girl very embarrassed, the protagonist leans his face in, asking how she was feeling. Trying to keep her cool, the brave student lowers her gaze, ensuring she feels as great as always. But dying of embarrassment, she punches the boss's stomach, telling him to back off, and swearing she would never lose there. While the leader suffers in pain, the light-haired warrior yells at the top of his lungs, cheering for his friend. Exuding a lot of confidence, the blonde raises her fist super excitedly, walking straight to the middle of the arena. Putting the pain aside, the mysterious hero focuses his gaze, feeling a very strange energy coming from nearby. A frightening purple aura begins to fill the place, making the tournament's atmosphere extremely dense and heavy. Surprising everyone, the green-haired opponent kicks his own teammate far away with a simple strike. Walking to the arena, the new villain huffs in irritation, stating that nothing matters as long as he wins everything today. Pointing his huge blade, the evil guy swears up and down that he will make things go back to normal real quick. Unintimidated, the heroine flashes a beautiful smile, guaranteeing that she will be the one walking away with the victory in the end. At that, the two skilled opponents glare intensely at each other as the referee authorizes the start of the 6th match. Moving at a totally absurd speed, the enemy charges with everything he has, forcing the girl to defend herself instantly. The bad guy reveals a powerful yellow electric aura on his weapon, surprising the girl with so much brute force. Pressing the attack mercilessly, the swordsman creates huge bright sparks, as their blades clash non-stop. Completely overwhelmed by the enemy's strength, the blonde girl is pushed backward, her feet sliding across the dirt floor. Knowing the great danger, the warrior gets furious, unleashing her own electric energy as well. Giving a sinister smile, the opponent shows great calmness, seeming to really enjoy that little reaction. In his mind, the villain remembers a sinister master surrounded by spikes and exuding a bizarre purple toxin. When the blonde moves forward to attack, she gets a huge scare seeing a mysterious purple aura sprout from the ground. Breaking a cold sweat, the warrior stares at the floor with wide eyes, realizing her aura is vanishing out of nowhere. Gaining a lot of confidence, the arrogant villain jumps high, warning that the poor annoying girl will never defeat him there. With a dark smile, the enemy fighter laughs, claiming that the duel is already guaranteed for him and the West Wing. Trying to protect herself, the girl crosses her swords, resisting that guy's raw power with great difficulty. But taking a heavy kick to the stomach, the blonde cries out in pain, being pushed back without the slightest chance. Shaken by the scene, her teammates shout the girl's name, fearing greatly for her safety in the arena. The group leader furrows his brow next to his partner, noticing that something is wrong with this entire fight. Trembling and in a lot of pain, the heroine realizes she is completely unable to release her powerful electric aura. Noticing her despair, the mean opponent charges forward laughing, taunting the girl about the fact that he had already warned her. Suffering a rain of blows, the warrior tries to resist in every way, using only the pure blade of her sword. Cornered, the blonde girl realizes something strange is blocking her power, preventing her from calling upon her magic source. The girl reflects that natural power flows through the veins, improving and intensifying the strength of every attack. And if a fighter loses their connection to the source during a major clash, everything can go very wrong. In this case, any small slip-up can be disastrous against potent enemy attacks full of pure magic. Badly scraped up, the brave student promises to stand firm against the attacks, knowing she can no longer attack openly. Very tense, the observers notice the huge oddity, stating that she stopped attacking and is only defending out there. Frowning, the mysterious hero watches the combat in silence, trying to understand why her power stopped. Unable to fight anymore, the poor girl falls to her knees on the ground, her legs all bruised and trembling with pain. Coughing from weakness, the girl glares at the terrible opponent while listening to the rich kid's mocking praises. However, before the fight even started, the guy had asked for and accepted the secret help of an older veteran. He paid dearly with favors to ensure that this dispute was completely won for him right there. Showing a sinister look, the attacker charges forward, preparing to put a real end to the tough combat. Pointing his sharp blade down, he gives his final taunt, calling her a very stubborn girl. Showing pure contempt with a huge, intimidating look, he warns that the blonde's dream of leadership ends right there. From the audience, the weak boy begs his great friend to give up, fearing for the girl's ultimate safety in the arena. Meanwhile, the protagonist totally loses his cool, showing a terrible aura burning in pure intense anger. In the blink of an eye, the villain delivers a finishing blow, driving his dangerous blade straight at the defeated girl. The brutal impact sends shockwaves, leaving the whole room in total despair after witnessing such a devastating strike from the boy. However, an electric blast hits the rival's arm, stopping him from finishing the blonde girl and saving her life. Then a curly-haired warrior appears holding her own sword, calling the rich kid a huge lunatic. Totally furious about the unusual interference, the villain grits his teeth, holding his blade and changing the plan. In that instant, the chubby boy also invades the arena, landing on the girl's back to give all his local support. Completely outraged, the rich kid glares at the new invaders, demanding an explanation for stopping the official combat. Holding her badly hurt friend, the rookie student calls out the big guy, guaranteeing that everyone knows what he was going to do. Trembling with fright, the entire audience hears the great leader declare a serious accusation about the foul play down there. Letting his pride speak louder, the green-haired liar denies the accusation, saying he would never do such a thing. Stomping his foot, the leader of the righteous heavily doubts the fake guy's words and demands he show good proof. Walking forward, he claims that anyone could see that such a strong blow could only be devastating right there. Changing his tone of voice, the arrogant guy demands more respect, calling him a liar in front of the great evaluator. Pointing to the teammate's body on the floor, the young man warns that the girl was without any of her protective magic. Pointing his arm, the group leader calls the attention of those cheaters with a very serious expression. Smiling mockingly, the villain claims that in a real battle, the opponent's condition doesn't matter at all. Holding her injured friend, the blonde warrior shouts angrily, reminding him that this is not a fight for survival. Showing a sinister look, the platinum-haired guy calls the girl knave and says that's why she lost. With a very stern face, the justice seeker counters, saying that his team is not there to play elimination games. But the opponent extends his hand with glowing eyes, warning that they are indeed fighting real battles. Without backing down, the firm young man says their wing is also holding back, so as not to hurt anyone in the tournament. At that, the platinum-haired guy gives an evil smile, implying that someone is definitely going to get seriously hurt. Trembling with anger, the brave warrior releases sparks of pure magic, wanting to charge at the fool. However, a man stomps hard on the ground, making a dense purple energy completely dominate that heavy space. An inspector appears in the middle of the arena, scaring all the students with his enormous, crushing presence. Breaking a cold sweat, the group leader feels the tension in the air as the big guy's aura freezes everyone with fear. Even the two cheaters are paralyzed with terror, unable to hide the massive panic on their faces. Very furious, the man intimidates everyone, asking who gave them permission to stand around chatting there. The blonde girl tries to protest about the dirty trick, but the referee tells her to be quiet and not meddle anymore. With a furious look, he warns that students must not interrupt the matches, because only he decides the rules. Having no other choice, the young man swallows his pride and apologizes to the older man for stopping the big fight. Then the referee declares the victory for the West Wing, ordering all the intruders to get out of there right now. With his injured teammate in his arms, the leader asks his blonde friend to pick up the sword that fell on the ground. Leaving the arena, they meet the rest of the team, who ask totally desperately about the girl's health. Trying to calm the situation, the partner says he gave her a recovery potion and is going to take her to the infirmary. The true protagonist apologizes for the trouble, but the big guy smiles, saying it was no bother at all. Looking at the hero, the leader notes that the young boy was also ready to invade the battlefield. Walking away, the young man finds it very bizarre that his teammate was defeated in such an absurdly easy way. With that, he remembers the previous fight, strongly suspecting that those villains are plotting something very dirty. Sad to see the girl's bruised face, the friend asks the protagonist to be very careful when his turn comes. Listening to the advice, the young warrior makes a very stern face, agreeing as he stares at the great arena. Entering that huge field, the young man raises his hand, thanking his dear team for their concern. Already in the middle of combat, the arrogant rich kid mocks the rookie, guaranteeing that his victory there is already won. Without paying much mind to the chatter, the protagonist just sighs as he stretches his arm. Furious with the boy's relaxed attitude, the villain loses his smile and grits his teeth with a lot of anger. At that, the scary big guy authorizes the start of the match, really wanting to see that cocky rookie get beaten up soon. Using great speed, the enemy advances like lightning, promising to wipe out all the arrogance from that poor hero. But the warrior just drops the rival with a single punch. Witnessing that shocking scene, the friends in the audience widen their eyes, completely failing to understand what happened. Even the tournament's tough inspector gets startled, breaking a cold sweat upon noticing the brute power of that simple young student. Taking a calm step, the boy warns that for someone who likes real fights, the villain there is very careless. With shining eyes, the boy extends his hand, provoking the rival to taste a true ultimate showdown out there. Hearing the hero's words, the platinum haired guy freezes in place, getting super confused by that bizarre posture. Exuding a giant presence, the protagonist swears to fight seriously, wanting to know if the cheater isn't going to cry. Observing closely, the protagonist puts his hand on his chin, seeming to finally understand the whole situation. At that, the green-haired partner shouts desperately, suddenly calling the name of his feared master. Moving at an absurd speed, the cheater turns into a large white blur, charging with everything into the arena. Without even moving, the hero just closes his eyes, patiently waiting for the enemy attack to reach him. But totally frustrated, the villain stomps hard on the ground, swearing in anger for having missed his big strike. Panting, the platinum-haired guy lands on the rocks, gripping his weapon as he tries to catch his breath there. Trembling in shock, he stares at his rival, totally unharmed, even after he delivered his fastest attack. Very calm, the rookie deduces that the rich kid uses wind power and must come from one of the 4 great families. Showing a dark look, the protagonist points his finger, asking what the taste of true combat is like. Completely furious, the opponent yells at the top of his lungs, asking what on earth that weirdness was. In the blink of an eye, the skilled warrior appears behind the villain, taking him completely by surprise. Exuding an absurd coldness, the youth just warns in a low voice that this is already the 2nd time he misses. Taking an invisible and super strong hit, the platinum-haired guy is thrown forward, spitting out saliva. Sliding across the arena, the enemy panics, wondering how a mere student did this to him. With his pride wounded, the guy refuses to accept that he is being humiliated and dominated in such an easy way. But before he even turns his face, the rookie already appears in front of him, landing a solid punch to the stomach. Showing a scary look, the warrior warns that this cheater feels way too safe around here. Giving no chance to defend, the protagonist chains a brutal combo, landing a heavy knee strike on the rich kid. Feeling extreme pain, the opponent's eyes widen as he coughs heavily from the absurd impact. Losing all his strength, the cheater falls to his knees, taking heavy damage right on the arena floor. Counting on his fingers, the hero states that it has already been 3 times, leaving the kneeling villain totally confused. With an empty look, the boy points down, warning that he is counting the times the enemy has already been defeated. Trembling with fear, the light-haired boy imagines that in a real fight, he would have been taken out a long time ago. Holding up 3 fingers, the justice seeker claims that the only reason that Punk is still breathing right now is the tournament rule, so he kicks the guy's chin, warning that the pause from real battle is over for good. Suffering a violent impact, the arrogant guy goes flying like a ragdoll, bouncing several times on the hard dirt. In the audience, the blonde girl watches the entire dispute, breaking a cold sweat, totally in shock over that massive beating. Very tense, the group leader realizes that this has already stopped being a simple school tournament fight. Reflecting calmly, he concludes that his friend was just playing around and taking it very easy in the previous duel. Exuding a huge distorted aura, the hero proves to be the very definition of unfairness in that place. Giving a slight smile, the rookie looks at the defeated guy on the ground, asking if he finally understood everything. Trembling and hurting badly, the coward tries to crawl, using his blade as a last resort for support. Laughing, the boy tells him that on a real battlefield, no one has teachers or healing potions around. Cursing, the villain tells him to shut up, while the hero mocks that childish view of actual battle. Focusing his gaze sharply, the protagonist reveals the great truth about that rich kid's cowardly attitude. Being called weak, the platinum-haired guy goes crazy, yelling non-stop for the rookie to shut his mouth already. Losing control completely, the enemy generates a giant green tornado, destroying all the ground around him. Scared by the immense magic, the audience falls into despair, greatly fearing a terrible disaster right there. Out of control, the villain attacks, screaming that a simple rookie would never have the right to teach him big lessons. Without losing his swagger, the hero cracks a smile, finding that frustrated young boy's rebellious phase quite funny. The hero warns that he will be his opponent, asking the villain to unleash all his massive frustration there. Extremely irritated, The rich kid attacks with his fan, telling the rookie to stop acting like a know-it-all. Using a secret technique, the cheater launches powerful wind blades, forcing the boy to jump. Sweating heavily and completely desperate, the opponent mentally begs to land just a single hit, creating a large crater in the arena floor. He focuses all his strength, hoping to at least scratch the hero. Watching everything, the gray-haired leader explains that the ground breaks because of their famous wind magic. He shares that the members of this noble family possess an elemental power that is totally invisible to the naked eye. Hearing this, the blonde girl thinks this ability is very dirty, while her friend agrees that it's pretty overpowered. Very tense, the teammates break a cold sweat, rooting hard for the young warrior's safety in the arena. Back to the fight, the rich kid is panting and indignant, not understanding why he's missing so many strikes. Walking with his eyes closed, the protagonist says that dodging is quite easy if you just follow the airflow. Approaching effortlessly, the rookie notes that the cheater's guard is completely wide open once again. Biting his lips in pure fury, the platinum-haired guy prepares his blade, telling the kid to stop playing around. But the dark-haired warrior dodges with the greatest ease in the world, driving the villain absolutely crazy. Seeming to float in the arena, the justice seeker displays an absurd calmness, while the enemy only slices the wind. Receiving several insults, the relaxed hero just sighs, mocking that famous rebellious phase. Turning his back, the rookie asks if the rival has calmed down, receiving harsh threats as an answer. Playing the teacher, the warrior says that this stubborn willpower is admirable in a real fighter. At that, he dashes at surreal speed, landing a very brutal punch straight to the opponent's stomach. Looking at the boy closely, the hero states that the rich kid's body crossed its limit a long time ago. With the villain falling to his knees, the justice seeker recommends ending the fight soon to avoid extra pain. However, the cheater flashes a huge insane smile, grabbing the hero's leg with a strong dark magic. Ignoring that trick, the protagonist notes that the boy really wants to take things to the absolute limit there. A sinister purple energy covers the field while the platinum-haired guy lets out a huge laugh, looking like a madman. Very disappointed, the hero just asks why he's laughing out of nowhere since the battle is already over. Interrupting his speech, the villain guarantees that the rookie was already done for and swings his weapon with great force. For the first time in the fight, the protagonist shows a look of doubt, feeling that something very different happened. Using his ultimate move, the cowardly student launches a gigantic typhoon of air capable of destroying everything. But right before the wind hits, the young warrior notices a bizarre, toxic magic stuck to his neck. Blocking the strong blast, the justice seeker crosses his arms, being harshly dragged backward non-stop. Shocked by the big scene, the team members panic, seeing their skilled friend take a hit. However, the group leader comments that the hero's eyes have changed a lot, leaving the girl very confused. In the stands, the mysterious student in black approaches, praising the gray-haired leader's great knowledge. At that, the injured blonde girl appears, walking with the help of her red-haired friend, cheering up the blue-haired crybaby. Very relieved, the partners smile while the tough girl asks if her dear friends are okay. Sighing from exhaustion, the hurt young woman apologizes for the huge scare, trying to lean on her teammates. Taking advantage of the pause, the anxious blonde boy asks if the girl can explain their friend's sudden change. Sitting on the step, the warrior reveals that her magic block must have happened to the hero just now. Leaving everyone shocked, the young woman mentions that the teammate defeated in the first fight had also acted very poorly. With this, the group realizes that the rivals use a dirty, toxic trick, and the protagonist fell into the same web. Frightened, the blue-haired boy deduces that his friend can no longer use any magic in that duel. On the other side of the arena, the enemy laughs hard, mocking the rookie for underestimating his great power. With a furious look, the opponent sighs, guaranteeing he will make sure the warrior never dares challenge him again. At that, the rich kid shows off his fan, preparing a new win technique to finish the fight once and for all. Thus, he uses his secret art, creating a massive dust typhoon to destroy the entire arena. But the hero just crouches into a very strange fighting stance, staring at the ground without any concern. Completely unhinged, the platinum-haired guy yells for the rookie to disappear already as he launches his final attack. As a result, a giant gale charges with everything toward the skilled, totally defenseless fighter. Desperate at the scene, the blue-haired boy shouts his friend's name, praying for a great miracle. However, the justice seeker clenches his fist tightly, getting ready to resolve everything in a simple way. Ignoring logic, the hero charges alone against the typhoon, landing a direct punch right in the middle of the attack. Seeing that bizarre scene, the enemy is in shock, unable to believe that the boy stopped everything with his hand. With a massive boom, the warrior's punch dispels all the wind magic with surreal ease. Kneeling on the ground, the cheater is left reactionless, asking why the rookie can still move. Breaking a cold sweat and totally pale, the platinum-haired guy trembles with fear, understanding nothing about that bizarre situation. In the audience, the teammates watch everything amazed by the unexpected turn of that great fight. Jaws dropped. The partners keep looking, unable to believe their friend beat a typhoon with a punch. But the blonde girl gives a slight smile, saying the poison seems to have zero effect on the warrior's body. Back in the arena, the hero exudes a dark aura as he cracks his knuckles, ready for the next phase. Fallen on the ground, the villain still wonders why that guy didn't lose his magical powers. Showing his hand, the protagonist stares at the purple aura of the toxin, trying to analyze its real composition. With a calm look, the boy confirms to himself that this magic is indeed a very strong poison. Hearing this, the rich kid yells that it's impossible and the poison should be completely undetectable there. The rookie then explains that this trick only activates with the use of power, and that's why everyone else had lost. Next, we see an image showing how the purple toxin infected the blonde boy during his fight. Flashing a smile, the hero praises the enemy for managing to poison him before he noticed the big trap. The platinum-haired guy claims to know about the power seal and therefore asks how the rookie still managed to use the punch. Flexing his bicep, the justice seeker warns that poison doesn't work on a trained body, and the seal doesn't affect him. Very offended, the villain glares at his dagger, repeating the word useless with a tone of pure disbelief. He then yells with his chest aching, asking if the hero thinks his toxic masterpiece is something useless. The protagonist asks if it was the rival who made the poison and notes that the toxin doesn't affect his own body. Then he commends the idea of passing the poison through power, praising that guy's impressive creation. But before continuing, the young warrior stares at the opponent with a very serious and challenging look. Next, he shouts with all his might that this dirty trick simply doesn't work on him right there. Shocked, the enemy yells that the hero detoxified himself using his nose, leaving the audience confused. The rookie explains that in the end, everything depends on strength, and the villain still has a lot to learn about battles. Having nothing to say, the cheater just stands still, staring at the ground with a totally empty look. Raising his head, the rich kid asks in a low voice what on earth just happened in that arena. With a calm gesture, the protagonist asks if the opponent is finally satisfied with the big fight. Gritting his teeth, the enemy feels enormous humiliation for having lost in such a shameful way. At that moment, the villain remembers that he was forced from an early age to become the leader of his noble family. Since he was little, the light-haired boy heard his mother talking about the importance of his great mission. She pressured him, saying that without fulfilling this duty, he would have no reason to continue existing. Even the other students at school commented that all the family's candidates were great geniuses. However, the boy felt like a complete failure, unable to use his great family's wind magic. Because of this, his dear mother mistreated him, calling him useless for not mastering something so simple. But during his solitary and endless studies, the boy finally discovered his true talent. This special talent was his great and bizarre natural aptitude for creating dangerous poisons. Letting out a sinister laugh, the boy realizes that with poison, Even he could fight and win out there. He then decides to use this power to become the leader and defeat all his great adversaries. That way, his mother would finally recognize him as a son worthy of all her great respect. However, now in the present, the villain screams in pure frustration seeing his plan go down the drain. Very irritated, the cheater glares at the rookie, asking what a nobody would know about his life. He yells that he is compared to geniuses every day, and it doesn't matter how hard he tries to be better. Faced with so much talent, the poor guy feels like an absolute zero, and even so, everyone compares him. That's why he fights tooth and nail and won't accept a rookie daring to give him moral lessons. In a blind fury, the platinum-haired guy charges at the warrior, who blocks the attack with ease. Holding the rival's arm, the justice seeker stares at him with a serious look, unfazed by that show. In this way, the enemy tries to use his dagger to break free, but the protagonist doesn't even flinch at the threat. Desperate, the rich kid unleashes a massive wave of poison, trying to break loose from his opponent's grip. In the audience, the teammates grow tense and worried about that purple poison cloud in the arena. The gray-haired leader watches everything very seriously, wondering what kind of bizarre kid that rookie was. The villain yells that he doesn't care about using poison as long as he manages to win the fight in the end. With an insane smile, he guarantees he will never lose as long as he has poison and prepares his ultimate trump card. This technique releases a dangerous smoke and toxic needles that not even he can cure. Going this far, the boy is certain that this time his opponent will finally be defeated for good. But the hero appears right in front of him, holding the dagger, and asks if that was his last trick up his sleeve. Completely in shock, the enemy turns pale, unable to believe the rookie survived the dangerous smoke. At that, the protagonist tosses the dagger aside while the platinum-haired guy falls to the ground with no reaction at all. Exuding an intimidating aura, the warrior stares at the rival on the floor, who starts trembling in pure terror. The rich kid's eyes widen, breaking a cold sweat, unable to look away from that terrifying figure. Then the rookie steps closer and grabs the coward's collar, lifting him with an absurd amount of strength. Staring at the boy up close, the justice seeker tells him to listen carefully to his words. He then warns that this rich kid got everything wrong about the true meaning of being strong. Understanding nothing, the platinum-haired guy just stares at the hero with a face full of doubt and confusion. The warrior says that to be strong, you don't need talent, but rather just a great desire to win. The justice seeker states that this immense thirst for victory is the only thing that really matters in a fight, because this huge will to win is the true path to achieving the strength he dreams of so much. And the rookie shouts that the villain's problem isn't a lack of talent, but the weapon he is using. He suggests the rival use something with a longer handle, like a simple iron umbrella, for example. This scene shows a beautiful iron umbrella shining in the middle of the image with a golden background. The boy repeats the word umbrella, while the rookie says that this is not some bad joke. He explains that just like the iron fan, this is also a weapon with a long and rich history. But flashing a smirk, the warrior comments that to him, anything can become a formidable weapon. The rich kid wonders if there really is something that matches his completely different fighting style. He gets confused by the idea of having a weapon that perfectly suits him and his toxic power. Giving a hard slap to the rival's head, the protagonist says that he thinks he has no talent for combat. But in reality, on a real battlefield, that boy would be a much more dangerous warrior than the others. Understanding nothing, the platinum-haired guy just mumbles, "Ho," with the face of a completely confused fool. The hero points to a battlefield, stating that in a real fight, what matters is securing the great victory. He explains that holding on to pride stops a warrior from protecting what is important to him. The rookie finishes by saying that the villain's mindset isn't wrong, but rather where he applies his strength. With a slight smile on his face, the protagonist looks at the boy on the ground, waiting for an answer from the rival. He then invites the cheater to join him and his team in a very direct and simple way. The rich kid is once again left reactionless and just mumbles another, looking at the hero in front of him. Extending his hand, the warrior continues his formal invitation to the defeated boy in the great arena. He guarantees that he will make that underdog as strong as he could ever wish for in his whole life. Pointing his finger, the platinum-haired guy gets suspicious and asks what the rookie means by that proposal. The hero replies that he is stronger than him and therefore can help, leaving the boy with no arguments. With a wide and very excited smile, the protagonist tells the boy not to worry about the details. He promises to train the rival until he gets strong and has no time to cry over a lack of talent. Deep in thought, the platinum-haired guy stares at the floor in silence, reflecting on that crazy and unexpected proposal. But right after, he reaches his hand out to the warrior, accepting the invitation to join the team. The rookie scratches his head, realizing he forgot a very important little detail about the fight. The villain raises his hand, and the hero immediately understands that the two were still in the middle of a match. With that, the protagonist flies at the rival's face, landing a solid punch to end the fight once and for all. The rich kid's eyes roll back, and he blacks out from the force of the blow, falling hard on the tournament arena floor. The justice seeker then tells his rival to look for him when he wakes up and turns to leave the arena. Fallen on the ground, the platinum-haired guy curses the rookie for tricking him with that proposal mid-fight. Seeing the scene, the referee approaches and declares the end of the match with the victory of the school's East Wing. Thoughtful, the man reflects that the hero managed to detoxify himself in the middle of the strike, finishing the fight. With the victory, the protagonist's team celebrates a lot, jumping and hugging their skilled friend out there. In the audience, the gray-haired leader smiles, satisfied with the result, while the blonde girl stretches, feeling tired. On the other team, there's a gloomy atmosphere, with the leader taking care of his defeated and badly hurt friend. Next, a man announces the end of the selection matches for the great martial arts tournament. After the fight, we see an image of a very juicy chicken leg on a plate with some side dishes. Then we see an image of golden, crispy bread served on a very fancy white plate. With this, we see that the hero's team is at a grand banquet to celebrate their victory in the tournament. However, the purple-haired boy seems quite bored with the party, staring at nothing with a tedious look. The hero's rival from the first duel questions if the East Wing really won the final big match. The blonde girl asks why her group was also called, and the gray-haired leader answers that he doesn't know. He just deduces that the mysterious man who called them there should explain everything to them soon. Meanwhile, the protagonist eats a chicken leg with a massive appetite, not worrying about a single thing. His teammates stare at their friend, eating desperately while he asks what is wrong. The girls smile, and the blonde girl with the ponytail tells him he should eat up before it gets cold. With his cheeks full, the warrior eats non-stop, enjoying every single bite of that grand banquet. Outraged, the blonde girl from the other team complains that he's eating way too calmly and asks if he isn't curious. Suddenly, the great doors of the hall open, revealing the arrival of a very important figure. A blonde-haired man in a fancy uniform steps forward, apologizing for the long delay. He then looks at the protagonist eating and tells everyone that they should go ahead and eat too, no problem. With permission, all the other students start eating, happy and relieved by that order. The man then reveals that this meal is a reward for participating in the selection matches. Next, he sits at the table and announces that he is going to explain their great special mission to everyone. Raising his hand, the gray-haired leader asks if he and his group can hear that explanation too. The man replies that there is no problem, and they can participate in the mission, leaving the boy confused. He explains that a few days ago, a special rift was discovered inside the Eldragon family's territory. Hearing this, all the students are shocked and surprised by that totally unexpected news. The protagonist keeps eating his chicken leg and remembers having read about rifts in a book. The man explains that special rifts are different from normal ones and much harder to conquer. Simply put, a special rift cannot be beaten through normal means. leaving the group even more tense. He reveals that the rift has a special condition, and only 7 people of rank 3 stars or lower can enter. The students look at each other worriedly about that bizarre and dangerous condition for such an important mission. The man states that not even the head of the family can enter the rift without following this strict rule. He shares that there are 3 star soldiers, but rifts have been appearing very frequently lately. That's why they were chosen for this special mission and need to prepare for the great challenge. The man reveals that inside the rift, there is a high chance of finding powerful magic water. All the students' jaws drop upon hearing the words, magic water, unable to believe such luck. The girls from the hero's team also look very surprised at the man's great revelation. Protagonist remembers something while the man explains that magic water turns power into magic. With his eyes shining, the warrior shouts the word, magic, very excited about this huge news. The man says that the world is ruled by 8 families, and all of them possess sources of magic water. In other words, this mission is to clear the rift and collect the magic water for the Eldragon family. He finishes by saying that this is a very important mission, and failure is not an option for them. However, the rift appeared in a very dangerous location adjacent to the rival Cerberus family's territory. Because of this, they must also be keeping an eye on the rift to steal the magic water for themselves out there. With that, the gray-haired leader understands that the selection was to choose fighters for this dangerous mission. But the man warns that even though the East Wing won the selection, they will not be the official team. He then slams his hand on the table, calling the attention of all the students present in that great hall. The man declares that from now on, under the leadership of the East Wing and the students who lost, a new team will be formed with the best students from both sides for the great special mission. At that, the blonde-haired man says they will form a team to clear the special rift once and for all. He explains that the tournament served to understand everyone's abilities and form the best possible group. But the official notes that some students there couldn't show their true strength in combat. So, the man asks the rookie to choose the team members, and the hero gets a huge scare right there. The official asks the reason for his surprise, since the hero is the great representative of the East Wing. With that, the protagonist freezes, breaking a cold sweat, because he never intended to take on this big role. Smiling, the justice seeker passes the responsibility to the blonde girl, who shouts indignantly at that attitude. Very nervous, the girl asks if he is sure about this, breaking a cold sweat with that enormous pressure on her. The warrior claims that if he were to choose the team, it would just be him, and the girl is shocked. With a bored look, her friend realizes the crazy guy would actually be capable of doing something that wild. The rookie says that choosing people would be good practice for her to become the leader of her family later. The man accepts the switch, but warns that leading the team would put him closer to being the next boss. But the boy waves his hand, saying that either way, he has no plans of becoming the leader at all. Upon hearing this refusal, the students from the other team are completely shocked by the big revelation. The other teammates also widen their eyes, unable to believe he rejected such a high position. The rookie yawns with a fork in his hand, stating that he is the one who decides what holds value for his life. In disbelief, a classmate tries to explain that the leader holds the entire family in his hands with great power. However, the justice seeker turns his back immediately and replies dryly that he doesn't need any of that. With a focused look, the hero reveals that the only thing he truly seeks is the peak of martial arts itself. Faced with such an ambitious answer, all the other students fall into complete silence, left without a reaction. Thus, the boy ends the subject about himself, asking them to get back to focusing on the great mission. He then smiles and tells the blonde girl to go ahead and choose who she wants to take to the big challenge. With no way to escape, the girl stands up from the table, sighing and accepting the difficult responsibility. Placing her hand on her chest, the warrior assumes a serious posture and prepares to announce the names. Somewhere else, two men in suits tremble with fear in front of a massive and terrifying black beast. At that, the scene focuses on the hand of a mysterious figure holding a lit cigar that exhales a lot of smoke. This is the leader of the villains, resting on the couch with his giant wolves, and questioning the report. The henchman confirms that a special rift has appeared in the forest, and the rival family is already making their move. Thus, we see a dark image of the enemy leader, while the mafioso wants to know more details. Trembling in his boots, the subordinate breaks a cold sweat, trying to find the courage to give the rest of the terrible news. The gang boss yells furiously, asking why on earth he is only finding out about this rift right now. And to make matters worse, one of the massive black wolves growls right near the lackey's face, demanding an answer. Desperate, the man begs for forgiveness, explaining that the enemies were smart and kept their rift hidden. Smoking his cigar, the villain deduces that the rival family acted strangely in the forest on purpose. With an evil smile, the mafioso realizes there must be a very valuable treasure inside that rift. The henchman reveals the high chance of magic water existing in there, which justifies the enemy's effort. Aware of everything, the great leader adjusts his sunglasses and asks about the rules of the secret rift there. The lackey informs him that only 7 warriors of 3 stars or less can enter that location. Very thoughtful, the boss comments that this isn't such a difficult rule for them to overcome. However, the villain laughs, remembering that the rivals got there first and will probably dominate the entire rift. The henchman informs him that the rivals have no soldiers, so they will send their rookies for the mission in the rift. Worried, one of the men asks if they should form a team, but the other says it's too late for that. With a wicked smile, the villain deduces that if the rookies are going, the rival heir must be right there with them. The subordinate gets confused, not understanding the reaction of his boss, who seems quite excited about the news. At that moment, the syndicate leader asks how many bracelets of deception are still left in their inventory. Then the man answers that they still have 4 of those items, and the boss says he has a new order. With a dark look, the mafioso commands them to use all the bracelets to take out the rival kids. The henchman questions the order, as he doesn't know when they will be able to get more of those bracelets again. But the villain says it's better to use them all at once than to leave them gathering dust, without a purpose. With a sadistic smile, he imagines his rival's face when his son gets defeated on the mission. Back to the students, the hero asks the girl to choose the team, and she agrees to take on the responsibility. Taking the lead, the blonde stands up and with a focused look, begins to announce her chosen ones. In another place, the protagonist explains that everyone needs to get stronger and starts their training. He says everyone must run and build muscles, as shown by the students doing push-ups with rocks. By strengthening their foundation, they will be able to use martial arts with more power during future combats. Faced with such heavy training, the teammates stare at him, totally shocked by that madness out there. The rookie then asks if there is anything wrong, but one of the classmates replies that everything is just fine. Satisfied with the answer, the hero pulls something out from under a cloth and says, "It's Raymond's turn now." The boy reveals a giant rock and warns that the teammate will use the instructor's regeneration stone. The other students are confused, and the blonde-haired youth asks what the regeneration stone is. The hero confirms and says he remembered the stone's properties and that it would be perfect for training. He explains that the stone reflects impact hundreds of times and cannot be broken without source power. Then the youth smiles and says that from now on, he will punch the stone without using his true power. Hearing this, the girl and her friend are completely confused, failing to understand the rookie's plan. The hero takes a fighting stance and with a focused look, prepares to attack the massive stone. At that moment, he unleashes a powerful punch directly onto the rock's surface with all his might. The teammates widen their eyes in shock, seeing that he punched the stone normally right there. The boy knows that without using source power, the recoil from the strike will be huge, but he seems prepared. A massive shockwave explodes from the stone, leaving the other two students completely speechless. The blonde youth puts his hand in front of his face to protect himself from the strong blast of energy that came. A diagram shows that he completely blocked the reflected impact using his small shield. With the shield in hand, the hero explains that the training is about receiving and redirecting direct impacts. The blonde youth understands he will do the training and is surprised by the use of the regeneration stone. After finishing the explanation, the rookie calls on the next student, who was the blue-haired girl. He asks her to attack the stone with her sword and use source power, focusing on a single point. With a shout of determination, the girl understands the order and gets ready to attack the giant rock. The girl jumps into the air and unleashes several sword strikes on the stone, but they all scatter across the rock. The young man points out that it's not easy to focus on just one point, and the panting girl agrees with him. Smiling, the hero reveals that her training is exactly to aim and hit only a single point on the rock. The rookie comments that the stone has already repaired itself, making it perfect for her precision training. The hero demonstrates how to use the sword, making several fast and precise attacks on the arena floor. With a single accurate strike, the regeneration stone cracks right down the middle of its surface. The blue-haired girl is impressed by his skill, and her eyes even begin to tear up. The boy explains that she should value every single strike instead of focusing on the number of attacks made. Now he calls the silver-haired teammate, who gets nervous, not knowing what his training will be. To the youth's surprise, the justice seeker shows only a white feather, leaving the teammate very confused. A green wind aura begins to wrap around the hero's hand, and the small feather resting there. With that, the feather floats, and the silver-haired boy instantly recognizes that wind power. At that, he remembers Lord Vanille, who used the exact same ability during the selection tournament. The blonde youth asks how he learned that, and the rookie says it was after fighting against Vanille. Shocked, the teammate yells that this is ridiculous because he can't believe it's that easy to learn. Smiling, the hero grabs a spear and says that his training is going to start right at that moment. The justice seeker then delicately balances the feather on the tip of the spear as part of the exercise. He explains that the training is about letting the body flow with the air current that he creates himself. The boy is amazed because it's hard to control a feather, and he makes it look incredibly easy. The protagonist states that you aren't supposed to follow or grab the flow, but rather let yourself be carried by it. And when the young man masters this technique, he will be able to do something incredible with his spear and power. With a quick movement, the hero lifts the feather from the ground, creating a powerful whirlwind of air. With a focused look, he reveals that the student will even be able to create his own flow of energy. To finish the demonstration, he stands completely still, balancing the feather on the spear perfectly. The two teammates are left without a reaction, but the blonde girl appears, calling her friend for the mission. The warrior waves from afar and tells him to hurry up, or else they're going to end up being late. With a light pat, the justice seeker hands the spear over to the silver-haired boy and says goodbye. Running toward his friend, he shouts for the others to train hard while he is away. The two boys stand paralyzed with a dumbfounded look, unable to believe what just happened. But the silver-haired boy fills his chest with courage and decides that he is going to make it happen. Crying with determination, the youth says they are going to do their absolute best, and his teammate supports him in that. The friend asks what he was doing, and the boy says he passed the training on to the others. With a mischievous smile, the hero comments that their group ended up being quite interesting. The blonde laughs out loud and agrees with him, saying that the team she put together really is great. They walk down the hallway toward the rest of the team, whom the girl considers the absolute best. At that, a two-toned-haired teammate greets them with a big smile, waving in their direction. The protagonist and his friend walk up, and the young man apologizes for making them wait there. We get a view of some of the team members, including the two-toned boy and another girl, and it also shows two other students, one with green hair and one with white hair. alongside our protagonist. With the team gathered, the leader yells to move out, and they all run together to start the mission. An official watches the departure of the selected team as they head toward the secret special rift. He reports to his superior that the enemies discovered the rift faster than they had expected. The gray-haired leader isn't worried, as their team has already entered the rift before the rivals arrived. However, the official says there is a concern, and the boss asks what the big problem is. The official fears that the rivals might steal the treasure, but if the team regroups, everything will be fine. With a serious expression, the leader asks what the power level of the selected team is. The man guarantees they are the strongest in the 3-star rankings and can easily handle the enemies. But the boss questions if they are still strong, even with a 2-star kid on the team. Smiling, the official says yes, because young Zeke alone would probably be enough out there. He then explains that he has seen all of Bowser's sons, but he simply cannot see the limits of the rookie. The other man counters that despite all that, he is still just a 2-star at the end of the day. The official agrees but recalls a massive flash of power from the spiky-haired boy. And because of that, he realized that the number of stars does not define someone's true strength. The dark blue-haired man is intrigued to hear such a strong statement from his colleague right there. He then remembers feeling the exact same thing when he saw the combat art of the great Lord Balza. Upon hearing this comparison, his colleague is completely shocked, breaking a cold sweat at the great revelation. Even the great leader of the family is surprised and left speechless hearing that comparison. This is a secret art passed down only to the heads of the powerful Eldragon family of warriors. Because it's a secret, it is kept highly classified, and normal people cannot learn it no matter what. In disbelief, the man asks if the rookie really possesses a martial art as powerful as that one. The official confirms, as he has seen Bowser's art many times, and the boy's arts are very similar. He concludes by saying that the rookie's techniques rival the powerful dragon-slaying art. Faced with such a revelation, the leader stays silent for a moment, processing all the information. But the official thinks to himself that in reality, it's not quite the way he explained it to his boss. He believes that the boy's abilities might actually surpass the family's secret technique entirely. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, thinking that maybe he could just be mistaken about it. The boss then reveals that years ago, he ordered a full investigation into the boy, including his past. But no useful information was found, and there's no sign that he trained before joining. Then his colleague asks if that means the young man learned everything on his own, completely by himself. The official looks up thoughtfully, as if trying to find an answer to that exact question. He then says the boy seems like the reincarnation of the first or the 15th patriarch. The leader's eyes widen as he hears the word reincarnation coming from his man. The room falls silent as the boss seems to reflect on that crazy possibility. After a moment of silence, the head of the family turns his back on his 2 officers. The 2 men stand completely still, anxiously waiting for an answer from their great boss. With a slight smile on his face, the leader finally breaks the silence of that meeting room. He says it's ridiculous, but if it's true, the enemies aren't a threat to the boy at all. A week later, we see some guards outside the Purple Rift in a dark forest. A red-haired woman asks for the vice captain, but a guard says he has gone missing. She sighs in annoyance while the other soldiers run off to look for the man who disappeared. The young woman gets worried because they said they would send more people, and she doesn't know if that's a good thing. Suddenly, she feels a presence in the forest and realizes someone is approaching her. It was the protagonist, who questions her for not running, but he says he just didn't want to waste energy. At that, the blonde girl is startled to see Instructor Freya and asks why she is there. With a serious look, the instructor says she is on a mission now and is no longer their teacher. The young woman then reveals the reason she is in that spot near the forest with the others. She explains that her mission is to protect the special domain of the rift against any enemies. The blonde girl is impressed upon seeing the domain, and the instructor explains how it works. The protagonist crosses his arms thoughtfully while observing the strange phenomenon right in front of him. He feels the same power he felt from the boar and now understands it was the rift's influence. The young man then asks why she is protecting the domain, and the woman has an answer. The instructor says the goal is to stop and interfere with the plans of the rival Cerberus family. She then explains that the enemies do not like the idea of them getting the magic water from the rift. In addition, the young woman reveals they are dealing with monsters that were pushed outside. The teacher confirms and reminds them that the rift only allows up to 7 people of rank 3 stars. The toned-haired boy confirms that this was what he heard about the rules of the special rift. The instructor reaches out to the purple barrier to show something important to the team. Even though she is very strong, she is rejected by the barrier, which glows with an intense purple light. The same thing happens to the 4-star monsters, who also fail to enter the domain. And whoever enters first stays there until they clear the rift or are defeated, and no one else can enter. The hero touches the barrier with his fingertips, feeling the strange energy emanating from it. He realizes that it's a barrier that selects who can enter, and that it cannot be broken. The instructor watches him out of the corner of her eye, noticing that he is analyzing the purple barrier. With his eyes shining, the boy says that hearing this makes him want to try and break the barrier. The young man winks with a thumbs up, saying he was just kidding, but the teacher yells that he's lying. Out of patience, the woman tells them to go in already before the rivals arrive in the forest. All the students shout in unison that they are ready to start the great and dangerous mission. The instructor smiles slightly and wishes good luck to the team of young family warriors. She then watches them enter the purple rift and asks them to give it their absolute best inside. Inside the rift, the team encounters a horde of dark monsters with deer antlers. One of the monsters lets out a terrifying roar, and the toned-haired boy prepares for the attack. With a focused look, the silver-haired boy spins his spear and gets ready for combat. With a battle cry, he leaps and attacks the monsters with a powerful, spinning wind strike. One of his teammates praises the splendid attack, but the young man doesn't seem to care about the compliment. With a serious expression, he grips his spear and stays focused on the battle against the creatures. Another toned-haired teammate watches the fight with a look of disdain, his hand on his chin. In a flashback, we see the same boy walking down a stone hallway, alone and deep in thought. Suddenly, he hears a noise and peeks from behind a pillar to see what was going on. He sees the protagonist talking to the silver-haired boy in a hallway far away from there. In that scene, the teammate asks what the staff is that the justice seeker is holding in his hand. With a serious look, the hero answers that he had told him he would train him, and now was the time. The silver-haired boy is surprised and asks if he was really serious about that. The protagonist smiles and says that this mission is the perfect opportunity for the young man to use the staff. Furious, the teammate yells that he can't use a weapon he has never seen on such an important mission. Angrily, the silver-haired teammate kicks the staff away, yelling at the protagonist. He then turns his back and says he won't do it, because he doesn't want to use a weird weapon. But the hero launches the staff with a powerful gust of wind, straight toward his teammate. The silver-haired boy turns around, startled to see the weapon spinning around him with an aura. Very shocked, he asks how on earth the rookie manages to use the powerful wind aura like that. With a confident smile, the justice seeker answers that this doesn't matter to him in the slightest. He points the staff at his teammate and tells him to just take it and use the weapon on the mission. However, the youth refuses with a look of disgust, and the hero is surprised by his stubbornness. The protagonist then loses his patience and yells at his teammate to grab the staff already. A fight breaks out where the hero tries to force the boy to take the weapon, but he refuses to give in. The argument continues with both of them yelling at each other, neither wanting to back down. Exhausted, the silver-haired boy drops to his knees, but still complains that he doesn't have an umbrella. The justice seeker explains that the staff is a substitute, and that he will train with this new weapon. The teammate then looks up and asks confusedly what he means by the word train. He stands up and says he doesn't know any martial arts for staffs and can't train right now. But the hero smiles and tells him not to worry because he created a martial art just for him. The name of the new technique is the art of the phantom wind umbrella created by the protagonist. Back in the present, a teammate thinks it's hard to believe, but the boy's movements have improved, and above all, the new art perfectly matches his wind aura and special power. The hero praises the final strike, and one of the teammates asks if he was the one who created the new martial art. Shocked, the two friends stare at each other, wondering who the protagonist is to just create martial arts. Another purple-haired teammate watches the scene in silence, holding her own staff. The hero approaches her and asks if her name is Leela, and the girl looks at him curiously. With a small smile, the girl confirms it is, and the protagonist seems to have a plan in mind. He steps closer to her, drawing her attention for a private conversation between the two of them. The girl then asks if he was really the one who created the martial art for the silver-haired teammate. With a lot of pride, the hero confirms it was him, and the girl asks how he managed to do that. He closes his eyes with a smug smile and prepares to give a very humble answer. The justice seeker then strikes a pose and says he managed to create the martial art because he is simply himself. The purple-haired girl is impressed by the answer, while another teammate doubts him. The blonde girl says it's impossible to create martial arts out of nowhere like he just claimed. But she thinks that coming from him, somehow the answer seems quite convincing to her. Another teammate mutters that he just doesn't want the rookie to end up getting in their way during the mission. The greenish-haired boy gets irritated hearing his teammates comment about his skills. The blonde girl questions him if he's really okay using a new art without his poison to fight. She says that this is exactly what she is trying to explain to the other team members. We see an image of a hammer striking an anvil, symbolizing the clash between the two. The boy yells for her to shut up, but his friend scolds him for being so rude to her. Irritated, the girl asks if the truth made him angry, and the team leader is shocked. The two-toned-haired boy steps in laughing, asking them not to fight and to just cooperate. But the blonde girl interrupts him, saying that he also needs to cooperate with them on the mission. He refuses to cooperate with someone who poisoned his teammate during the big tournament. Angry, the girl shouts that she won't accept this selection, and the team leader tries to calm her down. The protagonist asks Leela if she is okay with this, and if she has anything against the boy. The team leader turns her face with a nervous expression, breaking a cold sweat at the hero's question. The silver-haired boy and his friend also turn their backs, waiting for her answer. The girl says she doesn't care because she can finally participate in a real mission. The hero laughs and says she is incredible, but the girl thinks he shouldn't take it as a joke. One of the teammates then asks the leader why she chose those two for the team. With a determined look, the blonde says she isn't as detached as the purple-haired girl, but she admits there is no doubt about the skill of those two and that they are needed right there. The teammate mutters that the leader is wise, unlike her cousin, and the blonde gets irritated by this. The protagonist watches the scene from afar and wonders if this team is really going to work out in the end. He realizes the tournament is still affecting them and that they can't trust each other like this. Even if it doesn't seem like it, the silver-haired boy has his own thoughts about all of this. The hero thinks an unbalanced team is risky, but that they can eventually become friends. Suddenly, a bright light appears in the forest, drawing the attention of all the students present. The team leader yells for everyone to look, and they are amazed by what they see in front of them. It was the rift to the other domain, glowing with an intense purple light in the middle of the forest. The protagonist is impressed to see a crack in space right in front of his very eyes. With a focused and determined look, the team leader prepares to enter the rift with her crew. The two-toned-haired teammate warns that they are about to step into the rift for the mission. Another boy adds that they have no idea what is going to happen inside on the other side. The leader then shouts for everyone to stay alert and prepared for any danger that might appear. The hero smiles confidently and tells them to go ahead and start the mission inside the rift. With a snap of his fingers, he gets ready for the action that is about to unfold inside the domain. An image shows the inside of the rift with a gloomy forest and purple energy everywhere. Suddenly, a purple vortex opens up in the sky and begins sucking in everything around it. At that, a man in a suit is pulled into the vortex, dissolving into pure purple energy. The protagonist's eyes glow with a golden light as he senses the presence of something strange. The purple-haired teammate asks what is wrong, but he seems entirely focused on something else. The hero replies that it's nothing and keeps walking toward the rift with the rest of the team. The team approaches the entrance of the rift, bracing themselves for what awaits them on the other side. With one last look at the rift, the protagonist leads the way into the new domain. The moment he steps inside the rift, a mysterious force pulls him right into the portal. The team leader screams in surprise, seeing what is happening to her friend right in front of her. The two-toned-haired boy also yells in shock, not understanding what is happening to them. Another blonde teammate screams in panic as she is pulled high into the air by the rift's mysterious force. All the team members are thrown high up and scattered across the sky of the forest. The team leader tries to calm down and think of a safe way to land on the ground quickly. A giant owl grabs the protagonist, and the team leader is totally shocked by the bizarre scene. The teammate yells in anger, asking what is going on while being carried far away. With a surprised look, the hero also doesn't understand what the owl is doing to him. She screams for her friend to come help her, but the owl carries him away in the exact opposite direction. In despair, the young man shouts his teammate's name as she plummets toward the forest. The leader realizes the forest is getting closer and worries about landing safely first. With a determined look, the blonde prepares for the impact of falling to the forest floor. The silver-haired teammate grumbles in anger that no one there is useful for their team. Another boy calls out his friend's name, who uses his fan to create a powerful gust of wind. The silver-haired teammate uses the phantom wind umbrella art to help break the fall. The other young man uses his fan attack, which slices the wind to control everyone's descent. The two create a wind wall to reduce the impact of the fall and protect their friends. The powerful wind barrier cushions the fall of all the team members who were dropping. One of the teammates manages to grab onto a tree branch to avoid crashing into the ground. The two boys land safely thanks to their ability to manipulate the air around them. The other three girls land headfirst on the forest floor with a loud thud. Irritated, one of them yells at them to land properly next time, but the young man doesn't care. Another teammate tells her not to complain since they reduced the impact and did a good job. The purple-haired girl smiles, saying it hurt, but they managed to pull it off somehow. One of the boys says the rift is tough and that they should drink recovery potions right now. The two girls take out their potion flasks and start drinking to recover their energy. The team leader stands up and thanks the two boys for saving everyone from the drop. The two teammates turn to her with serious expressions and without saying a single word. The blonde girl asks them to accept the thanks, but they just remain completely silent. One of the boys asks what they will do since the protagonist was carried far away by the owl. The silver-haired teammate yells that he doesn't care about him, but the girl questions him. Another girl says he is not being honest with his feelings, and he just keeps denying everything. The two-toned-haired boy says maybe it's useless to worry about the protagonist after all. He believes the hero will be just fine on his own, and they are the ones who should worry about themselves. The blonde girl asks what they think the protagonist is to be so confident like that. In a flashback, she remembers the intense training the hero put them through before the mission. The two-toned-haired teammate recalls the determined expression the protagonist had during a fight. The silver-haired boy remembers how the hero forced him to train with the new staff. With a smile, the protagonist describes himself as a monster, and the teammate wonders if she's the weird one. One of the boys says they need to regroup with him, and that this is a major problem. The two-toned-haired teammate points out that they have no idea where to go in the dark forest. But the purple-haired girl has an idea and calls everyone's attention to what she saw. She reveals that while they were falling, she saw something like a pillar of light shining in one direction. The other girl confirms seeing the light, but no one knows the exact direction because of the fall. The purple-haired girl points her finger and says with absolute certainty that the light came from that way. She points to the mountains, saying the light came from there, and that's the way they should head. The greenish-haired teammate asks if she checked the direction while they were tumbling down. The girl confirms she quickly looked around and memorized the direction before hitting the ground. The leader smiles and says the owl that took the hero also flew toward that strange light. She tells them to head toward the pillar of light and regroup with their friend along the way. The two-toned-haired teammate agrees with a laugh, knowing the justice. Seeker would never ignore something so strange. Meanwhile, the protagonist sleeps soundly in the arms of the owl carrying him through the sky. The hero wakes up and comes face to face with the giant owl, wondering how he got caught right off the bat. He has never felt a presence from another dimension before, but thinks this is a pretty good experience. The boy notices the owl has dropped him, and he begins to fall toward a rocky mountain. He wonders if the trip is over, and if they've reached their destination, trying to call out to the owl. The young man then notices something strange at the peak of one of the stone mountains as he drops. The image focuses on a giant nest with 3 baby owls chirping loudly at the top of the mountain. One of the chicks opens its beak, drooling with hunger, waiting for its mom to bring it something to eat soon. The hero realizes he is the meal for the owl's babies and braces himself for what is going to happen. The young man realizes he almost became a bird snack the moment he arrived in that strange place. Meanwhile, one of the baby birds starts chirping, acting nervous and sweating with fear of him. He crosses his arms, realizing he has ended up in a completely bizarre world full of dangers. He wonders if those cute little creatures chirping in the nest are the terrible monsters known as cows, unable to resist their cuteness. He reaches out and begins to stroke the soft head of one of the chicks. He thinks the creature is too cute to be a monster, but he notices it is quite hurt. Seeing the animal's pitiful and scrawny state, he wonders what could have happened to it. Suddenly, he turns serious, remembering a strange presence that was following the group. On the horizon, a huge swarm of flying creatures begins to approach the mountains rapidly. The giant chick lets out a frightened chirp upon sensing the approach of imminent danger in the sky. Several gigantic insects wrapped in a shadowy purple smoke emerge, ready to attack. The monstrous beasts land around the nest with an extremely threatening and aggressive look. One of the monsters lets out a shrill roar, showing that it is not there to play around. He finally understands that those insects were hunting the poor bird to feed on it. Upon feeling the evil aura, he realizes that their leader is a powerful 4-star monster. Meanwhile, the poor mother bird trembles in terror in the nest, trying to protect her little ones. Analyzing the whole complicated situation, the hero begins to plan what he should do next. A bird looks at him, very scared, as if it were asking if they should run away from there. The creature lowers its head with a sad expression, noticing it has no strength left to escape. But in a stroke of courage, the bird stands up and spreads its wings to fight and defend its family. The young man is quite surprised and breaks into a smile of admiration when seeing the animal's determination. Even the little ones start chirping furiously, showing they also want to help in the battle. The giant bird lets out an imposing war cry to intimidate the flock of invading insects. Loving that great determination, the hero decides to lend a hand in the fight against the beasts. Without wasting time, the insect monsters advance with everything, dealing quick blows in the air. He feels the monster's terrible killing intent and prepares for the imminent combat. The hero runs at high speed to intercept the creature before it reaches the nest. He delivers an extremely powerful punch right in the face of one of the enemies, making blood fly. The young warrior's gaze becomes totally sharp and focused on finishing off the rest of the threats. With one more brutal punch, he explodes the insect's body, spreading green goo everywhere. Even covered by the monster's green goo, he remains standing with one eye glowing with power. The leader of the insects retreats in fear when seeing the ease with which his opponent eliminated his ally. The mother bird is left speechless and completely shocked by the human's enormous strength. Facing the entire remaining swarm, he simply raises his fist, challenging them all at once. His eyes glow intensely as he releases a scary amount of pure energy. A colossal presence of a dragon emerges behind the young man, making all the monsters tremble. He points his finger and gives a final warning for the creatures to turn around if they want to live. He threatens to tear them all apart if they insist on continuing that ridiculous hunt. Scared by the crushing pressure, the insects decide to retreat and run away from there. He cleans the dirt off his clothes, commenting that those pests were quite dramatic in their escape. He sighs, feeling a bit tired from having used the dragon's pressure in his current state. The mother bird lets out a very low chirp, still unable to believe that she is totally safe. He looks to the side and sees the remains of the fallen monster on the ground, releasing a glowing goo. Upon noticing the bird's stomach growling, he realizes that the animal wants to eat the insect's carcass. The bird starts to devour the monster with great joy. Quickly recovering its strength, he deduces that the poor animal had flown to the dangerous forest to look for food for the nest. The bird ended up being ambushed by the swarm of insects and almost didn't make it back alive. But now, with full bellies and fed, all the little ones sleep happily. He observes the touching scene of that bird family finally at peace and resting. With a big smile, he claps his hands, decided to help that adorable bird family. He asks if the chick is still hungry, leaving the little creature quite confused by the question. The young man then decides that the two will go out to hunt together to solve the problem for good. The little bird is in absolute shock at the young man's crazy idea of taking him on a real hunt. He guarantees that he will train the chick very well, so that it never has to worry about food again. In another corner of the forest, a devastating sword attack cuts through the air and wipes out the local monsters. Some men in suits and hats observe the surroundings and comment on the rift that opened in the sky. The leader of the mysterious group adjusts his hat, not caring at all about the dangers of that dimension. They hold their swords in a threatening manner. After easily defeating several monsters in the area, he unsheathes his glowing blade, announcing that they will finally start the hunt for their young rivals. Meanwhile, the young blonde woman fights bravely, using her electric sword against purple caterpillar monsters. She screams in desperation from disgust at the insects, while her teammate asks her to yell less. He advances, striking the enemies with his wind staff, and tells her to focus on attacking the beasts. One of the companions vents, exhausted that they have been fighting the hordes non-stop for a week. The girl with purple hair complains that she can't stand fighting these annoying chaotic creatures anymore. Another ally cuts another flying insect in half with extreme skill in the middle of that mess. He turns his face with a very serious look, realizing that the situation is far from being resolved. The blonde swordswoman jumps, unleashing a powerful technique that channels all the electricity in her blade. A huge network of thunder spreads out, destroying all the monstrous insects around the group. The creatures' bodies fall apart on the ground, while the electrical energy finally dissipates. Sandy sighs, relieved and very tired after spending so much energy on the devastating attack from a moment ago. She asks, worried, if everyone is okay after facing that terrible wave of monsters. He is impressed by her resistance, but hopes she isn't putting too much pressure on herself as a leader. Sandy complains, irritated, saying that this is terrible, and questions if all the rifts are this horrific. The friend pats her on the shoulder, laughing as he remembers she was unlucky to hate insects so much. One of the girls observes the argument with a worried look while Sandy continues complaining. The blonde girl pouts, accepting the advice, knowing that complaining won't help them finish their mission. The ally laughs happily and comments that he is very glad to have their company on that difficult journey. The silver-haired young man grumbles, saying it would be good if they finally got out of that dense forest. He analyzes the wind flow and realizes that the exit must be right in that direction pointed out by the air. She is suspicious and asks him not to get close, because he is filthy with monster goo on his hands. Sandy breaks into a beautiful smile, relieved to know that their suffering is about to end. Motivated by the news, all the warriors start running with everything toward the exit of the forest. An intense and bright light appears on the horizon, revealing the end of the dark tree path. The girls celebrate happily with shouts, realizing that they have finally managed to get out of there. Sandy screams in happiness, saying goodbye to those disgusting insects that tormented her so much. However, she suddenly freezes with a look of surprise, encountering something unexpected. Before her lies a valley surrounded by rocky mountains, with a huge purple pillar of light in the center. The blonde girl is left with her mouth open, not knowing what to do upon seeing that imposing and bizarre scenery. The place really seems like it will be a huge headache for the young fighters. The teammates confirm that that is the mysterious pillar of light they saw during the fall. She points to the glow and talks to her partner, who agrees that the mystery has been revealed. They realize that the light emanates directly from the powerful chaos stone mentioned by the instructor in a glimpse of the past. The instructor reminds them that just collecting the magic water will not complete the mission. The protagonist is quite confused and has a blank expression while listening to his superior's words. The instructor explains patiently that closing the dimensional rift is part of the total cleaning of the place. The master reveals that to close the portal, they need to find and destroy the gem responsible for the rift. He pulls from his memory and recalls reading in a book that this mysterious ore creates portals in the world. The instructor flips through his book, explaining that this magic stone is much more than a simple energy source. The illustration shows that the gem emanates power non-stop, generating terrible monsters to defend the portal. The master concludes by warning that this energy devours and corrupts the entire local ecosystem as time passes. The instructor continues his lecture, explaining that the stone's power corrupts living beings and turns them into chaos monsters. He highlights that these corrupted beasts have only one basic instinct, which is destruction and total massacre. These terrible creatures destroy and consume everything they find in their path, even devouring entire worlds. After devastating a location, they pass through portals in search of new dimensions to continue the invasion. The master concludes his reasoning by saying that this is how the swarm begins to invade the world from which the humans came. Sandy comments, worried about how much work it will be to have collect the magic water and also destroy the generator rock. However, the young man shows in the book that magic water always accumulates very close to where the chaos stone is located. The instructor agrees and adds that despite having different appearances, all these stones release a lot of magic energy. He guarantees that as soon as they get close to the right location, they will be able to feel the stone's energy immediately. The teammate points upwards, concluding that it is enough to follow that giant beam of light to find the objective. Sandy is surprised to see that the boys have finally stopped fighting and are talking productively about the plan. The alley smiles, excited, saying it would be wonderful if they also found the strong Zeke when they got there. The ponytail young woman becomes thoughtful, hoping that Zeke has already noticed the pillar of light and headed in that direction. The irritated silver-haired young man yells, telling everyone to shut up and start walking soon to get out of that place. One of the girls thanks the heavens because those disgusting insects no longer exist outside the rift's dark forest. The alley remembers that the master warned that very strong beasts, modified by the stone, must roam the area of the pillar of light. Sandy swallows hard and confesses that that mysterious and silent valley is giving her terrible shivers down her spine. She asks for everyone to remain on high alert while the group advances, united toward the immense purple glow ahead. They walk cautiously through the rocky terrain, paying attention to any suspicious noise that might arise. To everyone's great surprise, they manage to reach the final destination without suffering any kind of attack on the way. The huge chaos stone floats right in the middle of the rocky canyon, emanating an extremely bright and magical purple radiation. The group observes the floating gem up close and feels a terrible pressure coming from the shadowy aura that the giant rock releases. Sandy thinks it strange that there is no guardian in the place, but suddenly notices a large shadow plummeting in her direction. The ponytail young woman realizes the threat coming from the sky and screams in desperation, alerting everyone to look up. Acting quickly, all the warriors in the group jump to the sides in order to avoid being crushed by the falling creature. The colossal impact of the beast hitting the ground raises an immense cloud of dust and stones across the entire battlefield. Sandy positions herself with her sword ready to fight while trying to see the enemy through the dense mist of dust. But to everyone's amazement, the one who emerges, waving happily from the middle of the dust, is Zeke himself, brimming with tranquility. Upon recognizing their missing friend, the girls break into a huge smile of relief and shout his name with joy. They celebrate the reunion, and the hero jokes, saying that everyone there seems to be quite energetic and full of health. However, the boys grumble in exhaustion, remembering that in reality, they are completely destroyed and full of bruises. Zeke tilts his head and begins to analyze his friend's torn clothes and injuries with a look of curiosity. Suddenly, the green-haired warrior points, shocked behind the young man, and stutters, trying to speak about what he is seeing. Zeke just scratches the back of his neck, making an innocent face, while the girls look terrified at something right behind him. He turns calmly to show that he ended up defeating the beast, left it stretched out on the canyon floor just a moment ago. Sandy trembles in pure dread when seeing the colossal size of that bizarre chaos monster lying dead in front of them. Unable to contain herself before the huge fallen purple insect, she lets out a shrill scream of panic that echoes through the valley. The colleague asks if it was he himself who defeated the monster, and Zeke responds very relaxed that the beast just got in his way. The blonde girl deduces, shocked, that the reason the path was clear of enemies was because Zeke simply exterminated them all. All the allies are left with drops of sweat on their foreheads, thinking that that young warrior is a true insane monster. Changing the subject, Zeke shows the chaos rock floating in his hand and explains that he decided to wait for them there with the prize. The friend confirms that that gem is indeed the chaos stone and concludes that the much sought after magic water must be nearby. The girls approach curious, trying to understand where the famous special water source that the instructor cited would be. Just below the purple gem, a small fountain with shimmering and bright blue water flows from inside white crystals. Zeke points, amazed, confirming that that is the legendary magic water, while his friends run to see the treasure. The hero takes empty bottles and notes happily that the amount of magic liquid there is much larger than he estimated. One of them warns that it is necessary to drink specific amount to obtain the power, so they start to fill the bottles. The young woman finishes filling the containers and comments that they say this mysterious water decides what magic the person will use. She explains that the magic element that the person will awaken is defined according to the color change of the sacred liquid. Zeke raises one of the full bottles against the sunlight and notices, intrigued, that the liquid inside it remains totally transparent. The two-toned-haired boy examines the bottle and comments that in reality, the color of that potion is extremely bizarre. Sandy and the others agree that the hue is weird but guarantee that that is still the true magic water. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widen in fright upon noticing a deadly danger coming toward the group. He throws himself quickly over his friend to push her away before the mysterious attack hits her. A powerful beam of yellow energy cuts through the terrain at high speed, causing immense destruction in the valley. The devastating shot grazes them while Zeke keeps the girl protected, very close to his chest. She is left completely in shock, not understanding anything about where that violent surprise attack came from. Firm footsteps echo through the rocky location, showing that the mysterious attackers are approaching slowly. The leader in the suit and hat, smoke in his fingers, smiles, surprised to notice that the young man managed to dodge his shot. With a sadistic look and marks on his face, he calls the young warriors little geckos, in a mocking way. The entire team positions itself quickly in combat formation upon realizing the arrival of the armed invaders. Zeke just breaks into a confident smile and comments, joking that the enemies took quite a while to finally appear. The leader of the thugs stares at the young man seriously, not liking it one bit to be underestimated in that manner. The alley becomes tense with the sudden ambush and wonders who those very dangerous men in black could be. They soon suspect that those men belong to the feared rival Kerberos family and want to steal all the magic water. The young man remembers that only 7 warriors under 3 stars could enter that heavily protected rift. He grinds his teeth, confused, not understanding how the rivals managed to bypass the security and invade the same domain. The rival leader mocks their faces, saying he knows the young ones are dying of curiosity to know the secret. He raises his arm with pride, revealing a shimmering golden bracelet that glows intensely under his suit. Zeke's companion focuses her eyes on that golden accessory, trying to unravel what trick would be behind it. The villain explains that the item is called the Deception Bracelet and serves to cheat the level limit imposed by the rift. The impatient silver-haired young man points his staff and calls him an idiot for revealing their secret so easily. But the man in the hat just opens his pocket watch calmly, warning that doesn't make the slightest difference. Now, Zeke keeps his gaze extremely sharp, following carefully every suspicious movement of that mysterious subject. The villain closes the watch with a snap and decrees with coldness that all the young warriors will die in that valley. Anticipating the danger, Zeke pushes his ally with force to the side to keep her out of the enemy's line of fire. The thugs fire a crushing burst of gigantic rocks using a dangerous rock cannon technique. She screams in desperation to see Zeke act as a shield and receive the terrible impact of that rock cannon alone. 2 other armed opponents jump from the top of the cliffs, falling with their swords toward the fallen young woman. She widens her eyes in dread, realizing that she will not have time to defend herself from the criminals' deadly onslaught. But her irritated silver-haired companion emerges just in time, blocking their sword blow with his staff. The girl screams, surprised to see the proud Vanille's effort to save her from that sharp blade of the adversaries. Vanille grinds his teeth, exerting a lot of force, and yells, telling her not to get distracted in the middle of a real combat. He channels his immense power and generates a devastating wind whirl that throws the invaders backward all at once. Even thrown far away, the men in suits position themselves in the air, preparing their fingers as energy weapons. They start to fire stone projectiles at high speed, unleashing a lethal burst against the entire group. A rain of glowing rocks plummets from the sky, forcing the young heroes to retreat to try to protect themselves. The boys dodge with agility the explosive rocks that hit the stone terrain, generating a lot of dust. Sandy uses her large heavy sword as a shield while the partner beside her jumps, dodging the deadly projectiles. She makes an evasive movement on the ground while a huge rock passes, low right under her legs. Furious with that incessant rain of blows, she stands up, releasing intense currents of yellow electricity. The thugs in hats are not intimidated by the lightning and advance, cutting the electric field with their sharp swords. She warns her companions about their approach and Sandy screams, determined to face the criminal's head on. But the 2-toned-haired young man looks around, worried, realizing that the dust separated the group of warriors. The purple-haired young woman swallows hard and confirms that the battle's dense did us, isolating each pair from the group. She and Sandy position themselves back to back, ready to face the armed thug who cornered them. In another part of the canyon, the other pair also prepares to fight against one of the mysterious men in hats. As for the third pair, formed by Vanille and his ally, they also face an opponent, keeping their weapons in a firm grip. The mixed-haired young man tries to buy time by making conversation and asks if they want to steal the magic water. But the rival thug continues in absolute silence, showing that he has no interest in chatting before attacking. The man in the suit makes a look of contempt, saying that he has absolutely nothing to talk about with useless boys. The mixed-hair boy grinds his teeth in anger, realizing the immense coldness of the opponent in front of him. The swordswoman tries to focus on the combat, knowing that thinking about Zeke now might cause her to end up dead. The 4-star level is a legendary tier that separates common warriors from those who are truly talented. The dark-haired young man remains calm and analyzes the situation with intelligence while the girls watch him. The 4-star tier is a realm where only those gifted with natural talent manage to enter. The master highlights that there is an impassable abyss of power separating 3 3 and 4 starfighters. She is sure that there is no error regarding the great and scary difference in forces at that moment of the fight. She realizes, terrified, that the fearsome leader of that adversary group possesses the absurd level of 5 stars. She knows that even if they beat the common lackey, the 5-star leader could finish them all with just a blow. The devastating attack from before was pure witchcraft, indicating that leader is also an extremely powerful mage. The man in the hat makes a simple gesture with his index finger, ordering with total coldness for his lackeys to eliminate the boys. He extends his arm, glowing in purple energy, and initiates a powerful magic ritual in the middle of the battlefield. The swordswoman retreats, surprised and scared, upon feeling the immense magic pressure generated by that summoning spell. From within the purple mists emerge terrible, gigantic wolves with glowing eyes, ready to devour the young heroes. The mixed-hair young man bites his lips, shocked upon realizing that the opponent summoned monsters to fight in his place. The allies complain, surprised, while they try to analyze the 3-star beasts summoned in the middle of the rocky canyon. She grinds her teeth, realizing that the combat situation is becoming increasingly desperate and hopeless. Suddenly, a hand emerges, holding and lifting a huge, massive rock without making the slightest physical effort. For it, Zeke emerges, holding an immense boulder over his head with just one of his hands, leaving the scene incredibly bizarre. The leader of the thugs himself widens his eyes in amazement upon witnessing the young man's demonstration of absurd brute force. With a quick and brutal movement, the hero throws the giant boulder with extreme violence toward the aggressors. Zeke's gaze remains totally focused while he watches the huge rock fly at high speed through the rocky air. The man in the suit jumps quickly to the side, while the immense boulder smashes. With everything against the valley floor, he adjusts his hat, puffing with anger as he wonders how that boy still manages to move with so much energy there. Zeke complains, bored, saying that he expected much more from that summoning magic, so talked about and full of airs. He holds another rock and questions in a mocking way if that little trick with puppies was all they had. Zeke's blonde companion breaks into a smile of relief to see that her fearless friend is totally unharmed and full of attitude. With a ear-to-ear smile, the hero responds with total tranquility that it is obvious that he is more than well. He positions himself and, with a light touch of his fingers, prepares the next rock throw against the band of invaders. The young man spins his body with agility and throws the rock as if it were a light paper ball toward the enemy leader. He starts to fire a frenzied burst of boulders, running from one side to the other with scary speed. The leader of the thugs retreats, irritated and surprised, to see that heavy rain of rock projectiles coming in his direction. The boulders explode upon hitting the cliff, covering the entire field with a cloud of smoke and stone shards. Zeke rests his hand on his back and provokes the opponent, asking if his great magic boiled down only to throwing little stones. He breaks into a provocative smile and guarantees that even a child could play this stupid throwing game. The arrogant man in the suit and hat grinds his teeth, cursing the boy in his thoughts for being so insolent in the combat. The young warrior continues brimming with self-confidence, knowing very well how to mentally destabilize his rival opponents. The man admits that the hero's physical resistance is surprising, but soon prepares to use another attack plan. He states that their final destination will be death and initiates another powerful summoning ritual, glowing in purple energy. The giant wolf lets out a scary roar with its eyes glowing intensely in a very dark and lethal purple color. Far from being afraid, Zeke is extremely excited and amazed to see that there is magic capable of summoning real monsters. He celebrates by clapping his hands while the rival observes him, completely confused by that reaction of senseless happiness. The arrogant invader asks if the boy really cannot see the huge and absolute difference in power between them. The hero puts his hand on his chin, thoughtful, and agrees that the current situation really isn't very favorable for the group. The thug in the suit observes him in absolute silence, waiting to see what the insolent young rival's next move will be. However, the boy with glowing eyes shows a little smirk, showing that he has a big surprise in store. Suddenly, a loud chirping noise echoes from the sky, calling the attention of all the warriors present there in the rock valley. an immense flying shadow emerges, cutting through the clouds and descending at high speed toward the canyon's battlefield. The adorable giant mother bird lands with everything in the valley, raising its wings to protect the heroes against the men in suits. The teammates observe, scared. The giant bird beat its wings right in front of them. She is left open, mouthed and completely without reaction upon seeing that huge flying creature land there. On the other side, the man in the hat and his summoning wolf stare at the back of the immense mysterious bird. The adorable giant bird lets out a soft chirp, showing that it recognizes perfectly the people of that group. The entire team enters a comedic panic upon realizing that the creature is in fact a colossal little bird. The rival leader murmurs, thoughtful, deducing that that huge bird must be a native monster of the portal itself. Zeke strokes the bird's head, commenting happily that it returned at the perfect moment of the combat. When the friends ask where the birds came from, Zeke responds, laughing that they are his new disciples. Sandy and the others shout without understanding anything, while the giant birds stare at the enemies with serious looks. Zeke explains, smiling, that he decided to take care of and give a little training to the birds while the group was away. A glimpse of the past shows Zeke yelling at the chicks, running, and ordering them to increase the training pace. He even threw little stones at the crying chicks, saying they needed to learn to endure blows. The hero also fed them with insects, guaranteeing that eating well is part of the path to obtain true strength. Upon seeing the gigantic birds wrapped in flames, the blonde girl stutters, unable to believe that that was the result of the training. She is left with a comedic expression of mental fatigue, trying to process the bizarre idea of bird disciples. Zeke strokes the animal's plumage and asks if it would like to do a little post-meal physical exercise. The thug in the hat just watches that bizarre interaction, keeping his guard up and his sword in hand. He prepares to attack, knowing that he cannot underestimate the unusual abilities of those young warriors. The tension on the battlefield increases while the two parties stare at each other, waiting for the first decisive move. The silence of the valley is broken only by the sound of the wind blowing hard between the huge stone mountains. Zeke summarizes the situation by pointing behind him, where the birds have already started fighting bravely against the summoning beasts. With a bold little smile, the hero comments that now they have more than enough allies to deal with the battle. The arrogant man in the suit disdains the help of the birds, alleging that a few little birds won't make any difference there, with a threatening glow in his blue eyes. He warns the young man not to be singing victory before the time comes. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors advance against each other, exchanging extremely quick and powerful blows. The companion screams, scared for Zeke, but her partner warns her, furious, to keep her eyes on her own enemy. He explains that she will never manage to win the combat if she spends the whole time worried about the hero's safety. The silver-haired young man knits his brow and tells the ally to focus first on saving her own skin from death. She swallows the cry, accepting that Vanille has all the reason, and concentrates to face the dangerous enemy head-on. The thug in the black hat waits in silence, holding his sword firmly while the dust settles on the rocky terrain. With a look of pure determination, she raises her huge shimmering blade, decided to tear the adversary apart. The villain provokes, saying that their friend will die if they don't run, but she retorts, guaranteeing that she will defeat him first. The man in the suit grinds his teeth, cursing her as a petulant brat and getting really irritated by the young woman's audacity. With a furious scream, he jumps, unleashing a deadly earth-cutting technique that shakes the entire floor of the cliff. She manages to block the violent onslaught using her large blade, but feels the immense physical force of the enemy impact. Vanille grinds his teeth and positions himself quickly, channeling an immense amount of wind energy into his staff. He executes his special technique, unleashing a devastating wind thrust that hits the adversary's chest by surprise. Upon seeing the enemy destabilized by his partner's wind, she breaks into a smile upon noticing the perfect breach to attack. She unleashes a shimmering electric cut that hits the adversary fully, making him yell in pain while being electrocuted. The opponent uses his sword sword to stabilize himself on the rocky ground while being dragged backward by the force of the shock. Dense smoke and yellow sparks cover the location, while the young heroes keep their guard high, waiting for the counter-attack. They are frustrated to notice that the electric blow caused almost no damage to that strong invader's armor or body. The blonde girl looks sideways at Vanille in an affectionate and confident way while he stares at her with surprise and curiosity. She displays a radiant smile and confesses that she is absolutely sure that they will win against the enemy as long as they fight side by side. The proud Vanille turns totally red from shame and widens his eyes, not knowing how to react to that sweet declaration. He tries to disguise the embarrassment by closing his face in anger while holding his staff with even more firmness in his hands. The persistent adversary in the hat points his silver blade at them, exuding a dangerous killing intent. In another location of the valley, the two-toned-haired boy defends himself bravely, using his sword to stop a rain of projectiles. The yellow sparks explode around him, showing that the force of that individual combat is reaching its peak. He unleashes a quick cut in the air to break the stone fired at him while grinding his teeth. Focused on the battle, the purple-haired young woman starts to spin her magic staff, preparing a powerful sound vibration technique. She focuses her energy and prepares to release a devastating sound shockwave directly against the opponent. A huge explosion of purple currents spreads throughout the rock valley with an impressive destructive power. The man in the suit jumps quickly to the side, scared upon feeling the violence of that destructive vibration. The thug executes a defense, summoning an immense wall of stone right in front of him on the rocky terrain. The shock sound wave collides with force against the barrier raised, raising a lot of dust and pieces of rock. The opponent moves with agility, preparing one more terrible technique with his sharp sword in the middle of the dust. He advances fiercely, unleashing a devastating earth cut that forces the boys to look for cover. The two-toned-haired boy slides swiftly and prepares to counter-attack using his own style of 1,000 blades. He advances, cutting through the wind with his shimmering sword, and fires an extremely fast projectile of light energy. The beam of light catches the enemy by surprise and opens a cut on his rib, making blood fly through the air. The villain is furious with the injury and fires another shining ray of stone against the cheeky brats. The young woman dodges the projectile, running and jumping with agility across the battlefield while holding her staff. She channels her sound energy, generating purple shock rings on the ground with her wave echo staff arts. The opponent in the hat just smiles in a sadistic way, stating that he manages to predict perfectly every step she takes. He stomps on the ground, releasing a dangerous purple energy that propagates rapidly underneath the earth. Several stone claws rise from the ground, trapping the girl's legs with a powerful earth trap. She grinds her teeth in frustration upon realizing that she is completely immobile and trapped in that rock hug. The villain takes advantage of her vulnerability and points his index finger, preparing an accurate shot to finish the young woman. In a heroic act, her partner throws himself in front to receive the terrible shot fully, protecting his wounded friend. The opponent does not give rest and advances, unleashing another violent earth cut to bury both rivals for good. The two-toned-haired hero grinds his teeth, using all his strength to contain the devastating sword blow. The crushing impact forces him to retreat several steps, while he moans in pain from the brutal difference in strength. He widens his eyes in dread upon realizing that his own sword is full of cracks and about to break. Rival praises with mockery the fact that he withstood the punch, but warns that their end continues to be inevitable there. Several pointed stone thorns sprout from the ground, forcing the young man to jump backward with great difficulty. He is left totally in panic upon noticing that the pointed rocks are blocking all his escape routes. The thug advances from the middle of the smoke, unleashing a brutal punch directly to the young man's face to end the combat. With the violent punch, the hero is thrown far away and collides with force against the cliff, breaking the rocks. He tries to stand up, panting, and recognizes that 4-star enemies are truly monsters in battle. He examines his cracked blade and wonders what the mystery was behind that strange cut suffered before. His teammates continue fighting against the other lackeys, scattered throughout the valley's rocky mountains. He observes carefully the rival's posture but notices, surprised, that he doesn't feel any special aura coming from his sword. The mixed-hair young man deduces that the opponent must be reinforcing the resistance of his own sword with magic. He complains in his thoughts that facing a mage, who is also a great swordsman, is a tremendous headache. He imagines the possibilities like on a chessboard, trying to cook up an intelligent strategy to win. The ally asks, worried, if he is okay, and the mixed-haired young man responds with a confident nod that yes. He displays a slight smile but soon warns that opponent's magic sword continues to be extremely dangerous. She agrees that their common weapons won't withstand the pressure for very long and will end up breaking in the process. The mixed-haired young man widens his eyes upon having a genius idea and suddenly breaks into a big smile on his face. He celebrates, excited, saying that he finally managed to unravel the secret and discovered the weakness of the enemy's technique. The thug in the suit and hat approaches and asks, mocking, if the two's little secret meeting of plans has already ended. He just displays a victorious and confident expression, knowing exactly what he needs to do to give the rival the payback. The opponent in the hat lets out a disdainful laugh, not giving the slightest thought to the young warrior's sudden self-confidence. The hero holds firmly the handle of his broken sword and guarantees that their victory is now totally possible there. The villain gets totally irritated, calling him a 3-star talker, and jumps, ordering fiercely for him to vanish from his front. He throws himself on the ground, sliding with speed underneath the enemy's deadly cut to try to counter attack from below. The man in the suit screams, possessed, telling the 3-star trash boy not to keep thinking he is so superior in combat. With an agile defensive movement, the young man uses his blade to contain the violent earth cut unleashed by the opponent. Leela jumps from high up, channeling sound into her golden staff, and unleashes a powerful onslaught to decide the fight for good. The opponent dodges, stating that he already manages to predict with ease all the attacks unleashed against him. At this, the adversary's magic sword glows intensely upon channeling energy for the next deadly blow, but the hero breaks into a confident smile and advances, guaranteeing that he also manages to see the rival's weakness from afar. He uses the style of 1,000 blades, disarming the villain in the hat, who watches the scene completely shocked, and without reaction, a warrior channels all his energy, preparing his definitive secret art to finish the dangerous combat. He executes a crushing 5-edged blow, generating golden bursts of energy that cross the air with speed. The devastating attack hits the adversary fully, throwing the man in the suit backward while he bleeds a lot. The villain spits blood, unable to believe that a 4-star warrior was defeated in that manner. He falls totally knocked out on the rocky ground, lamenting having been surpassed by a mere 3-star rival. The hero embeds his sword in the valley floor, breathing deeply after the intense and exhausting battle against the invader. The companion Leela runs, worried, in his direction, shouting his name to check on the young warrior's state. She asks if he is okay, and the young man responds, relieved, that yes, thanks to the breach they managed to find in time. The girl is left quite confused and questions about what that breach so important that he was talking about would be. Edges smiles and reveals that in reality, it was the companion herself who pointed out the ideal weak point of the strong rival. He explains that the opponent could not use magic and sword arts at the same time during his attacks. With this, there existed a small vulnerable interval every time the adversary alternated his combat techniques. This transition of abilities created the perfect counter-attack opportunity they needed to win. The young man tells that he just took advantage of this flaw, and she praises him, saying he acted like a true genius. He thanks from his heart for the valuable help, and soon after wonders how the others are doing in the battle. In another part of the canyon, the blonde girl with her electric sword unleashes a swift attack, wrapped in thunder currents. The lightning attack grazes the opponent, making the man in the hat retreat, scared by the speed. Meanwhile, Alan prepares to attack, using his wind fan to create cutting bursts in the field. He executes his special technique, firing a burst that advances like a true hurricane against the enemy. The blonde girl is scared upon realizing that the alley's devastating attack is also coming in her direction with everything. She jumps in a hurry to dodge the immense energy that almost hits her along with the opponent in the valley. Furious, she yells at the partner, complaining that he almost hit her with that uncontrolled wind blow. The young man just sighs and retorts, saying that she almost was hit because she keeps stalling in the middle of the combat. Suddenly, the opponent emerges from the middle of the smoke, mocking their proximity, while unleashing a blow on the ground. The pair grinds their teeth, irritated, and prepares to resume their guard and face the man in the hat's onslaught. Alan uses his fan to raise an immense wall of wind, protecting the two warriors from any surprise. She admits with some worry that 4-star warriors really are difficult opponents to beat. The young man agrees but adds with mockery that the situation gets worse when she keeps getting in the way of his magic's aim. She yells, irritated, accusing the ally of getting in her way while he guarantees that he only lives covering her flaws. The opponent in the hat just points his finger in silence, watching from the front. Rose sees the silly argument of that pair. However, gigantic stone thorns sprout from the ground, suddenly forcing the two to interrupt the fight. The young man destroys the rocks with his wind magic, and she soon points to prove that he really protected her there. Alan tells the partner to pay more attention to the adversary, and she yells back, saying she already knows what to do. The villain says that an amateur teamwork could never manage to beat him, and that all the boys are the same. Suddenly, the blonde swordswoman feels a chill and wonders what that bizarre sensation arising there would be. She admits calmly that their coordination is not perfect, but reveals that she has something different to show. She points her finger, irritated, stating that she doesn't need an enemy pointing out their flaws in the middle of the fight. Alan agrees and she provokes, saying that the opponent is quite weak for a 4-star level, giving hope. The man in the suit gets extremely furious and with glowing eyes says they don't know how to measure his strength. He advances, generating an explosion of purple energy, and orders both young ones to perish before his total strength. But the blonde girl surprises the partner upon advancing quickly and shouting Alan's name to start the combined plan. With a confident smile on her face, she guarantees that she will finish the combat at once if he provides her with coverage. The green-haired young man is surprised and starts to question who it was that gave her the permission to dictate the rules. Even while complaining, he accepts that he has no other choice and concentrates to give the necessary support to her attack. He channels his wind magic, preparing his fan arts while the villain in the hat jumps at high speed. He then fires his burst of wind toward the enemy, preparing the ideal scenario for the alley's final blow. The man in the suit disdains the wind attack, stating that any attempt to hit him will be totally useless. However, he is caught by surprise upon realizing that the immense wind burst in reality merged with his own purple magic. Alan breaks into a provocative smile, explaining that he put a little more energy to manage to paralyze the rival for good. The blonde girl emerges above with intense electric currents and guarantees that that is more than enough for the final blow. With a focused and furious look, she executes her definitive electric attack, summoning all the strength of her lightning. The devastating electric blow hits the enemy in the hat fully, generating a huge explosion of light in the cliff. He grinds his teeth with pain and grinds his teeth furious while trying to contain the small electric discharge in his stomach. Alan raises his wind fan, commenting in a calm and mocking way about how that dangerous invader is stubborn in the fight. He executes his devastating typhoon technique, making the man in the suit yell in desperation. While being dragged by the wind, the invader finally falls completely defeated on the rocky ground. With his hat and his sword thrown beside his body, the blonde girl sighs, relieved, putting away her huge sword while her partner observes her with a serious and tired posture. But the young man soon closes his face and starts to grumble, complaining that she always tends to leave the work halfway. He yells, telling her to deliver the final blow right, and she retorts, furious, saying the situation didn't go well like that. The young blonde girl argues, indignant that his attack only managed to hit the adversary because she prepared the whole play. He sighs, exhausted, mocking the fact that she didn't finish the fight alone, and she yells, warning that she heard the mockery. She continues yelling, irritated by his provocation, while the defeated villain continues, stretched out right in front of the pair. Meanwhile, another enemy prepares to attack, making a pistol gesture with his fingers and preparing his spell. The greenish-silver, haired young man runs, desperate, while a rain of stone projectiles explodes around him. He spins his special weapon at high speed, activating the spiritual wind umbrella style to defend himself. A powerful wind whirlwind deflects all the stone projectiles, forcing the opponent in the hat to retreat some steps. The man in the suit adjusts his hat and mocks the young man's defense, calling the effort insignificant under the dense dust. The blonde ponytail warrior prepares herself, unleashing her secret art of divine thunder with her large sword. She jumps from high up with her shimmering blade, while the villain unsheathes his own sword to block the onslaught. The swords collide in a great explosion of sparks, and the opponent executes his quick-step technique on the rocky wall. She falls on her feet in the middle of the destroyed stone debris, releasing yellow sparks and yelling with all her determination. The rival in the hat positions himself, holding firmly his blade, and activates his dangerous earth dog sword style in the valley. An enormous creature of massive rock emerges around him as a powerful shield and combat weapon in the middle of the dark rift. The young swordswoman widens her eyes in shock upon noticing that the very soil around hers is transforming into the beast. The colossal impact makes the terrain tremble, while the yellow lightning bolts clash against the adversary's earth barrier. She grinds her teeth, frustrated, upon realizing that her lightning aura was totally discharged and nullified by the earth. The villain takes advantage of the breach to strike the ground, generating immense cracks that propagate in the direction of the young heroes. She tries to retreat quickly, but is forced to block another heavy sword onslaught coming from the implacable opponent. The man in the suit unleashes a crushing landslide cut, forcing the girl to exert a lot of force in the defense. With a quick movement, the villain hits a powerful kick that throws the young swordswoman backward, moaning in pure pain. She loses her balance and slides along the rocky terrain, trying in every way to keep firm so as not to be defeated. The invader stares at her with a cold and focused look, knowing very well that his victory is getting closer in that valley. Suddenly, the silver-haired ally emerges, unleashing his wind axe technique to distance the dangerous enemy. He grinds his teeth, exhausted, commenting to his partner that he also noticed that man's terrible combat mechanics. The wind burst advances, cutting the rocky ground while the opponent in the hat retreats, skillfully so as not to be hit. She thanks for the timely help, but the proud young man says he only took advantage of the breach left by the cursed invader. She agrees, thoughtful, and swallows hard upon admitting in her thoughts that adversary in the suit is too strong for them. She deduces that the villain is probably an elite warrior of maximum level, even among the 4-star fighters. She realizes that his technique of merging the sword with the ground totally prevents her lightning from managing to cause any damage. Furthermore, the opponent's powerful earth magic is wearing down and slowly destroying the blades of the pair's weapons. She concludes that the only breach in his defense happens when alternating techniques, but this short interval is almost impossible. The young woman knows that her speed is not enough to hit this breach, and that the opponent trained a lot to eliminate his flaws. She looks at her bruised friend, knowing that not even Vanille's abilities will be enough to contain that monster. The young man warns that they will die if they continue like this, and she asks if he doesn't have some special poison to help them. He makes a terrible face, remembering that Zeke drank his entire poison stock before the Jarita. Saying it would be training, he yells in anger, remembering that Zeke even forced him to detox, and the blonde girl can only think of her friend in despair. She laments, saying that they really don't have any way to take advantage of the opponent's breaches. From now on, Vanille puts his hand on his head, thoughtful, and comments seriously that they are still not totally without options there. The young blonde girl looks surprised at her partner, asking hopeful if he really thought of some emergency plan. The man in the suit emerges with a flaming aura and provokes the two, saying that they seem very relaxed for the situation. While they dodge a rain of rocks, the young girl screams in desperation, asking what that last combat option of his would be. He yells back, telling her to unleash her fastest and most destructive attack directly against that opponent in the suit. She stutters, worried about the limit of her speed, but he guarantees that he will take care of that part personally in some way. She widens her eyes upon feeling her friend's immense determination and realizes that she really needs to trust his strategy. He advances at high speed, holding his staff and jokes, saying that she has no other choice but to trust him now. She jumps, determined, yelling that she trusts him fully, and prepares a powerful sword cut wrapped in electricity. With a fierce look of pure confidence, the warrior yells very loud that she trusts totally in Vanille's strength and astuteness. The young man runs toward the stone projectiles that fly in his direction, showing that he is ready to give the perfect support. The villain raises his arm with an aura of purple energy and mocks the onslaught, guaranteeing that the result will be exactly the same. They run swiftly while immense stone stakes sprout from the ground, trying to prevent the advance of the pair of combatants. She holds the handle of her large golden sword with both hands, preparing to unleash a devastating electric cut. With a scream, she executes the attack with all the lightning strength, illuminating the rocks around with a golden energy. Right after, Vanille activates his whirlwind impact, generating strong green wind currents right on the battlefield. The green bursts clash with force against the opponent's stone wall, generating a violent explosion of dust and wind. In the middle of that immense mess of dust, the young man yells with all his strength, ordering her to start her definitive blow. She takes advantage of the perfect opportunity and launches herself with everything, cutting the air with her large shimmering sword in hand. The arrogant adversary in the hat raises a pointed barrier of stone, calling the young woman a fool in a prepotent way. He yells in anger, promising to transform the warrior into a true target full of holes with his earth thorns. But Vanille emerges just in time, yelling that won't happen, and deflects the projectiles with his sharp green wind bursts. The enemy closes his fist with purple energy, preparing a brutal punch. While moving at high speed through the cliff, he executes his technique of destroying the wall, breaking the debris and spreading stones everywhere in the valley. The silver-haired young man advances, yelling that he already predicted the enemy movement, and uses his wind whirlwind to counter-attack. The wind impact hits the adversary fully, leaving him totally surprised and vulnerable to her electric attack. He grinds his teeth, nervous, alleging that even if they try 100 times, the result of that battle will continue being the same. Ignoring the mockery, the swordswoman runs at high speed with her body totally wrapped in dangerous yellow sparks. She combines her strength with the swift wind, unleashing an extremely fast storm cut in the direction of the rival's neck. The warrior's eyes glow with pure determination upon seeing that her blade finally reached the breach she needed. The man in the suit widens his eyes in dread, realizing that he will not have time to defend himself or dodge her deadly blow. All the wind energy concentrates on the tip of Vanille's staff, guaranteeing the absolute precision of the combat plan. Meanwhile, the large golden sword glows intensely with the thunder's power, ready to finish off the adversary for good. With a furious war cry, she discharges all her fury, channeling the maximum power of her powerful magic sword. She executes the devastating thunder cut at high speed, generating an explosion of golden sparks throughout the canyon. The opponent yells in pain and despair upon being totally electrocuted by the immense discharge of energy released by the blade. The villain finally falls to his knees on the rocky ground, totally weakened, and with his body releasing smoke after the blow, she rests her large sword on the ground, tired and breathing deeply after concluding the most difficult battle of her journey there. She asks what that was, and the young man explains that he used his wind aura to give a speed boost to her attack. The warrior breaks into a sweet smile, finally understanding the cooperation strategy, and thanks him for his brilliant idea. He gets a little embarrassed and scratches his head, questioning, curious. What would be the reason she had trusted so much in his plans? The young woman holds her blade, thoughtful, remembering that from the beginning, she always knew how to recognize the immense value and talent of her friend. She outlines a slight smile on her face, letting transpire the great affection and admiration she feels for her teammate. She sighs, commenting that indeed a lot happened between them, but the mutual respect continues unshakable there. She reveals that she chose him personally to lead that strike team, and that for this reason, she trusts totally in his leadership. Vanille is left completely surprised and speechless by the affectionate and sincere declaration of thanks from his ally. He turns his face, feigning coldness, and tells her not to get it wrong because he only wanted to win, and she laughs, accepting the disguise. She leans on the sword and shows great worry about how they will face the dangerous five-star warrior in the valley. Both observe the vast cliff in silence, aware that the true final challenge of that mission is about to start. She is left open-mouthed, looking at the horizon with dread, while her friend also watches everything extremely shocked. To the pair's amazement, the young Zeke emerges, trapped and buried under a huge structure of pointed earth stakes. However, with a single extremely violent fist blow, he starts to break and destroy the entire stone structure. He explodes the rocks, getting out of there with ease and showing that imprisonment didn't cause a single scratch on him. Zeke starts to laugh in an insane and very excited way, finding that display of the dangerous rival's magic wonderful. He runs with everything at high speed and yells, telling the opponent in the hat to show even more of his strong magics. The leader of the thugs grinds his teeth, irritated to see the young man advance in his direction without demonstrating the slightest sign of fear. The villain activates his special art, covering his silver blade with an immense and sharp massive stone shell in the combat. He unleashes destructive cuts that slice the air, while Zeke dodges with enormous agility, jumping between the boulders. The young hero just smiles with mockery and warns that covering the sword with rocks will serve for nothing against his strong fists. But the strong opponent does not give rest in advances, unleashing heavy cuts with his stone-coated sword across the terrain. He executes his special technique, ripping the rocky soil and opening an immense destructive rift right below the young man. The hero is caught by surprise and starts to plummet into the huge abyss that opens suddenly at his feet. Acting with quick reflexes, he supports his hands and his feet on the rocky walls, interrupting his fall into the abyss. He gets momentum on the canyon wall and projects himself back up with a lot of agility, preparing his counter-attack. He lets out an imposing scream, jumping very high into the sky, and leaving the adversary in the hat completely shocked by the scene. The hero laughs, flying high over the valley, and yells that battle is proving truly fun for him. He lands softly on the stone floor, while the villain positions himself, keeping his blade raised in maximum fight guard. Zeke displays a mischievous little smile, commenting that it seems that all his friends have already finished their respective combats. Suddenly, one of the friendly allied little birds lets out a shrill chirp, calling the attention of all those present there. The giant bird celebrates happily, climbing on top of the summoning wolf that already finds itself totally knocked out and fallen. Edges smiles, confident, and confesses to his friend Layla that he would love to continue having fun a little more in that combat. The entire team observes him with drops of sweat on their foreheads, unable to believe his insane appetite for difficult battles. The villain grinds his teeth, unconformed with the idea of losing to some birds and to a simple three-star boy, but his eyes glow with a shadowy determination, showing that he still guards a terrible surprise for the heroes. Zeke tilts his head, confused, upon noticing that the magic aura around the adversary is changing in a way very drastic and swift. The man in the suit rests his hand on his chest while a dense and scary purple energy starts to emanate from his entire body. His hand glows in a blinding way while he channels his entire stock of magic all at once to release his power. A colossal pillar of golden and purple energy explodes around the villain, leaving the entire team completely in shock there. The blonde swordswoman is forced to cover her eyes due to the blinding glow and the immense wind generated by that explosion. explosion, wrapped by magic flames. The villain swears that he will complete his mission anyway, even if this costs his own life. Edges widens his eyes, stuttering from fright upon noticing that the adversary's strength reached an totally absurd tier of power. Alan holds his fan firmly and yells, desperate, alerting everyone that something very terrible is about to emerge from the ground. Vanille points downward, alerting in panic that the imminent danger is coming from underneath the feet of the entire group of heroes. Lila runs, scared with her staff, asking what that bizarre magic that is making the entire ground tremble like that would be. Edges deduces, scared, that in reality his immense energy is forcing the entire relief of the terrain to modify itself around. The entire cliff starts to crumble and restructure itself, creating immense pointed stone columns around the enemy. Zeke jumps, dodging skillfully the large stone blocks that rise swiftly from the ground in full destruction. He realizes that the rigidity and the cut of those rocks are now at a level of power completely different from before the fight. He concludes that the opponent is overloading his own magic aura, but that doing this will bring terrible consequences. The villain raises his arm, summoning immense floating rocks, ready to be thrown against the young combatants there. Vanille grinds his teeth, nervous, feeling the terrible and suffocating magic pressure that dominates the entire rocky battlefield. A colossal explosion of rocks and light illuminates the skies, while all the warriors of the group watch the scene, horrified. However, Zeke just outlines a little smirk, appearing extremely interested in that immense rival's strength.